Assalamu alaikum and good morning. If I could request everybody to please take their seats. We'll start the program on time. We'll have the recitation and the anthem starting in 2 minutes. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. If I could request everybody to be seated, please. We'll begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran, followed by national anthem. And I would request everybody to please stand when the national anthem starts. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد
Saya Khuda Zul Jalal. The blessings of God, may they all be with us always. Welcome to the second day of the Future Summit. I'm just going to recap yesterday for everyone. We had so many gems here on the stage in terms of discussions and talks and takeaways. Foreign policy to be based on the economic interest of the company, and that is how we had started the session. Pakistan is faced with challenges on economic front, and what could be better than if the foreign policy could be constructed on the needs, on the economic needs of the country and its people. Looking inwards for out-of-the-box solutions, that also came around. We need creative solutions for problems that are inherently now part of the system. Data is the new fuel. I thought that was brilliant. I had never looked at data that way, but yes, it is the fuel that runs the economy today. Organizations need to embed a constantly thinking corporate culture. CEO cannot know it all. This was so profound. We are now, with the continuously evolving landscape, realizing that no single human can achieve excellence. It's collaboration, it's teamwork, and it's the responsibility of the one leading the team to know the strengths of that team and to utilize them most productively. Natural calamities and supply chain disruptions are changing the way we are living our lives. As societies, as nations, as organizations, we must also change realities and redefine ourselves. There is no new normal, only the new now. The new now was wonderful. It sort of capped the entire crux of the discussions yesterday of the continuously fluid, evolving picture and how perfection can no longer be a destination because every day there's something new to work towards. Talent is universally distributed. Opportunities are not. And CEOs, as CEOs, we need to ensure equity and inclusivity. Beautiful. Talent is universally distributed. What a profound, true statement, but opportunities are not. Equally true and sad statement. And as leaders, we need to ensure that equity and opportunities are available. Don't just build the best product, build the best solution. So we work by identifying the problem, not just focusing on what could be new. People do not accept change positively. Digitization cuts the role of the middleman. This is where disruption is actually playing the most powerful role. It is changing the landscape. And this is where insecurities stem. Our theme, disruption for the larger part on day one, remained distributed in the need for digitization, friendly approach towards it on immediate basis. And this, of course, was a message to the stakeholders and decision makers. For digitization has to be formalized as policy framework, and for sustainability, focusing on ESG and indigenous resources. Disruption may be a newly coined hashtag term to refer to continuously evolving landscape and ability to predict and to be prepared for the new, or the new will make us obsolete. But the approach is as old as it gets, and we find it strewn over the yellowed, thumbed pages of history. Buddha, the great philosopher, chose Prakrit, the language of the common man, to spread his message. He ignored the elite language of Sanskrit. He disrupted the elite capture of knowledge and empowered the common man to question, something that Socrates, the Greek philosopher, had done a few centuries ago already. by stepping out on the streets and public squares to gather people around for discussion. Another disruptor. Leonardo da Vinci, he left the studio, his art studio, to spend nights in the mortuaries to sketch his famous anatomical drawings. Doctors can't thank him enough for that. Rousseau wrote the Confessions and made the entire France step out on streets. And a young, successful lawyer refused to settle for the disintegrated federation and demanded Pakistan resolution. Disruptors have always changed the game, for they could see through the deceptive present into the different future. Digital is today, and how much more digital is the future is the question. And we will explore in our first dialogue panel for today. For our panelists, we have our esteemed guests. Michael Hartman, Chief Business Officer, FinTech Galaxy. He leads FinTech Galaxy's brand expansion and growth across the MENA region, spanning all activities across business development, sales, marketing, and public relations, partnerships, and innovation. He's an experienced product engineering and innovation leader with almost 20 years of experience driving digital transformation, scaling platforms, and activating ecosystems through partnerships across financial services, telco, and startup space. Our second honorable guest is Anna Titova, CEO, Coins Telegram, public speaker, Fortune media journalist. Anna is an expert in public relations and business development and has been featured on CNBC Arabia TV, Forbes Middle East, NASDAQ, Finance Yahoo, Gulf News, and Cointelegraph. She has also co-produced the documentary film Encrypted, which navigates the new era of the digital economy. Our third honorable guest, Derek Hoegenkamp, CEO, Yalla Limited and partner Aeroverse, turning revenues and profitability at least 10 times, turning millions into billions for well-known organizations and creating new destinations. I want to be his new best friend. Derek, please note that down. As a conscious public speaker, connecting the traditional world with Web3 and what is coming. An entrepreneur, prop tech, metaverse, biometric, digital world, DeFi, metaverse, and blockchain enthusiast. Dr. Rehan Al-Taji, founder and CEO, PXDX FC, UAE, and partner and head of projects, Gabriel Jobs, KSA. A speaker and an educator, Dr. Taji is a highly accomplished entrepreneur, speaker, and educator in the digital asset industry. With over 6 years of experience, he has established a reputation as a thought leader and expert. Mohammad Zishan Abid, partner advisory, Parker Russell AJS, and board member, InvoiceMate UAE. Skilled in fintech, financial modeling, and business design, Zishan is an expert finance professional and fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan with excellent command in business and financial advisory. He's serving as partner in one of the largest auditing firms of Pakistan, Parker Russell AJS Chartered Accountants. He has effectively remodeled the traditional financial structure with blockchain technology. He's also currently leading the product design function for world's first ever blockchain-powered invoice finance solution, InvoiceMate, for enhancing the financial inclusion in the world. And for this absolutely wonderful panel, our moderator is our very own Usman Yusuf, Director, Nutshell Communications, Chairman Pro Pakistani, co-founder KCAP Ventures, and CEO Interactive UAE. A graduate of London Business School, Usman Yusuf is a regional entrepreneur, international tutor, and coach at Euronext, and venture investor from Pakistan and the UAE. As chairperson and non-executive director of Pro Pakistani, he provides key input on strategy and board leadership. He's the co-founder and director of the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf in Pakistan. As a venture investor, Usman has invested in several businesses, including Meds and More, a pharmatech business, Easy Fresh, an agri-tech business, Near Peer, an edtech business, Dukan and MSME Tech, micro, small, and medium enterprises, business, and more. I would like to welcome the panel and our moderator on stage to start our first discussion of the morning. Welcome to TFS, and it's over to you, Usman.
Okay, good morning. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's a pleasure to be in Karachi. I come here often because of work, and I have some family here. But I have a strong connection with the city because I was born here many years ago and spent formative years growing up in Karachi. So it has a very special place in my heart. And it's lovely to see all of you here this morning and all the guests that have come from outside of Pakistan and talking about the future. So I found myself asking the question yesterday, why is this important for me? Why is this important for my family? And to borrow an analogy from the military, you have the heat-seeking missile in the military. So this object that sort of finds heat and attacks. And so I feel that human beings are purpose-seeking. So by nature, we look for purpose. We look for the why. So we have our reptilian brain, but we have our frontal cortex and the rest of our brain that's always looking for purpose, the why. And I think it's important to sort of ground this panel this morning in the context of why this is important. And as we talk about the future, I think one theme that perhaps hasn't been touched on so far is longevity. So let me show you a graph, and I think this graph sort of drives the point home. If we look at 200 years ago from today, approximately, lifespans average across the world were around under 30. So in the 1770s, 1800s, people expected to live to about 30 years old or less. Lifespans on average today in most of the world are in excess of 70 years. And in fact, in the Oceania and countries such as Japan, I'm sure you've all heard of, lifespans typically will cross 85, and there'll be a number of people that will live into the triple digits. So why is this important? There's a very good chance that many of you in the audience, and certainly your children and your grandchildren, will live to be 100 years old or more. Infant mortality, the benefits of health science have gotten us to that point. So as we look at life in a 100-year life, we have to rethink our traditional three-stage life model. So it's no longer going to be, I'm born, I'm educated, I work, and I retire. That works if you're living to 65 or 70. But if you're going to live to 100, and 65 is no longer the age in which you retire and then do nothing, as many of you may have thought of, you need to rethink a multi-stage life. And if you start thinking about a multi-stage life, then you really need to ask the question, how am I adapted to that lifestyle? Am I going to be productive into my 60s, into my 70s, into my 80s? There's a famous saying people say certainly in the developed part of the world that 70 is the new 40, right? So if you're 70 now or you're 60 now, well, it's like you're 40 because you have so much of life ahead of you. So if you're all going to live to 90 or 100, how are you going to live a meaningful, purpose-driven life? And what does digitization and technology have to offer to you as you live in that life? Do you have the vitality, the adaptability to think, to relearn, to reskill? And do you have a strong network around you of friends and family, co-workers who are going to support you through that process? And are you equipped to use the technology of the future? So this is the thought that I wanted to start the discussion with, that perhaps this is very, very important to you all because we're going to be living a digital future for a very, very long time. So we need to stop thinking about IT-shity or technology or whatever and really embrace. I don't know about all of you, but for me, I get hooked on to the cloud, and then they say, well, the cloud's last year's buzz, now it's metaverse. Right? I get hooked on to big data, and they say, well, big data is gone. Now it's all about AI and generative AI. So every few years, every few months, it feels, the technology landscape shifts. So I invite all of you to rethink and reskill and put that those hats on and say, this is going to certainly be lifelong learning. So with that, I'm going to stop my monologue and now ask this incredible panel that we have assembled for you to give some opening remarks. We have fintech, prop tech, health tech. We have a number of techs in the room. So we'll start perhaps with Anna. If Anna can kick us off and give us some opening remarks, about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll go around with all the speakers, and then perhaps I'll ask them a few questions, and we can hope to learn from each other. Anna, over to you.
Hello, everybody.
You have to press the button. There's a little button. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today, and today's topic is our digital future. And we have seen with the years the digitalization of a number of services, and especially it was boosted by the COVID-19 pandemic when it was when the borders were closed, we couldn't travel as well. For example, the use of cash was considered unsanitary. So we have seen development of different digital payments solution and more access to digital services. And generally, the digitalization is quite vital, especially in our times. And in our 21st century, we still have a lot of people, around 1.1 billion people, who still don't have even their own, they can't claim their identity, and they don't have any digital identity. So, for example, in this case, maybe Web3 identity may be a solution for them and to give access to the financial services, to the education and other public healthcare and other public services. At the same time, around 1.4 billion people still remain unbanked, and of course, as I mentioned, COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the growth of the adoption of different digital payment solutions, and as well adoption of cryptocurrency, which gives access to people who are unbanked to the financial services. And another interesting initiative, I was in January at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, in Davos, and the World Economic Forum, in cooperation with the Digital Cooperation Organization, launched an initiative on the acceleration of digitalization and attracting of foreign direct investment digitalization, and to identify the challenges of different digitalization solutions, and to improve the climate in the countries to attract FDIs. And the interesting fact that Pakistan is one of the first countries, along with Rwanda, which are participants of this initiative.
Thank you, Anna. In fact, I think one of the very surprising things that I found out very recently is that as far as crypto adoption is concerned, Pakistan is certainly in the top 5, if not in the top 3 countries in the world that has cryptocurrency, Bitcoin transactions, and Ethereum transactions, etc. So as much as we'd like to think that a lot of Pakistan is unbanked with traditional banking, which may certainly be true, people are very savvy and they tend to use crypto in Pakistan remarkably. In fact, even amongst people, I was in a taxi cab, and I could overhear the taxi cab driver talking about his crypto wallet and his crypto transaction using EasyPesa and the like. So it's an incredible story, and we'll delve more into that. Derek, I want to invite you now to sort of give us a completely different view from a completely different universe. We've been talking offline about many different technologies, but I'm not going to steal your show. Please tell us about what you've been working on, what you think about the future of tech.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah. So I'm Derek Hoekenkamp. I was born in the Dutch Caribbean and now I live all around the world. And I've seen a lot of things, and I think we have to redefine everything. So including the metaverse, including digital payments. Because everybody always looks at the commercial value of it, right? But how do you use metaverse in a good way? How do you use digital currencies in a good way? How do you utilize them? So for example, metaverse, everybody, oh, metaverse, new thing, whoa. Not true. in 2000 I opened a Metaverse company which was called Career Fever with a Dutch guy, which you went into a building and you had like all different rooms. You went in and you had your interview, your job interview. All the big companies were there. It was a very, very in the internet boom, right? And now suddenly Metaverse is something big. There's a commercial driven behind this. What is really the utility of the Metaverse? I believe the utility of the Metaverse is education, is having the children engaged in, for example, maintaining the culture of Pakistan, right? For example, why do some children don't go to mosque or don't go to certain museums? Because it's not interesting for them. So use the Metaverse, use augmented reality, use VR to make it interesting for them. I don't want to go to church or to the mosque or to the temple with my grandma anymore because it's not interesting. So that's why we have to use Metaverse. That's why we can use digital currencies. And the other side, of course, is that it's more seamless, or in prop tech that you use IoT, that you use Metaverse. Same as the, well, we're going from Web 2 to Web 3 and blah, 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 blah. Great. What's the use? Nobody knows. Really, everybody in this room has a different definition of Web 3. And what is really the use? So do it step by step. Make it useful. For example, I'm working on a project to digitalize certain buildings, certain cultural buildings, to maintain cultural heritage and include rejuvenation and really conscious help for the people and for the new generation. And I believe that Pakistan really has a drive for this. And I think that Pakistan, especially in this region, because I believe in this region, I believe in, for example, the region of Pakistan and the region of Southeast Asia, there is the new future of the world. Because the world is shifting. So I believe there is a huge opportunity here. And I'm happy you say rejuvenation and consciousness, because if you go to the nature here in Pakistan, where can you get this? You guys have everything. They asked, oh, what do we have? You have a young generation here, which is super driven, which is already fully digital. And you have all this nature, which is one of the most beautiful on earth. I mean, you guys are so lucky. Don't only look at the economical drive. It's the same, if you only focus on money, you will never earn money, you'll never become rich. If you focus on what you have in front of your face, then you get your economical benefits. So that's what I believe, and I'm for the 4th time or 5th time in Pakistan now, and I love it. I love the place, and the people are also super welcoming and fantastic. So, I mean, you're blessed with your country, so that's why I think that focus on the right thing, focus on rejuvenation, focus on utility, focus on what is really there, and don't go too heavy into details. I don't remember what was the internet. Do you know how the internet works? I remember when I had my internet company how it works. I don't know how it works now anymore, even though I'm in digitalization. Do you really know how blockchain works? Yeah, of course, I know what is blockchain. Do I care how blockchain works? No, other people can do that for me, right? So it's the same. Let's focus on the good things. Let's focus on consciousness. Let's focus on longevity. Let's focus on nature. Let's focus on what really is, and all the economical and the wealth comes by itself.
Fantastic. Wow, what an impassioned message about the vibrancy of Pakistan. Really appreciate that, Derek. So let's switch gears. We've talked about augmented reality. We're talking about how to rejuvenate and how to bring places alive using technology and the utility of technology. I want to hand it over now to Michael. Michael is obviously one of our champion panelists on fintech. So let's hear from Michael and hear what he thinks about the future, especially of fintech and enablement and inclusion. Go ahead.
So thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here to experience Pakistan with all the glory. First of all, I think having spent 20 odd years in digital transformation, building platforms, taking different parts of the value chain, I do believe that there is actually a change happening. There's a change from where the kind of the monolith of the world are being broken down. The financial services cannot be offered no more by the banks. There is an opportunity for fintechs and the young generation to offer services that are really inclusive, that are really pushing the needle in terms of financial inclusion. And I think it's great to see that regulation and a drive towards change can really empower a nation, can empower the ability to actually provide something new and something refreshing. So that all kind of boils down to providing more financial institutions with more financial services and an ecosystem that's thriving. So I'm really much enjoying kind of the platform contribution or the platform thinking around offering a more thriving ecosystem. So, yeah.
Thank you, Michael. I think it's also important now to bring in Dr. Rehan into the conversation, and he has a significant sort of expertise around very varied expertise. His sort of experiences span from health tech and the kind of work that he does with hospitals and digitization, but also into DeFi and into the world of fintech as well. So we'd love to hear your perspective about what the digital future looks like for you, where you are with the context of Saudi Arabia, of the region, and also how you think that can help transform lives.
So the idea was to reach out to healthcare to those rural areas and villages and those cities where the expertise was not there. Recently, Saudi Arabia's Saha launched a program where they have the world's biggest virtual hospital. So 130 hospitals are connected with this application. The idea was to have IoT, augmented reality, and the specialities. There are about 35 subspecialties and almost 10 specialities offering on this platform. There is also a virtual ICU. So the idea is that how we can provide the same level of service, healthcare services, to those living in the remote areas. And I think it's a very successful story, and I think it should be replicated throughout, in other regions as well, that how you can sustainably utilize your existing resources and give the same quality of healthcare services to those living and beyond your approach. So, and also this helped in transferring the knowledge from the experts, the consultants, to the junior doctors and practitioners in that peripheral areas. So I think healthcare has transformed a lot actually when it comes to digitalization, and Saudi Arabia is very, the Vision 2030 is, we are very aligned with it. The digital transformation, when it comes to the digital transformation, and adaptability is awesome. I mean, there's a very strong adaptability in the services and in the applications and the usability with the even with the mass and the population. And I think we should, as I said, that this has to be replicated, throughout the world. That technology is there. You have almost the population have smartphones, and you have the resources. So why shouldn't you move on and digitalize the healthcare as well? And especially when it comes to the such critical health. I mean, this program has really helped a lot of patients, especially the elderly patients at home. There is now a separate program in Saha, the e-oncology. So they are helping the oncologists actually to help the junior doctors and subspecialists to help those patients in administrating and managing the conditions. E-radiology, e-pharmacy. I mean, the things. I mean, the horizon is very wide, and there are so many things that has been we are doing it and can be used in other countries. The biggest second e-health service is in America with 43 hospitals. I mean, this is the huge, and it's been run successfully. So what I'm trying to say is that I think we have done it, and other can learn from it and can replicate it and transform the healthcare. I mean, and the results are awesome actually. So yes, there's a lot of things been happening, and still there are a lot of program and pipeline which we will see in the future as well.
exciting developments. And sometimes people don't think about looking at, for example, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, etc., as a model. And I think that we're mistaken. Having lived in the UAE myself for about 20 years now, I think that you can really see innovation being unleashed in the Gulf countries, in Saudi Arabia and in KSA, and the value of visionary leadership that enables, that provides the right kind of vision, drive, and then provides the resources to do great things. So Saudi is coming off as a massive model, especially in the last couple of decades of complete transformation of society and uplift. In the UAE, I think we all know about, especially those who've traveled there, the incredible things that part of the world is doing. And there's a lot to learn because Pakistanis, in many cases, are the engine, are the fuel of that transformation. In fact, we have a very significant role to play. So I think that it would be a crying shame if we're not able to bring all that expertise that is Pakistani in its essence, for a large part, back into Pakistan and utilize it here. I want to hand it over to Zishan now. Zishan, your company, InvoiceMate, has been doing some very interesting things in the blockchain space and in fintech. Please tell us about what InvoiceMate is up to and what gets Zishan out of bed in the morning.
Thank you. Good morning, audience. So first, I just proceed with the point which Derek has made, and that was being very much important. Apart from the InvoiceMate, representing the profession also. What is being happening? IoT is coming, Metaverse coming, so much big data is coming, so much technologies, the IT and the tech guys, they are developing, they are deploying. But are we getting the utility? We are developing the use cases for that. One thing is that the developer's job is to create an idea, provide a platform. Metaverse is there. First time someone asked me in the profession, I'll share the true story, and he said that one of my clients said to me, I have got a space in Metaverse and now rented it out, how to do the accounting treatment. And he said that, yeah, I don't know which place this colony is being situated. So the issue with these technologies is that IT, tech, they are being evolving. But do the profession, accountancy profession, auditing profession, our regulators, our banking system, are they getting the benefit of this? Otherwise, we are not getting the full benefit, the full enjoyment, the full way that technology can come to us in the proper way. So, if I'll move with the profession of accountancy and advisory specifically areas, all the new startups, all the new concepts, they have to be in line with this new technology. What is the basic issue with the auditing? We need a track, we need a proper trail. We need to see that all the steps, they are being properly placed. And that's the same issue we need to do for our auditing. That's the same issue that taxation people, they need to do. That's the same thing which State Bank needs to see. That's the same thing which, there is a biggest financing product, and that is the invoice financing, which is being unleashed still to date in Pakistan. And if we put the burden to the banks that why they can't do it, they are very much right. Because once the chain is not complete, data is not being reliable, how they can provide a financing for an invoice? And what happens then? They get the evergreen lines, and then the company leverage just start increasing. These becomes the permanent working capitals, and they are not going to end ever, and then there comes the defaults. The crunch periods in the economies as we are being moving today, this is a part and parcel. But those companies who are well structured, who have the well technology with them, they can only do it. So with the InvoiceMate and with this whole blockchain concept, the very first time we will be thinking the blockchain, it was being a synonym for Bitcoin. And speaking Pakistan now, this transformation is that we can say the Bitcoin on the stage. But very first time I went to the conference 5-6 years back, they said never say the Bitcoin on the stage, it's banned in Pakistan. So this is the transformation of the thoughts that yes, we have to accept the certain realities. So with the InvoiceMate, what we want to do is that we are developing the complete ERP, which is being supported, which is being powered by the blockchain. But that's not being a simple ERP. We want that this blockchain-based whole invoice solution, it should be there with the financial system. Now, the person who is going to make the invoice, who is going to accept the invoice, they are identified. Nobody can make a corrupt to that. You can do the funding, you can do the invoice funding, you can get the credibility. We have the ECIB, but that is for the financial sector. Let's develop a ECIB for the non-corporate sector. So blockchain is a basic concept in which all these areas are being covered. And we are not in just at the concept phase, it's at launch. We have already been working, we are moving with the enterprise version. And the best thing is that the biggest cost for your digital banks, the biggest cost for your SME banks is to go and search the right customers. Using the InvoiceMate, using the blockchain technology, digitalizing your business in which the data has its authentication, banks, they don't have to incur that cost. So the outreach would not be only with the big giants. Outreach will be the small, the medium, and very basic small business also. So that's the strength that one use case can create, and we can move over this. So again, as long these technologies, for example, just as Derek was being saying, the metaverse, Dr. Saab, he was being saying for this whole digital world, for the virtual hospital. So why not we are being having the banking metaverse there, in which all the banks are being there with their own avatar. They are telling what products they are being having, and the regulator is sitting there also in the form of avatar, saying what the promises and what the concept they are being moving to that. So everything is possible unless this technology is not being transformed into the use case. So this is what our specialty is, and we are working on that area, and we are seeing a transformation. People are listening over this, and we are being actually doing the bridging job between this technology and the industry and the regulator and the businesses and the startups. So that's the way forward as per me, and we are moving towards that.
Thanks, Zishan. I think this idea of the banking metaverse is something that really sort of jumps up at me. And if I put my hat on as an entrepreneur, somebody who leads a retail franchise for coffee and tea, the banks in Pakistan especially love to take really premium real estate, corner real estate plots, and they sort of, in my view, almost hog the best spaces. And where the rest of the world is moving towards digitization in banking and becoming branchless, in Pakistan, unfortunately, still there's a very significant focus on physical banking. So I love this idea of the banking metaverse, and I hope that it catches on, perhaps due to a few selfish reasons of my own. But let me come back to Anna, because you also mentioned Bitcoin and how Bitcoin was something that people said is banned. People say about technology, you can try and ban technology, but technology always finds a way. You can try and stop the sort of regular ways, but people will always find a way to access assets, and especially digital assets. So, Anna, tell us about what your thoughts are about Bitcoin. I'm still confused. Does it need to be a part of my portfolio? Is it a portfolio diversification strategy? Is it a replacement of money? Are we looking at crypto and specifically Bitcoin to replace money altogether? Or is Ethereum going to be the way I do my smart contracts in the future? What is your view on the future of crypto? And are we finally arrived into the new age of disintermediation?
So basically, Bitcoin was created by Satoshi Nakamoto, mysterious anonymous person or group of people, as P2P money. So initially it was created for the sending payments over the internet in an anonymous way. But now we see as well different other adoptions of Bitcoin. Some people consider it as a store of value, as digital gold. Additionally, in the recent years, we have seen that even some countries adopt Bitcoin as their official currency. For example, the first country in the world which adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender was El Salvador, and another country is South African Republic, which approved Bitcoin as official currency in April last year. And we see that the same El Salvador is quite remittance-dependent economy, and where it's really vital for those people to use Bitcoin to reduce the fees for the sending of these remittance payments. The same we saw in other countries how Bitcoin cryptocurrency became very important. For example, in Venezuela with the hyperinflation, in Lebanon, and in some other countries. Another use case for the cryptocurrency is cross-border transfers. And when you go to the bank and you just want to send even like 200 or less sum to your friends in another country, it would take at least a few days for the bank transfer. And as well, there will be a big fee. So it's not useful for the small cross-border transactions. In the case with cryptocurrency, the fee is usually up to $1, when there are high gas fees, like with Ethereum, maybe it's up to $5 or something like that, but that fee is pretty small. And as well, the transactions are pretty immediate. And I'm originally from Ukraine, and we have seen how cryptocurrency became a very powerful tool during the times of the war, during times of different crises. And Ukraine raised over $178 million in cryptocurrency and crypto donations by the Ukrainian government alone, and it's not counting the donations to private charity organizations and volunteers. And when in such situation, you need to immediately help other people, you need to buy some equipment and other necessities. It's a great solution, and as well it's great when other merchants accept cryptocurrency as a payment method. As well, we have seen another initiative like with the earthquake in Turkey. They as well created a DAO which raised donations in cryptocurrency to help those people. When you mentioned whether Bitcoin is banned in some countries, I think currently it's banned only in China, but still Chinese are one of the most active investors into Bitcoin, and Bitcoin can mean can have different meaning for different people. For somebody, it's store of value, digital gold. Some people just use it for the payments. For my opinion, Bitcoin currently is not vital to use for everyday payments because it's so volatile. So stable coins in this case are a much better solution. And we have seen now as well a number of other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum and many other use cases, and those are just thousands of them. So most of them are called utility tokens, so they should be used in the ecosystem in this or that app, but a lot of people as well still use it, like the same as money or investment and so on. Another case, we see the appearance with the Ethereum of smart contracts, where you can remove intermediaries and you can build different applications on top of different blockchains. And we see now not only Ethereum, but a lot of other layer 1 solutions, so alternative blockchains, and layer 2 solutions which try to reduce the fees for Ethereum transactions and to accelerate the speed of the payments. We have seen as well a number of different applications building on those blockchains, and blockchain allows to remove intermediaries, remove third parties, which reduces a lot the cost of this other transaction. Additionally, we have seen that first governments and big players were quite against the adoption of cryptocurrency, of Bitcoin, and of course it's understandable because it's a rival monetary system. I don't think that Bitcoin or any other currency will replace totally fiat. I think they will coexist, and especially now countries research and 114 countries implementing or experimenting with the so-called central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. But in this case, CBDCs can be called a really cryptocurrency because unlike decentralized currencies, they are controlled only by one entity, a centralized bank. But maybe we will see not retail CBDCs in the future, but just for the use for international trade between countries and so on. And as well, banks now get into blockchain cryptocurrency too. Like many corporations and banks have been already using blockchain for years, but now they're considering as well the use of cryptocurrencies themselves and DeFi. For example, last year JP Morgan made the first cross-border DeFi trade in tokenized deposits of tokenized Singaporean dollars to tokenized Japanese yen. and they used Polygon blockchain for the on-chain transactions. And JP Morgan as well considers that tokenized deposits will have bigger adoption than stable coins because they are by more trusted parties, by the banks, and they may implement this for DeFi trading.
Wow, that's a lot to grapple with. I want to bring in Michael here, staying with fintech for a second, and with crypto. You wanted to say something, Michael? Go ahead.
So I just wanted to go back to your perspective on being like visiting a banking branch in the metaverse, and it kind of got me thinking, like, would I need to visit a branch? I mean, at the end of the day, I want financial services in the palm of my hand. The young generation expects it to be here. And so even though the metaverse is an interesting kind of venue to go down and say, can I create a branch, then I think the future is more in terms of the embedded finance. The financial services are becoming more or less a commodity because of technology, because of lowering the barriers for new players to enter. And I think it's interesting to see that you can actually put financial services inside your normal kind of offering. So with embedded finance, you can empower the usual kind of, you can have stock, inventory, other things, but you can also have financial services. So again, financial services kind of disappears as more of a physical thing, even a metaverse thing, and it becomes kind of embedded into your everyday life. And that's really kind of powerful in terms of when you think about it, you could create these kind of value propositions to specific segments, to a pizza maker, for instance. They could have an app, they could have a pizza maker app that not only provides them with all the kind of their needs in terms of stock items, etc., but it also provides them with financial services. Why do they need to go necessarily to a bank? Why do they need to create an account? Why can't they just do that, just like they would with creating an inventory item? And I think the technology and the capabilities of the technologies that are coming allows that to be much easier to do in the future. And that's really, for me, very exciting.
Yes, I mean, the enablement that the technology platform will provide to make it easily accessible is something really exciting. I found another point that Anna made were quite intriguing in Ukraine, for instance, and in other parts of the world where sometimes a shock to the system, whether that's in the form of war or whether that's in the form of a pandemic, that can really help accelerate the adoption of technology so quickly. The post-COVID era, for instance, as far as EdTech is concerned, as far as collaboration is concerned, fintech services is concerned, that really sort of jolted the entire world really into coming into a sort of new realization for the value of a lot of technologies that would have otherwise taken perhaps much longer to become mainstream and adopted. I want to come back to you, Derek. You've been living in the UAE for a very long time. You've had a lot of experience sort of living in different parts of the world. How do you see the development of AI, ML, and these technologies in the areas that you work? What are the opportunities and what are the trends that people should be aware of and look forward to? Love to hear your thoughts.
Dangerous question. First of all, about Bitcoin, to come back, I was really happy to wake up this morning that it went up 10%. That first of all. Second of all, Bitcoin, is it really decentralized? Who knows? Big question. Metaverse and DAOs, are they really decentralized? Big question. So there's many questions to be answered. Yeah, is Bitcoin important? Of course. Is it a good thing? Yes, because you can compare it to the internet era, right? In the internet era, when I had an internet company, there were big names like Yahoo or like Excite or like all this. They were on the top. They were worth billions or billions. And they were 1000x like Bitcoin is now, right? Where are those companies now? Where are they? Right? So think. There will be always, in my opinion, there will be some control. It can never be decentralized completely. It's a different thing with Invoice Mate, right? They're using the blockchain, a system to make it work. And he really uses blockchain and the new technologies to make your life easier. And it's working, and it doesn't depend on decentralization or metaverse or whatever. So that's really a use case, right? And it's working and it's proven. So coming back to your question, machine learning, ML, or artificial intelligence, AI, be careful, because it is very dangerous what we're doing now. Machine learning, machines can have emotions already, that has been proven. If you do AI on emotions, then you know what can happen. Imagine a machine gets angry, and machine has a lot of power. So it's very dangerous field we are in now, and I think we should be really careful. AI, yes, can absolutely work. AI combination with machine learning in factories, for example. Parallel twinning, I believe a lot in parallel twinning. So meaning, again, using a real existing thing, putting a twin of it, an exact parallel twin, and a triplet. The triplet can be gamified, because there are people here in the crowd who create games. It's a different world that should not be mixed with parallel twins. It should not be mixed. They're two different metaverses. One is sandbox, which is all virtual and this and that, and it's all games and this and that. That's a different story, but parallel twinning can really be useful. Look at factories. If you copy a factory, you don't have to travel anymore to fix the machine. Yeah? So that is what, and then machine learning and AI can help too. Look again, coming back to cultural buildings. Beautiful buildings you have, right? So look at that. I mean, if you have a parallel twin, the kids can go in, they can use their mobile, they can see, click it, for example, on this item or on this painting, they can learn, right? And they used to use the mobile, they're not listening to grandma, right? So they can use the mobile, they can learn, and you can donate on the DeFi platform to this museum, or to make the building more beautiful. Or you can take a picture, or not even take a picture, just put your phone on the building, and you can see what architecture it is, and how the history, how the building evolved over 200, 300, 500. Here in Pakistan you have even 800-year-old, 1,000-year-old buildings, one of the oldest structures in the world. So it is all useful again, it's utility, it is what it is. So machine learning and AI, guys, if you are an entrepreneur, you want to make a lot of money, go into that, absolutely, right? Because it's the new boom, right? After we had the telecom boom, we had the internet boom, we had the crypto boom, we had the DeFi boom, we had the NFT boom. Okay, now AI boom. It's all again economical driven. Remember what I said before? Economical driven, economical driven. So think about, if you want to do something good, just do something good with AI. Do something good with machine learning. Not only economical. The economical benefit, because what you're going to do when you die, nothing you can bring. So there comes again Metaverse and AI and machine learning. This is really scary, guys. So imagine, if let's say my father, who is in heaven, had AI, right? And had machine learning. And I had his Instagram account and his Facebook account. I could still talk to my father and ask him for advice in the Metaverse. How crazy is that? How crazy. I can still play with my dog who died in the Metaverse. And he will do the same bark, the same things, the same stuff, and he will respond to me. So how crazy is it? But do we really want to go there? That's also a question. Is there a utility? What is the utility of that? Guys, we need to see the utility. We live in now, no? We're hopefully not that soon, right? Let's take a look at how we can use it for longevity, how we can use it to maintain the heritage of Pakistan, how we can use it to maintain the good cultures you have here, the good food. I mean, I'm gaining a lot of kilos here, so it's great. So how do we use this? Because it's dangerous. AI is dangerous. ML is dangerous. But let's use it for the good, and let's use it also for here, right? And that's, I think, we're also here. It said prepare for disruption, but let's try to prepare for disruption to do good instead of doing bad. And it's the future, yes, but use all these things which are the future, which have been there already for a long time, but let's use it and not only look at the commercial, because if you do good, all the commercial benefits and the wealth and the abundance comes by itself.
That's right.
So I say always, yalla, let's go, but let's go, no? Let's do it.
Yes, that's a inspiring message. I want to bring in Dr. Rehan now and discuss perhaps the implications on health and health tech. How do you see in the post-COVID era, what have we learned from COVID, and what do you think is going to happen in the future as far as pandemic controls are concerned? What are the technology lessons of the past that can inform how we deal with things in the future? We all suffered insufferable lockdowns, for instance. And then in those lockdowns, we had to try and make do with a lot of technology at that time. So what are the most exciting things that you're looking at in the post-COVID era as far as technology is concerned, AI is concerned? What do you think we should all be looking forward to? If you want to comment on what Derek said, please go ahead. Yeah.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
So I just want to reply for the AI. Actually, yes, you are right. I mean, it is a bit dangerous. So how we are using in Sahadi program, in Saha program, the AI. The AI algos are predicting the critical patient's triage up to 95%. So AI is being used in a very positive way in helping out managing patients, critical patients. So there is a positive way, I mean, to use it, and I mean, and it's being used. Yeah, for the post-COVID, sure, actually COVID helped adaptability. Especially the COVID time, for home virtual healthcare and e-pharmacies and e-health. So, and I think it has to move in that direction. And I think we are moving in right direction in that sense that now we never thought that you will be able to communicate with your consultants, with your psychiatrists, with your doctors, your dietitian through just mobile app. I mean, before COVID, yeah, the technology was there, but no one believed it. But now it is being used, and as I said, because of this thing, we are able to give the same experience in healthcare, the patient experience, to those who are far from the big hospitals and the consultants in the capital and big cities. So I mean, yes, the technology is taking healthcare to a next level.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and for me, it's always a surprise that although sometimes we feel we know so much about the human body, sometimes you'll go to your doctors and they'll say, well, we just don't know anything about that. But in other areas, there's some incredible breakthroughs. I was reading a paper recently about nanorobots and their role inside the body to be able to identify cancer cells, for instance. So you ingest robots and they find cancer cells, and so there's a remarkable sort of length and breadth of all the sort of incredible technologies that are coming down the road, and how that's going to impact our rejuvenation, our longevity, and our utility. Zishan, I want to ask you, I think it's the final question. I've been given a little chit here. What do you think Pakistan has to offer to the rest of the region and the world as far as blockchain technology, as far as the future and the digital future is concerned? And if I have children today in Pakistan, if I have someone who's going to college in Pakistan, what are the skills that Pakistanis need to focus on to be able to meet the challenges of the digital future, to be able to grow into that, and to have the kinds of opportunities we all want for ourselves and our families?
Okay, the question has a two-part. The first part is towards the academia. Again, I am a part of the academia with our accountancy field, and we have now already been added in the academia all the BIs and all these business intelligence modules which are being concerned with the finance. Now, you can't rely only on the spreadsheets now. You have to go to the next step. Few days back with the ChatGPT, with one extension, put the trial, it gives you the balance sheet. So the question was that, do the accountants are required? So the student, he came to me, said, are we still required? I said, look, listen, see, whatever the balance sheet is being doing, we still are required for the interpretation. The business decision, he can give the options, but the final decision, it lies with us. So we have to get ourselves better equipped over that area. And we are working over this. To be very true, there is always being, because of the current economic situation and other stuffs, we are being in a state of big question mark, but everything is not being black. Many positivities are being there. People, they are working over this. For example, I see a big opportunity in the UAE, in Gulf, in the Saudi. They are having the corporate taxes. We work with the government of Malaysia for implementation of the VAT. Then the VAT comes to the UAE, and now the corporate tax is being there. the whole system required to be documented first and then digitalized first. We are far ahead in that area because we are being managing it, handling it, and this is where we can have an excellent resources with us. We can do the export of those resources, we can pay and we can generate the maximum amount of the revenue for this nation in the form of the dollars which is being required by this skill. And these economies, they are not being gauged on their square footage. Just check the number, the amount of the billions of dollars economies working there. And once they are being with this taxation rule, once they are within the VAT rule, once they are being getting themselves more and more documented, and we have successfully come out of the FATF. So there's a lot support is being required. What pathways we achieved, we can help them out. So there is a great avenue for the professionals, for the technology professionals, for the tech accountant professionals. So I normally say that first we have the audit manual, then we move to the computer assisted audit techniques, CAT. Now it is no more SCAT, it is going to be AI, artificial intelligence assisted audit techniques. So we have to move ahead. So, and that's the path for the future and for the Pakistan.
Thank you, Zishan. So I've been told our time's up. I want to thank all the panelists for a riveting discussion. I think we could probably talk about this for the next few hours easily. And the amount of passion that's on this in this panel as well. But thank you, everybody, and let's continue discussing and chatting, and let's look forward to our digital futures together with all its opportunities, some healthy skepticism, but also utility, right? That's the key word. So thank you so much.
Thank you. This was wonderful. I had to take a few deep dives to understand all the technical conversation going on. So I really loved it when you mentioned focus on the good things, focus on what you can do, enjoy it, don't get too involved into the technicality of it. And then, of course, a very profound question was raised that how much is useful? We are talking so much about it. Do we really need all that 3D chat GPT? Do we really need it? And how best to productively utilize it? Thank you so much for everyone. I would just request you to stay on for 1 minute. I would like to request our very, very loved Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, Chairperson, Pakistan Stock Exchange, SSGC, and Karandas to please join us on stage to give away the souvenirs to our very esteemed panelists. I would also request our Major General, retired Shehzad Naeem Sahab, Chief Public Affairs Officer with Nutshell Group, Shehzad Sahab. Yes, please. Thank you. We will be presenting a token of appreciation, Souvenirs, a book on Pakistan and story of Indus. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar will be giving away the book. If I could request Michael Hartman to please. Yes. Shehzad Sahab, if you could come on this side, please. Anna Totova. Derek Hukunkam. Derek, I got your name right, didn't I? Dr. Rehan Al-Taji. And Muhammad Zishan Abid. And our very own moderator, Usman Yusuf.
आप वहाँ से भी उतर सकती थी, यहाँ से have your own supply of Okay, Assalamu alaikum everybody. Nice to see bright faces early in the morning. Well, not so early anymore. I think it's early by Karachi standards. In Islamabad, we're already halfway through the day by this time. So the second part of the same session, we're going to make a slight change. So we're going to be talking about disrupting the future. And we'll have the address first, and then we'll have the panel, so as to give a bit of a break. I'm just listening to the speakers. I'm just reminded of a story that I'd like to share with you. The Grand Ayatollah Jafar Subhani, who was an Iranian scholar, a theologian, and a writer, said that we should start working on a small scale, but that does not mean that we should start with little courage. He said that those who have lofty ambitions and great ideas and superior intellect should not limit their thoughts in a small circle. So whereas they should start small, but they should have the bigger picture in mind, which means that it's very important to have the big program, the long-term strategy, the path, the vision very clear from the start. Jafar Subhani also narrated a story about an Islamic scholar, Saduddin Taftazani, who wanted to gauge the level of courage of his son. So he asked his son, how much knowledge do you want to acquire? What are your aims about acquiring knowledge? And the son replied, Father, I want to acquire as much knowledge as you have. Obviously, the son idolizes the father, so he wants to be like the father. But he saw that the father was disappointed. So he said, why are you not happy with my answer? And the father said, if your courage is only this much, then I'm afraid you're not even going to achieve half of it. He said, your aim should not be to know as much as I do, because what I know is only a drop in the ocean of knowledge. So what I've taken away from this story is that it's important for us to have a lot of courage and lofty ambitions, and not only aspire to achieve as much as somebody else has achieved. And I think that is what disruption is about. Because when you want to disrupt the status quo, you actually want to do something that nobody has done. You come up with a new idea, a new product, a new kind of value which is not being offered in the market right now, something that serves the market better, or even better if it creates a completely new market. So with this, I'd like to introduce a very, very distinguished speaker. We're very, very grateful and very lucky that he's with us today. Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razik, Chief Technology and Operations Officer, Middle East and Africa, Standard Chartered Bank. He has almost 3 decades of global multinational experience, focused on global IT management, strategy, operations, and major transformations. He was Regional Chief Information Officer for Africa and the Middle East and Managing Director, Global Head, Technology Ops and Collective Intelligence and Command Center at Standard Chartered Bank. He's also previously served at British American Tobacco in Malaysia, Middle East and North Africa, and held technology management roles in Schlumberger. So with this, I'd like you to give a hand to Mr. Abdul Razik. Okay. So I am also receiving a request to please keep the noise level down so that everybody can hear the speaker. Thank you. All yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's an absolute pleasure to be here live. I am here live, and ChatGPT did not create my slides nor my text. So that's just a sense of a bit of reality. If I had a few slides prepared, can we put them up, please? Just to guide the conversation. All right, perfect. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful panel. Actually, last week I was in Egypt, and I had no connection with the panel at all, nor the moderator. But the topics are very similar. And I'm here just to give a bit of banking perspective and a little bit more on what we've seen in other industries as well in terms of disruption, right? So I won't introduce, okay. Excellent. So what are we really talking about? Disruption, innovation, or evolution? And I think all three are at play at the same time, right? We have effects of disruption in terms of macroeconomics, war, inflation, change of regulation, change of technology that is disrupting. But meanwhile, we also have to continue to evolve and innovate to meet those demands and meet that change, okay? So let's look at some other industries, okay? So ride-hailing. Ride-hailing was disrupted, but is the base service still there, which is transport of a person from A to B for a fee? That continues. So the service is still there, but our interaction with the service has become tremendously different. It's become more secure, it's become on demand. You don't have to stand in the rain or the heat or whatever it is. You can specify, you can monitor your kids if they're taking what used to be called a taxi, now an Uber or anything else that's transporting us from A to B. So our interface through technology has changed quite substantially, but the service is still required, okay? Another such industry is the hotel industry or the travel industry. If we go back a few years, not disclosing my age, but we used to go to a travel agent to book travel. And that travel agent had 15 terminals, and they're only dealing with Emirates, Gulf Air, Swiss Air, Lufthansa, whatever. And then eventually they bought these terminals together. And even more, we now have it on the mobile, in Expedia or other access. But the airline is still there. The hotels are still there as a service. They have not eradicated. What has changed again is our interface and our services in interfacing with the airline industry or the hotel industry, right? We still continue to live a hybrid life between proprietary and public, right? So booking.com or hilton.com, you still have the web access, you still have the mobile access. Now what's the future going to bring us, okay? And that's the major change. So if we look at banking, so again, what's changing in the demographic and what are the disruptors, right? So if we look, you have the brick and mortar is going away. Definitely the bank, and especially accelerated by pandemic, we went digital very quickly, right? The face-to-face, for SCB, we say digital with a human touch, because there's still requirement for a human touch, right? The digital services people are learning. We don't have access to the same technologies. We don't have the means of a data plan everywhere. You know, it's not the same. I operate in 25 markets. From east, it's Pakistan, all the way to Gambia, all the way down to South Africa. And I have areas that we struggle for diesel or power generation. We struggle for Wi-Fi coverage or 4G, 5G. The networks are not the same. So in different geographies, there are different needs. And that's what we have to be very cognizant of. The money system, the financial system, we heard the panel talk about crypto, and there's also central bank digital currencies that are emerging very quickly. Programmable money. These are all things that will come. But I like what Derek said in terms of use it, it's better, it's changing your service, but it's still at the core the same thing, right? So it's our interface that is changing, but the money system and the financial system and the controls have to still be there, right? When the crypto started, unregulated, it took off really quickly because of the lack of, the transparency between two payers and a payee and a payer. However, crossing the line between the two value systems is now becoming more difficult because the regulator wants the transparency of understanding where that money or where that value is crossing. Now, it's not money. It could be a digital coin, it could be a dollar, it could be a Bitcoin, it could be a Ethereum. But how do you control the flow between those two systems? So if I have Bitcoin and you are allowed to take my Bitcoin for a service, you provide me that service for a value. But the money system in governmental terms is still very much financial system denominated. Now, when and how is that regulation going to come, and how do banks experiment with it? This is something I'll talk about in a few minutes. So again, disruptors, pandemic, hyperinflation, financial literacy and inclusion, banking on equity, differently abled people, female diversity and inclusion in terms of female percentages in management and in the workforce. We aspire to drive it higher. In Standard Chartered, we're at 30%. Other banks in Pakistan are still at 9 and 10. So that diversity and inclusion agenda is pretty important to continue to drive. Moving on, again, transactions of the future, what will they bring? What will they look like? Right? You have mobile is today's channel, of preference, right? We used to have laptops and internet, and you have to find the Wi-Fi connection. Now it's much easier. It's at your fingertips. Tomorrow, could there be a easier, better, faster device where you think of a transfer and it happens? Maybe. But right now, it's still at our fingertips in the mobile. And a lot of technology is evolving towards that, right? So edge compute, getting more substance in the hands of a user and getting it more on the compute at the edge is something we're all struggling with in terms of bandwidth, in terms of development, in terms of software, new software in the hands of everybody. And that's part of that disruption. So the next big thing is partnerships. So how do we deliver banking to mass, right? Traditionally, there was a huge unbanked population that is becoming banked. Now, is it becoming banked in a wallet? Is it becoming banked in a bank? Or is it becoming banked with a telco? At the end of the day, a bank is storing value, and you have access to that value when you need it, to transfer it, to pay for something. And that's continuing to evolve. So we are still progressing. Our workforce is changing as well. If you think about technology, it's not only in the currency and that, but robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. There's eradication of certain types of jobs. And we talked about Pakistan's youth and reinventing themselves and reskilling. That's going to be extremely important to continue. On the client side, younger clients, conscious buying, sustainability, net zero, these are huge initiatives, right? We see the floods here in Pakistan. How are we going to get safety from those items, right? And the only way is to work as a global community towards a net zero agenda. And those are not easy steps. I don't want to bore you with a lot of PowerPoint, but of course, the technologies are changing. We all heard the names, blockchain, AI, machine learning, blockchain, distributed ledger, so on and so forth. Regulation, extremely important, right? What's the regulator? How are they going to protect the consumer? And remember, the consumer lines are growing because the banking service is for a lot more people than it used to be. So in terms of regulation, there's an extreme importance for transparency. Financial crime compliance, fraud is on the rise. Cyber is getting more and more complex. So regulator is worried because you can siphon off the value very quickly, especially if you're not aware how that value system or trust is established in new financial systems, let's call them, or value systems. That's me growing old, I guess, a little bit of a beard. No, but the risks are pertinent, right? The risks are pertinent between identity theft, cyber, the whole point of data privacy and sovereignty, the geopolitical scene, where do you store your data, who has access to data. These are extremely pertinent items that we all need to think about. The pace of change and delivery through different models. A bank used to be, you look at it as a safe, as a trusted safe. And now that trusted safe is a whole bunch of, little boxes. Sorry. Thank you. 5 minutes. So they're now little boxes in many different people's hands, delivering value and services to different parts of the economy. How do you keep the same controls, right? So when we develop software in a bank, the regulator says, they're not a bank, they're your third party, you should manage that risk. And therefore their standards, the partner standards, whether they're fintechs or whether they are front-end or KYC providers, we have to assure that from that sense. So the risks are very pertinent, and I think everybody, whether we're going to talk about new technology, adoption of new technology is a risk. How you do change management is a risk. And the governing controls around the financial systems is the evolution that we need to manage. Okay? So, in short, we have a few things. How do you innovate on the edge? From a Standard Chartered perspective, how do you innovate on the edge and protect your core? Okay? So what we've done is we've created a Standard Chartered Ventures company that invests and develops what we call entrepreneurs that have products that can serve the bank around lending, servicing, even crypto custody. We've gotten into it. I used to be in British American Tobacco, and we were disrupted by what we call heat not burn or vape. Everybody now is holding some sort of lollipop, but it's electronic. And the heat not burn is a technology, but the cigarette is still there as well, right? Different economies, different requirements, different price points. So does the industry eradicate? No, not at the pace we think it's going to go. We'd love to say renewables and net zero, but I also used to work in oil and gas. So that's disrupted by the net zero agenda in terms of carbon and carbon emissions and so on and so forth. But that industry is still going to be there for quite some time, right? It's an evolution rather than a change and a disruption of today. Okay. Other things we do, we have women in tech programs. We have the Goal program, which develops young female talent into schooling and other things. We focus on net zero. We're exiting. There's a program of exiting carbon and funding more renewables. So it's really great to be part of that journey. So thank you very much. I will give back a few minutes. Thanks. Okay.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razik. I must say the bearded version of you was equally handsome, equally impressive. So I think you can go for that beard any day of the week. All right, so now we'll come back. And the panel discussion that was planned earlier, we're going to have it now. I'm going to quickly invite all the panelists on the stage. Vasilisa Marinchuk, I hope that I've pronounced the name correctly, Director of International Relations Center Blockchain of Catalonia. So Vasilisa has diverse work experience with a focus on operational excellence and process optimization. She's serving as the Managing Director for Democracy for All, Blockchain for Governance. She's the member of the Board of Advisors in VoiceMate and also co-founder of Chain Global Barcelona chapter. Oh, thank you, Jimmy. You saved me a few seconds. Thank you. Okay, so everybody knows Jimmy by now. He's the guy who gave the awesome presentation and the upbeat presentation that I think woke a lot of people up. So you all know Jimmy by now. Right, our next speaker, the next panelist is Neil Ford. Mr. Ford, if you could join us, please. Director of Growth, Big Dog Mining, USA. He is in the blockchain mining industry. He has experience in launching new data center sites using sustainable energy sources. He also has experience in other areas of the digital asset and blockchain industry. Right, the next panelist, somebody that we heard yesterday as well, Syed Mohammed Al-Habsi, advisor in AI, Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratisation, UAE. He's the co-founder of Startup Lex, co-founder in Casa Mobili, and owner of VETC International, all in the UAE. The next panelist is Mohammed Salman Anjum, founder and CEO in VoiceMate, UAE. So he's a Pakistani living and working in the UAE. He is co-creating the future of invoice processing with blockchain-enabled trusted processes and enhanced efficiency. So Salman, I will be getting in touch with you as well. I have a terrible time processing invoices on a monthly basis. All right. And then, of course, the moderator, our very favorite Jimmy. So it's over to you now, Jimmy.
Right. Thank you so much. We are here to have a panel discussion about disruptive technology. Thank you. And I really want to leave this panel discussion hopefully with some practical tips for you all, because I don't want you to leave this great two-day event hearing a lot of ideas about disruption in technology without learning some things about what you can actually do when you go back to your offices and your businesses or government agencies, or for the entrepreneurs here and watching. To help me talk about this is this panel. And when we talk about disruptive technologies, as you just heard, it's technology that really dramatically changes an entire industry, ourselves as people, how we interact in daily life, or even how governments and laws deal with things. So instead of being afraid of disruptive technology, I'll tell you what I told my entertainment clients as a lawyer in the 1990s when the internet emerged. You need to embrace and adopt it. Do you want to be Blockbuster Video that doesn't embrace the internet world and go out of business? Or do you want to be Netflix, which has become one of the dominant powerhouses in Hollywood today? So Mohammed Salman, one of the two main reasons I spend a lot of time in Pakistan, including as far as my good friend Mohammed Salman, who we've worked with on many things. Tell us about your InvoiceMate product, which you've heard some about over the last 2 days, and how it's trying to disrupt and improve financial inclusion.
Assalamu alaikum, Karachi. Thank you very much for having us again, and it's always a pleasure coming back and sharing the insights of disruptive technologies. First, I would like to start with the disruptive. It is like sometimes it has been known as not a very positive word, but in fact in the recent times, in technology terms especially, disruption is considered as a very positive term. And especially when it comes to changing some kind of a normalcy which has been happening in any kind of operation. Yes, coming to how InvoiceMate is disruption, creating the disruption, it really indeed, I am not using this word as a cliche, it is indeed bringing the disruption. Invoicing throughout the world. Rabia just mentioned her problem. It's not just here in Pakistan. It's been a problem with the small, medium, large size, private sector, public sector, all sides have the problems with the invoice processing. And one of the biggest challenges, lack of invoice financing. Accounts receivable, which is invoice by the way, is always considered as asset in the accounting books, but banks don't trust the invoices. Banks don't trust the accounts receivable coming from the centralized systems. Blockchain now previous panel was all talking about the utility of blockchain. Now here comes the utility of the blockchain, not for the sake of name of blockchain or trend of blockchain. Actually, what blockchain can bring to the invoicing ecosystem, bring the trust that banks need to put their faith on the integrity of the invoice cycle. Invoice as a document, it's supporting document. Now, how it helps the SMEs. Again, they don't have much of the collateral to offer for the financing needs. Here comes their partner, here comes their mate, which already they have, the invoices, they play with it every day. This is the backbone of their accounting system. Imagine that backbone is really becoming a backbone of their financial system, enabling them for the cash flow, enabling them for sustainable business. That's what the real disruption is. That's what the real experience of our utility of emerging technologies of blockchain and AI and Metaverse is. That's what we together are bringing in. I've been in the space for 6-7 years now, had a privilege to work with Jimmy on number of projects, number of occasions, but again, I believe this is going to be a good legacy I can leave behind. Bringing the financial inclusion in true words through emerging technologies are the disruptive technologies.
So to hone in on why this is useful, especially for the enterprises in the room, problem, small businesses need more money to buy, let's say, products, services, pay their employees. They don't have it, they cannot get a loan from banks easily, but since they have money coming in from invoices, they could actually get a loan or financing on that. The banks have a hard time trusting whether the invoices are appropriate, accurate, or not. And that process of due diligence can take a long time. And in some industries, for example, the garment industry, this is very important. But his blockchain product helps track the transparency of an invoice's journey much faster, easier, makes banks more comfortable to give loans on those invoices to SMEs who need the money. And you're partnering with what banks here in Pakistan already?
Yeah, already we have 3 partners on board, 4th is on the way, and we look forward for others. Zindagi, of course, is our first one as a JS Bank, powered by JS Bank. Mobilink Microfinance Bank from the Jazz family is already, we are very close to launch with them, rather, not just signed, we are close to launch with them next month. And Telenor Microfinance Bank, which also is becoming now one of the 5 digital banks in Pakistan, and in discussions with the Faisal Bank, very close. And on Friday, we'll be going to Habib Bank, Mizan Bank, and National Bank. So it's happening now. And just realized in the previous panel, we also have a potential partner, FinTech Galaxy, Michael Hartman. Yes. I just realized when he was giving his...
Michael's in the room, go grab him.
Yeah, so yeah, we had a little chat.
Make some business happening. Okay, so a big round of applause for all those achievements quickly. So the lesson, tip on that, especially for the bigger companies in the room or watching, often big enterprises and their CTOs and CFOs are afraid to branch out to new disruptive technology. One easy step to do that is to partner with a startup that actually knows the space, that is willing to take the risk of understanding the technology and the product so that it is a safer entry point for bigger enterprises. It's something I saw in the Silicon Valley days of California in the 1990s and 2000s. The big companies wouldn't build it themselves. They'll say, hey, we'll let some startup try it and we'll partner with them to do a test pilot within our company. I think it's a good entry point. All right, let's jump to Vasilisa. Vasilisa helps lead international relations at the Blockchain Center of Catalonia in Spain, but she's got a number of other projects she's interested in the metaverse world. Tell us about one of them.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Well, Jimmy, today I want to be a little bit more philosophical, especially taking into account the topic, the future, the disruption. So, I mean, around this room, we have these 2 words going together, future and disruption. Why? Did we ask ourselves ever, like, why do we need to disrupt things? Right. Why is this important? My answer is to sustain the future. What is the future? The future is in the hands of our children, and so is our legacy. And what do we do with this today is a great question. We have to guide them. We have to guide them properly. And lots of speakers before me were talking about children, the importance, how we can help them, the heritage. which we given to them, which we are passing by. Here in Pakistan, in Russia, where I'm coming from, in Europe, in Middle East, all over the place. The project which I'm currently pulling up is a foundation named Anima Heritage Foundation, which mission is to save the human heritage for the kids in the metaverse environment in the hyper-realistic way. Why is this? I will give you one example from the history of the humanity. One of my favorites. My favorite city in the world, unfortunately not in Pakistan, it's in Italy, it's Florence. Florence is an amazing city if you've ever been there. It's a true cultural heritage of the humanity. When in the Second World War, Hitler was leaving the place, basically moved by the troops of the other armies, he said to basically bomb all the bridges so that they can step away, except one, Ponte Vecchio. The Ponte Vecchio bridge is one of the oldest bridges. It's a golden bridge, right? There are lots of mini shops there, it's super beautiful. And he forbade to his army to bomb it. Why? Because he appreciated the beauty of this bridge and how important it is. And he said that it would be even a worse crime. And he was a horrible person, I'm not gonna justify him anything, but feel the power of the culture appreciation, of the heritage appreciation. I trust this is something we have to pass to our children. We live in one planet. We share one common world, and we have one common heritage. Heritage of my country is not mine, it's yours. Heritage of your country is not yours, it's mine. And I have to appreciate it, and I have to respect it. And only then we can value it. This is what we can pass to our children. So with this saying, the foundation which we are working on right now, and I invite all of you to join us as sponsors, as steering committee members, as heritage committee members. All of this we can do with our children. We can create the spaces, preserving buildings, preserving songs, cooking, and anything you think and consider part of your culture, part of your heritage, where they can experience it in controlled environment with their teachers without interruption from the outskirts, right? And we can deliver them this in the most realistic manner with the glasses provided and everything to the schools. This is what we want to do, and I think we can do it only together. We cannot do it alone. We have best experts, best technologies already there. We just need you to help us to take it further.
So basically Derek Hugenkamp's point, which is, for the metaverse, kids need it to be interested in things they may not otherwise be interested in. How do you answer the potential criticism that some people would say, which is you're dealing with, culture, religion, historic places like the Ponte Vecchio and Firenze? Doesn't it cheapen it by making it digitized in a virtual world?
I don't think so. Think about this. In 2022, we had 2 billion kids in the world, from the age from 0, like infancy, till 14 years old. 2 billion people who will form and shape the world in the future. Generally, in 2019, before COVID, all around the world, only 1 out of 6 people ever traveled outside of his country. How can you appreciate, how can you understand something when you never saw it? But you have economical reasons, health issues, any other reasons why you cannot do this. Yes. But the way you can do it now with the metaverse. Again, metaverse is not something to replace the real world. It's to extend it, to make it more accessible for those who cannot travel for so many reasons. So I don't see any criticism in this. I see it's more entertaining, and I see it's more educational. Yeah. The only way.
Yeah. And so the tip I would draw from this is to understand that what some people think is disruptive, we're thinking about it from our adult lens, right? I'm now 50, and the things I think are cool now are very different than when I was younger. And so a lot of this technology is, you have to get out of the mindset of your adult head and think, what is the young generation going to want, or would they use it? So what we think is disruptive is just a different human behavior that will be trained with new technology, just like we use smartphones differently than we did when cell phones first came out that were StarTACs. So I think that's an important thing to really think about as you're discussing things within your organizations. Let's move to Neil, who works in the industry of Bitcoin and blockchain mining, data center processing, which has gone a dramatic evolution over the last couple of years. Neil, tell us about your experience in the mining industry so far. And then we'll ask some questions about how it might grow in this region.
Sure. So I recently have gotten into Bitcoin mining and using renewable resources. I'm going to kind of go with Jimmy's philosophy here and tell a little story. As a kid, I had always hated my little town, and so I left and I wanted to go to the big city and I wanted to try and make a name for myself. And I did. I went out and I went to university and I studied, and then I came back and I realized that my little town needed help. And these smaller regions that are outside, have, lack of income coming in, lack of jobs, and everyone wants to leave and they want to go out, but people still like the small towns. And so we found that there are renewable resources out in these regions where we can come back and build data centers. We can help those people who don't have the financial availability to run away from the cities. We can bring back jobs into these small areas using renewable resources. So providing these data centers, here in Pakistan, everyone is very intelligent. They know how to run computers, smartphones, and other things like that. These data centers can be run by, people in these small towns and give them the prosperity and availability to keep continually living in these small areas.
Where are you from, by the way, since people may not know the geography of very rural farm town USA?
So Pennsylvania, it's the state right below New York. We're very rich in natural gas. And I did notice that there are lots of regions here in Pakistan that have shale gas that's available to them as well. If you're unable to pipe that gas into the production lines, what you can do is you can put a data center on there, and you can also use generators to convert that gas right into power right there. So you don't have to worry about, your renewable resources being stuck. You can tap those resources down where they're at and use those. Here we worry about, the power grid and things being, unable to produce enough power for the grid here. Bitcoin mining and cryptocurrency mining, there's also this thing called curtailment, where what you do is whenever you experience a crisis, you will call the big mining operations and say, hey, stop producing power, stop running your operations, and then what we'll do is then we can push the power back into the grid. You can do that with solar power. You can also do that with wind turbines. That's one of the largest generations of renewable resources that people are starting to look to, which would be a great opportunity here.
All right. So while there is a lot of concern and criticism about the environmental sustainability of Bitcoin blockchain data mining, what we're seeing across the world is a trend in finding ways to use untapped, otherwise unused sources of renewable energy, such as natural gas, hydro, solar power, to power data centers that can actually sustain jobs and economy in rural areas. Final question to Neil right now. How many people live in your hometown in Pennsylvania?
About 752.
752. So you've made it now to Karachi. Let's go to Saeed. Saeed, we heard from yesterday in his capacity as an advisor to one of the leading ministries in the UAE, and we've also had the privilege to do a number of things together. I want to focus today on having you talk to our audience about your role as an entrepreneur and investor in technology businesses. Tell us what kinds of disruptive technologies you're interested in, and if you mind telling us that are already in your investment or business portfolio, and what kinds of disruptive technologies do you think will be most promising for people in Pakistan and the companies here to adopt?
Thank you, Jimmy, and good morning, everyone. Starting as my role as a government, that journey with the government give me a lot of experience to see a lot of opportunity in the market, especially in the disruptive technologies what we had studies in artificial intelligence or blockchain technology, and what we have seen in the reality when we visit, for example, Facebook or Google, or we are also exploring more opportunity to bring it to our country as a solution for the government. That way give me a chance to open a new market for us as an entrepreneur, to see a new opportunity to invest on it. I remember the first time I invested as a disruption technologies as a company was a machine learning company that provide a solution in the healthcare, was in 2015. That was my first investment in the disruption technologies in the healthcare. That was giving me a lot of experience, how it is this as a new technology is doing in the healthcare, how can help the people in the healthcare, as even our colleague Derek mentioned earlier, it is using the machine learning for good. Here's like a small story with this investment, what I did it in the first time in 2015. We bring these technologies especially for the people who are suffering in diabetes. So the people who have the diabetes, like after like 5 or 10 years, their retina in the eye affected. So by the time they losing the chance to see also. So we use the machine learning to early detect of the affected of the retina. So we brought the technologies to the Dubai, the DHA, Dubai Health Authority. We showed them the value of the project. They said we need to proof of the concept. We did the proof of the concept by showing the result. We have a lot of resiliency from the hospital itself because you are taking part of their job. But when we came to have a dialogue with the doctors, that is not taking your job. It is enhancing and make more efficiency in your job. They accepted. But what surprised me actually, when we use the technologies for good, after we prove our concept and prove our value, and they like the project, they said, Saeed, we would like to have a partnership with you. We will take the technology what we have it, but we will not implement it here in Dubai only. We have a program called Noor Dubai. Noor Dubai is the program initiated by the Dubai government to help the African people who have suffering from the eye, who losing their eye, and they are providing them the cure to regain to see again. So they said, rather than to put a lot of investment to cure them, let's deduct it in the earliest state. At least we save the time and save also the money in that area. There where I see the potential where this technology can be participate in for the good, not only as an investment. So we always follow our leadership strategy. Where is the good? Where is the new market? Where is the business? We'll start to invest. Later, we have the blockchain technologies as a disruptive technologies. We have looking as invoicement as one of the opportunity to invest on it and to bring it to other countries to show the value, to show the concept, how the blockchain can create a new market and how create to the banks itself a new stream of their business.
So you are, one of the principals now of InvoiceMate and are supporting it with your time, relationships, and most importantly, your money as an investor. A lot of people in this room, whether they're entrepreneurs or the bigger businesses in the room, want to get partnerships or investment from foreign leaders, especially people from the UAE. Tell them what would best attract your attention.
Actually, the best exercise here, what we always doing in UAE, to look to the best practice as a country. So we have a lot of initiative as a government, like the instant license. What we have, any people who has in all over the world, who have new technologies or have a new solution, or they have the innovative idea, they want to explore it and open a company. And we have the license that support them called Instant. Within 1 hour, no need for office. It is very costly. Like this initiative, we want to repeat it for the other countries, like Pakistan. Today, I want to explore more market in the Pakistan. I want to open more opportunity here in Pakistan to see more solution from the Pakistan. I want the easy way to enter the market, easy way to meet the people, easy way to, I see an incubators. Where is exactly can I fit with the people and build a partnership with them, either to take the solution from them, either I invest in their solution also.
Okay. Give you a round of applause for that. Mohammed, why don't you tell us how you met Saeed and how this business relationship emerged, because I think that's what people really want to understand.
Yeah, this is one thing which people need to realize, that in Arab countries, it's you work with people, not with the projects, and that's what I learned. I was born there, been there for quite some time now, and also for an entrepreneur as well, it's important you work with people, not with investors. So that's the good match between us. We are friends first, know each other for last 3 years, backed each other for different initiatives for 3 years, didn't do any commercial activity for 3 years, and finally it all gets clicked. This is again my message to the upcoming entrepreneurs, especially from the startups. If they were like always going for money, then okay, it's a very short-term approach. If you want to go for a sustainable relationship which will last generations, then okay, go for a relationship first. We traveled almost, I think, every continent, many countries together. Never realized that one day it will become a common journey. So that's how you need to build up relationship without any intention that, okay, tomorrow it will get converted into the commercial experience. No, if it is in your lines, it will come. And we have some common friends. We tried to do some commercial things together, but it didn't work because not in lines till now. Maybe tomorrow, yes. So that's my message to all the entrepreneurs who want to work with the Gulf countries. Don't reach out to them for their money. Reach out to them for value. Value them, they will value you, and at the same time, bring something which will value to the whole world. So just don't eye them for their money. They have huge elements to bring to the world. Just see where are the good fits. So unfortunately, that's why I'm good that you asked this question. I have seen a lot of not just from Pakistan, from other parts of the world, been there for 12 years now. People just eye Arabs, oh, they are cash rich, deep pockets, let's go and get their money. No, please. Change the perspective. They have a lot more to offer. And this is what I'm experiencing. Been blessed having him as our first principal, and inshallah there will be a lot more together. We will be having a long journey. And also I would like to also acknowledge the other partnerships with you, Jimmy, Wazi. There are others as well in the room. Been blessed. So work with people, don't work for the projects and products.
Great advice, great advice. And that's a tip I want to reinforce, because there's an irony to that when we're talking about the technology world, where everything happens really fast and people are in these races. They want to do things fast. Tech companies are built really fast. The real irony is that real business, especially done at the highest levels, is done by taking the time to develop trust and relationships. So really invest that time. And I know it's hard, especially for the entrepreneurs, to hear that, because they just, I've been asked a bunch of times already to help people, and we want to help people, but there's only so many resources and hours in the day. So building that trusted relationship is important. The thing I'll also point out, which Asfar has been great at assembling here, you saw these foreign speakers here from outside of Pakistan. Well, half of us not only know each other, but are friends. I've traveled with half of this crew around the world to many different things, often without any direct business relationship, but we think about it. But we think about it because we have formed some years of relationships, of friendship and trust. So there's an interesting circle there. Okay, Vasilisa, you have worked in various capacities, including with companies and organizations in tech across the world. What advice could you give this audience about how they can attract foreign investment or foreign business partnerships in disruptive technology?
Again, we met, for example, with Mohammed Salman, I know, 5 years ago, more, 5 years ago, more or less. And I think the first thing is be open, that's for sure. You should also go out of your own not comfort zone, your country sometimes. It's very important that you're not seeking for people to come to your house. You first go and visit them, and then you invite them here. I mean, in my personal case, it's my second time in Pakistan. My first time was May last year in Islamabad, which was a lot eye-opening, and I will be very honest. Before,
and it was very hot then.
It was very hot then, yeah. It was a
hot.
heat wave in May, and it was challenging, but it was still very, very interesting experience and amazing people. But again, what I was saying, honestly, I would never before consider coming here. So each of you in this room, you're ambassadors of your country, as I am ambassador of mine. So every time you go out and you speak to people, they will learn from you about your country, about the opportunities which your country provides economically, politically, anything else, with your help. And if they're going to enter as investors, as employers, anything, they will go with you, hand in hand, because they need somebody to guide them in place. It's like, in my case, of course, it's always going to be Mohammed, because without him, I'm lost, right? Now I met more of you. And of course, I hope that you will guide me as well. And we will become friends, we will become partners. But this all comes with the first contact. So sometimes it's like, if the mountain doesn't come to you, right, go to the mountain, and vice versa, and bring it back.
So Neil, let's turn to Neil. So Neil, a lot of people in some countries question, right, the validity of Bitcoin and blockchain mining and just trading in general. And some governments have been sort of gray or are silent about whether it's permitted in a particular country or not. I know with what you've dealt with, which is building out data center sites, you've had to deal with your companies, with governments and regulators, as well as investors, all these service providers. Would you give some advice to the people in the room about what you need as a data center operator, right, and business generator from all of these different parties, whether it's the government, utilities, the service partners, investors, to make a site like this successful no matter where it's located, and particularly here?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you take a look at building out these data centers, the first thing you want to do is you want to figure out where your power is going to come from and how you're going to power this operation. Whether you're going to use solar or whether you're going to use wind power, you're going to need to figure out how much these turbines are going to cost you. Or if you're going to use grid power, you're going to need to negotiate with the power contract for the terms of these. And then from there, you're going to start building out the site facilities. Do you want to have containers that you can order to be shipped in? How quickly do you want these data centers to be built out? Or do you want to build your own facility and have everything done right there in-house? So before you go to investors, you kind of want to take a look and see what your options are going to be, whether you're going to have it done off-grid or whether you're going to have it done on-grid. Because when you go to investors, they're going to want to know basically how much does it cost, how long is it going to take for your return on investment, and other things like that, because it is actually pretty costly to build these data centers out. To build about a 3 megawatt facility, which holds about 900 computing machines in the US, we're averaging about a $5 million cost. So you have to worry about overhead, and everything else like that. Here you're very lucky where you can house many people who are very smart and can quickly mobilize things like getting everything done from A to Z, from completion of building out the site to procuring those items.
Okay, and let's talk a bit about how these data centers can be useful for many things. Right? When you're creating a data center, obviously it can be very profitable for Bitcoin mining because there's an immediate, trading of a digital asset. But as people build these data centers, are you seeing clients and businesses considering use of them for more things in the data space?
Yeah, absolutely. People are still looking for, other opportunities to build with them because they're all energy intensive. And, you look at the digital assets, price like, Derek had mentioned, they go up one day, they're 1,000% up, and next thing you know, they're at zero. So you want to take these data centers and you don't want to have just single, an asset that you put into. So I would suggest that you have multiple assets which you are, mining for there. And there's also things that you can do with them. You can have AI opportunities in there. All of these computers are very specialized, so they're just running, normally day to day. You can also put machine learning in there. So you don't have to just have specifically a data center for cryptocurrencies. You can use them for a wide range of things.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing I wanted to underline, which is while a disruptive technology such as Bitcoin, digital currency, may trigger this growth of mining data centers, people are looking to use them for what you would consider more enterprise level data applications. In fact, Saeed, we're seeing data centers being built in the UAE, right, for Bitcoin and blockchain mining, but also for AI, machine learning usage. Is that right?
Yes, actually there is three areas they are focusing on it in UAE, in Abu Dhabi one, and in Dubai and Ras Al Khaimah to building the mining data center. That's acknowledging from the needs of the implement these technologies to one of them, as Neil's, creating more jobs for it.
More jobs, yeah.
Yeah, and they make useful of the even the energy. Like in Ras Al Khaimah, 80% from there, what they are planning to have the mining data center, the 80% is covered by solar energy, which is helping even the energy to not only as a technology, as a mining technology, even as energy. Even in Abu Dhabi, they are using the water one. I don't know exactly how they're using the technology, but there is technology brought by Chinese people. They are using the energy by water, by the sea. They are dragging the cooling system and that from the deep of the sea.
Yeah, they probably use the water for cooling.
Indeed, again, always how the government looking to this opportunity, it's only to market creation. When they create the market, they looking for themselves as one step ahead to be international leadership. Third, to learn from this experience in the market. When they learn from this experience, they replicate it in their government system. Exactly what happened in the earlier where they start to implement the e-government.
Yes. Yeah. So another interesting point to reinforce there, when Bitcoin mining started, it was always in very cold places because you had to keep the rigs cool, and therefore it cost too much to put them in hot places because the electricity had to be used for air conditioning. So you saw a lot in Russia. I've been to mining summits in Siberia or places like that. But now, you never would have thought years ago the UAE in the middle of the desert would be a site for this, but it's becoming that because of a variety of factors, including the government interest in trying to become one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, and that required them to not do this just for making the money. It was to train a whole new population of professionals in what will be a data center infrastructure for the future. So it's something to think about even here, even if people aren't directly interested in Bitcoin mining. All right, with our remaining time, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to share a thought that they've learned from watching the last day and a half here of what advice they would give to the businesses, entrepreneurs, and government leaders of Pakistan to help prepare the country better for disruption and, most importantly, hopefully do business with any of you or the people you know around the world. Let's start with Neil.
Well, for me, I'd like to say that, for mining and cryptocurrencies, there needs to be regulation with the governments. I'd like to see, opportunities come out and, people start speaking out more about it and how they're going to cover it. Do we want to have it listed as a currency? Do we want to have it as a commodity? And I think that would be a really good opportunity to allow to spur growth here in the region, because people will not, use cryptocurrencies if you think I'm going to send it to someone and you can get scammed out of it. You're going to want to have consumer protections in order for, mass adoption. I think that's one really important thing we can talk about.
Regulation clarity, very important for any new technology field. Vasilisa.
Well, I would just want to say that, thanks a lot to everybody. It was a very hospitable event and experience for me personally. I really, really enjoyed being here, talking to you. And yesterday we had amazing experience of Kuali. And I believe that we are, one of the famous saying is, we are as strong as we are united, and we are as weak as we are divided. So let's be united. Let's work together, hand in hand. Let's build a better future for the new generations. We can only do it together. So I really, really looking forward to work with each and every one of you.
Okay, Saeed.
Actually, I attended last month event in Lahore, and most of the audience was from the youth. And I'm attending this event. I'm seeing mixing between the youth and the business leader. What giving me an idea, there is a big willingness from the youth and from the business people who's looking for these technologies to be implemented and bring to new markets for them. As you mentioned, Jimmy, I think now we need a little support from the government in the regulation side, in the incubator side, in the acceleration program side. Any program can support both parties to be worldwide spread. That will be a big help for them.
Okay, and Mohammed.
We need more us first, because definitely this has been amazing.
I'm going to make avatars of him in the metaverse.
Yes, indeed, indeed we need that. Honestly, it's coming right from the heart, because Pakistan need now exposure from outside and also at the same time from people going outside as well. So amazing effort, being blessed again, having this opportunity, bringing some speakers with me. At the same time, how he treated, that's how other organizers have to learn as well. He was not treating the international speakers as speakers. He was treating them as a guest. And now most of them are becoming the ambassadors of Pakistan. That's why I'm saying we need more as first if it comes to what Pakistan needs now.
I know, I can't wait to make my Asfartar. Wait for it soon. All right, so let's thank our panelists. And if I could sum up, make it easy, right, to access and work with people like Saeed, whether it's through incubator, accelerator programs, things like this, reducing friction from a business, tax, structural perspective for doing investment, forming relationships that are based on trust, not asking for the business or money right away, even though, because everybody knows. Everybody knows that's what you ultimately want. It's okay, but form a good relationship for long term. Finding opportunities to use untapped resources, even in areas you don't think would merit business, that can create job opportunities as being done in Neil's hometown of rural Pennsylvania. And then finally, thinking about what you're doing will leave a legacy that would be useful for a next generation that will see what we see as disruptive as absolutely normal. Hopefully, with those thoughts in mind, we will really advance the preparation for disruption here in Pakistan. Thanks to all the panelists, and we'll be seeing you the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, all our worthy speakers. Thank you, Jimmy. Please, we still have to give you the souvenirs. Yes, thank you. So to present the souvenirs, I would request Mr. Mohammed Abdul Razik to please come on the stage. From Nutshell, I'll also request Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman to please join us. All right, so Vasilisa, I'll request you to please get your souvenir first. Mr. Neil Ford. Mr. Saeed Mohammed Al-Hibsi. Muhammad Salman Anjum. And Jimmy, I think you've earned the second book as well. So you get a double dose of Pakistan. So we also have to present a souvenir to Mr. Muhammad Abdul Razik. To present the souvenir to him, I'd request Mr. Abdul Aziz Khan to please join us on the stage. Most of you know him. He's a telecom veteran. He was formerly the CEO of 2 telecom companies. First, he was the CEO of Varid, and then he was CEO and board member of Ufone. Currently, he is CEO of E.co. So, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Razik, please receive your souvenir. And now, let's have a group photo. Asfar, I'll request you to please also join the group photo. So ladies and gentlemen, we're running a little behind time. So my request is to please only take a 15-minute tea break and then be back in 15 minutes so that we can catch up on time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could request everybody to please come back to the hall. We should be rolling out our next session shortly. Please bring your cup of tea, your snacks along. In the interest of time, we would like to start as soon as possible. Can we please have the lights switched on? Can we please have the lights switched on? Whoever is maintaining the light board, could you kindly switch the chandeliers back on, please? भैया ये शैंडलेर्स को वापस खोल दीजिए, डिमर से किसी ने बिल्कुल डिम कर दिए हैं, इनको सही कर दें। जो भी लाइट स्विच पे मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, ज़रा जल्दी कर दें तो मेहरबानी होगी। RK, can I please request you to follow this up? We need the lights. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have you back in the hall, please. Feel free to bring your tea and snacks along. We have very interesting sessions coming up. ये लाइट्स को प्लीज सही करवा दीजिए। Can I please request everyone to take their seats? Finding the bright spots. That's the title of this upcoming session. I'm going to list a few terms that have been frequently used in various sessions yesterday and since morning. AgriTech, food security, Pakistan, an agri economy with a question mark, nourishment, sustenance, climate crisis. How are these words interlinked, or are they? That's the question we are going to probe and deep dive into while listening to our next eminent guest, Mr. Farooq Amin, Chief Executive Officer, Unity Foods Limited. If we could have you on stage, Farooq. A nice, healthy applause. We've just had tea and snacks. Welcoming Mr. Farooq to our summit. Mr. Farooq Amin, founder and CEO of Unity Foods, is committed to agri strength of Pakistan. For him, enrichment of grain and wholesomeness of food is the key to healthy business strategies. With a vast experience in FMCG, national and international both, processing and trading of food products and agro-commodities, animal feeds, mergers and acquisitions, etc., Farooq is all set to change the game in the industry by realigning his products line with the digitized 21st century vision. A Taqatwar Pakistan through nutrition and accessibility to quality staples and food products is the inherent mission statement of his organization. Over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to have been invited by Nutshell, and I would like to thank Mr. Asfar for organizing such an enlightening event. It's a very pleasure to be here today to talk to a topic which is very close to my heart, that is food security in Pakistan and prepare for its disruption. At Unity Foods, our vision is to, now it's better, yeah. At Unity Foods, our vision is to be a reliable and sustainable supplier to the nation's food security system by developing and implementing an efficient farm-to-fork supply chain across Pakistan. Our mission is to improve and enhance food security, and later I'll explain how at Unity we are trying to improve and assist farmers. As they say, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. It can be applied to addressing food insecurity in Pakistan by leveraging digitalization to prepare for potential disruptions. Pakistan is the 5th most populous country in the world with a population of above 200 million. It is ranked 8th globally in terms of food insecurity, with approximately 40% of the population is food insecure. This means around 80 million people in Pakistan do not have access to food, and if they do, it's not adequate in quantity or quality. High inflation, rising unemployment, higher population growth rate, lower crop yields, and then the climate change disasters such as recent floods have further aggravated the situation and make Pakistan more food insecure. To ensure food security for its citizens, Pakistan must be prepared for any potential disruptions that may arise in the supply chain of its food. As the population continues to grow, employment opportunities remain limited due to the underperformance of our industries. This has contributed to a rise in food insecurity as we are increasingly relying on food imports to meet our basic needs, whereas previously we used to be self-sufficient. A few years back, Pakistan used to be exporter of wheat and cotton. Nowadays, we are using our precious foreign reserves to bring in wheat and to bring in cotton. We bring in cotton to meet the local demands of the domestic textile industry, and we bring in now wheat to feed the nation. If we continue to operate in the same way, Pakistan will be spending most of our foreign exchange reserves to pay for the agro-commodities that are necessary to feed the nation, which should be utilized more to bring in capital goods rather than food commodities. Pakistan ranks as the world's 5th largest wheat producing country. Despite being the 5th largest wheat producing country, with Pakistan having a population of 200 million, Pakistan is the world's largest consumer of wheat. Our per capita consumption of wheat and flour is 124 kilos per annum, which is very large. This means that we need to ensure a robust and sustainable supply chain system for wheat production, which is very critical for Pakistan's food security, and the livelihoods of millions of farmers are relying on wheat cultivation. Despite that we are being the largest producer of wheat, our per hectare yield of wheat crop is only 2.9 metric tons, which is far much lower than the global average of 4 metric tons per hectare. This means there's a large room for increase in the crop yield. If we increase the crop yield by 20%, which is very achievable, this means that we can increase the production of wheat by 5.5 million tons. The crop now is 26 million tons. If we increase by 20%, we can reduce the pressure on our foreign reserves by substituting the import of wheat with the local crop, and we can build the depleted reserves, safety stocks, and we can also export the surplus of wheat to bring in more foreign reserves. Similar is the situation with the edible oil seeds. At the moment, Pakistan imports around 3 million tons of canola and soya beans, in which we burn around $2 billion of our foreign reserves to just bring in oilseed crops. And then we import 3 million tons of palm oil, where we burn around $3 billion of our foreign reserves. This means the total burning is around $5 billion to feed the nation with edible oil. Pakistan's rapeseed crop local at the moment is 500,000 tons, whereas if we compare with India, the crop is approx 9 million tons. We are far below what Canada, Australia, Ukraine are producing. Our per hectare yield of rapeseed is 1.2 metric tons per hectare, which is far below the global average of 2 metric tons per hectare. If we increase the crop size of rapeseeds, definitely we can reduce the pressure on our foreign reserves, and we can export some of the excess meals to Far Eastern countries, and we can also develop our livestock industry and develop the poultry industry. What needs to be done? Can only equipping the farmers alone will help? I strongly believe that the private sector should invest in digital transformation and give farmers and producers tools and motivation to grow. I believe to achieve food security and be a sustainable supplier to the nation's food security system, like what we are doing at Unity, we should be investing a lot in digitalizing the agricultural sector. We at Unity are the buyers and consumers of food raw materials such as wheat and rice for our flour and rice mills. We have set up tools to enable farmers to get the best price for their crops and have the motivation to grow more. We at Unity Foods have invested substantially in digital transformation, and we are devising tools to connect farmers to our procurement centers by way of digital apps, where we shall be enabling farmers to sell their crops, rice and wheat, basis spot and future prices, and basis future and spot deliveries. We are also trying to reduce and eliminate the role of aarti and middlemen by way of digital transformation. The farmers by way of phones will be updated on the current and actual market prices, and will have the tool to sell their product, crop, rice, wheat, and receive money by way of digital banking in their defined bank accounts. This can only be achieved by way of digital transformation. I believe that digital technology can optimize the key supply chain, increase yields and crop sizes, streamline business processes, promote traceability, and provide access to finance to farmers. In Pakistan, digital adoption in the agri sector is very limited due to the infrastructure, knowledge, affordability, and limited access to smartphones. Enhancing access to digital technology for farmers can definitely revolutionize Pakistan's economy. I believe that digital tools can facilitate the distribution of information regarding modern agricultural practices, weather alerts, crop advisories, pest diagnosis, and market prices, enabling small-scale farmers to have access to online marketplaces like what we are developing at Unity to sell their crops and produce and get the right price and connect them with the large-scale agricultural suppliers of fertilizers and seeds. In the end, I would say that we large corporations in the agricultural sector should feel responsible and invest in the digitalization and digital transformation of the agricultural sector. This is the way we can only enhance food security in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Farooq. This is so great to hear about Pakistan's agri potential and all that can be done. And I'm so glad to note that there's a lot of work being done. And with people like Farooq at the helm of the affairs, we look forward to many successes in future. We are now ready for our next dialogue panel. We have some very interesting panelists joining us. I will be announcing their names and profiles and would request them to please join us on stage. Najee bin Haseen, did I get it right? Perfect. Ben Haseen joined the World Bank Group in Washington, D.C., 2001. He was working with Equitable Growth, Finance and Institutions, Regional Director for the Middle East and North African region. Following his time as the Director for the Finance, Competitiveness and Innovation Global Practice, where he was responsible for the MENA regional team of the FCI practice, as well as its global teams in charge of the firm's entrepreneurship and innovation and markets and technology agendas. Mr. Ben Haseen is the co-author of the 2009 World Bank flagship publication on the private sector in the MENA region, From Privilege to Competition: Unlocking Private-Led Growth in the Middle East and North Africa. Our second panelist, Maroof A. Syed, President and CEO, CERP, and Fellow Julius Rabinowitz, Center for Public Policy and Finance, Princeton University. President and CEO, Center for Economic Research in Pakistan. He has over 25 years of entrepreneurship, investment, and leadership experience in multiple sectors. He combines academic work in public policy, economics, and engineering with extensive experience in leading organizations and building institutions. Maroof's areas of interest include evidence-based governance, data analytics and decision sciences, political economy, adaptive leadership, and the role of innovation and technology in economic development. A third honorable panelist, Dr. Amjad Waheed, Chief Executive Officer, NBP Funds. Throughout his distinguished career, Dr. Amjad has held senior management positions in renowned organizations. He has been on the boards of various companies, including Bank Islamic Pakistan, Siemens Pakistan Engineering Co. Limited, Nishat Mills Limited, Askari Bank Limited, Fauji Fertilizer Company Limited, Pakistan Tobacco Company, and others. Next, Ali Khizr, Head of Research, a business recorder, a senior analyst and economic commentator. He pioneered the Economic and Business Research Department at Business Recorder, country's leading financial news daily, in 2009. He manages a team of 8 analysts operating from Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. BR Research aims to write analytical commentaries on local and global corporate and economic affairs. And last but not the least, our very celebrated moderator for this session, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, Chairperson, Pakistan Stock Exchange, SSGC, and Karandaz. I will need a separate session to actually brief you on the achievements of this very, very respected and precious lady. Dr. Akhtar, an economist, has had broad-based development experience and held a range of senior positions at national and multilateral organizations. She has a doctorate and postdoctorate in economics from Harvard University. She served as the caretaker finance minister of Pakistan and as the governor State Bank of Pakistan, as the Under-Secretary General of the Economic and Social Commission of the Asia and Pacific, and the UN Secretary General Senior Special Advisor in Economics and Finance. She oversaw the development and implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development, Finance and Climate Agenda. For 5 years, she was UN Secretary General's Sherpa for Development in the Finance and Central Bank tracks. Dr. Akhtar served as the Vice President, Middle East and North Africa, MENA, at the World Bank and Director General of Asian Development Bank. She also served as the Special Senior Advisor to the President of Asian Development Bank. Presently, she is a member of PREEM Economic Advisory Council. She is also the chairperson of several boards, including those of Pakistan Stock Exchange Limited, the Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance, Karandaz, and the SUI Southern Gas Company Limited. She is an independent director on the board of Engro Fertilizers Limited and a member of advisory board of Sustainable Finance Centre, SOAS, in the UK. She remains engaged in global and national policy dialogues and is the global advisor for the Belt and Road Initiative and policy Sherpa for Bao Asia Forum and advisor to the Shanghai Forum. Welcome to our dialogue panel, and we look forward to some very interesting discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everybody for being here. I know this is an afternoon session. It is indeed my pleasure and privilege to chair this special session of the Future Summit organization, organized by Nutshell and its sponsors. Afsar just does it all the time, and he's done it again. I have to say this is going to be very different from the topic of the theme of this. The only thing that would be common between this platform and our speakers will be the way forward and focus on solutions. As you all know, Pakistan is not new to economic crisis. They surface more acutely in the process and in midst of the political transition. And it's a loaded statement, and I'm sure you can interpret why it happens. What is different this time? While the epicenter of the crisis is external vulnerabilities, the context, breadth, and depth of domestic crisis and its various dimensions is phenomenal. The level of FX reserves and its fall in 2022 is worrisome. Inflation is at historic highs. The productive sectors have been jolted by shocks resulting in layoffs. Economic and social gains have rolled back, and PSX market capitalization is at its lowest. Policy reversals and unpredictability compounds policy uncertainty and have eroded the confidence. So what happened? Before we get into the questions with our colleagues here, unprecedented monetary stimulus to avert pandemic-induced economic contraction. The objective was revival of growth in 2021. It indeed happened, but look at the cost of that later on because of the massive refinancing put in the wrong pockets. 2, growth has faltered thereafter in the wake of frequent political and economic disruptions. There has been a persistent neglect over the years and decades of productivity and competitiveness. Age-old structural distortions are pervasive across sectors that need immediate surgery. Pakistan's climate vulnerabilities are now haunting us, and they have manifested themselves in 2022 devastating floods. I can tell you within Sindh province, people are still sitting outside by the side of the floods. To date, no sustainable housing has come forward despite all the calls for the aid. There has been growing debt burden, both domestic and external, with reserves depleting. And I'm not going to give you figures because they are all over the place. And this is largely because of policy reversals and uncertainty, and FX payments have exceeded our FX earning capacity for some time. So challenges abound, but let's count on our distinguished panel to go beyond the diagnostics, which I have kept very brief to set the scene, to focus on progressive and sustainable development and finance solutions. Crisis prevention, its risk management, and its risk mitigation ought to be our top priority, and that's what our panelists will focus on. We need to build fiscal and reserve buffers backed by a well thought out, in my view, debt profiling or restructuring, which some people think is not the right way to go, but it is indeed the right way to go. And we have to stop playing the musical chair of passing the parcel of new borrowings to settle due repayments and claiming a debt to be sustainable. And I do hope that our partners in development would recognize the unsustainability of the debt and developments of the balance of payment. The questions framed to our panelists are within these broad contours. So our panelists have been introduced, but Najee, who is the World Bank's country director for Pakistan, has been very kind to accept my invitation. Before he served anything else, he and I worked in the MENA region together, very fond memories with him. And I have to tell you that Morocco is one place where he was the senior economist, and I obviously was vice president of Middle East and North Africa, which you just heard. And there was a fascinating program of human capital. And of course, we worked together jointly on MENA development strategy, which was post-Arab Spring. So I have few questions from him, hoping that at some time we will also have Pakistan Spring, and we will be celebrating together like we did the Arab Spring together. So my first question is, can you offer some perspectives on how things change post-Arab Spring for North Africa, where everybody thought all hell had broken? As we witness the fast tracking now of the industrial and export diversification that has given a lead to Morocco as a hub, and it's even exporting automobile from there. And let me pose the second question, that you have just released a country economic memorandum. I used to author them when I was at the office, your office there, almost for a decade. So I recognize the value proposition of the policy advice that used to be packaged in these country economic memorandums. So we value your offering recommendations on how to navigate out of human capital crisis, low domestic resource mobilization, trap, external vulnerabilities, which I just talked about, and particularly your thought process on how can we improve productivity, export-based expansions, which are critical for the reserve build-up. And this theme will cut across all our panelists with special focus on certain items so that we cover the entire gamut of the issues that I have laid out. Okay, so over to you, Najee, to lead the dialogue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shamshad. Salam alaikum. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. Very well organized. I'd like to thank the organizers. So I'll say a few words about Morocco. More broadly, the Arab Spring and the 2011, I mean, there's many lessons on them. But one of them, unfortunately, and that doesn't apply to Morocco, is that the countries that had rents of all sorts before the Arab Spring, be it oil rents, be it geopolitical rents, the incentives to reform did not change. And that's something to keep in mind. Rents, be they oil rents or other, or geopolitical rents, when they're there and when there's it can sustain a poor equilibrium in terms of policy. I want to say this at the outset in general across the Middle East and North Africa region, because we don't have that many examples of sustained growth acceleration. Interestingly, for Morocco, the Arab Spring made no difference, because Morocco, and there's a few lessons from Morocco, started its diversification in exports before this, the Arab Spring, actually in the early 2000s. Younger generation of leaders, longer generation of bureaucrats, new blood in the bureaucracy, in the high-level bureaucracy, basically, and the realization that they cannot go on with structural twin deficits, which is a topic that Pakistan is very familiar with. There was pressure from the youth, urbanizing youth, high unemployment, and systemic fiscal deficit and current account deficits. And there was this moment of realization that they needed to do something about it. And it's interesting because in many countries around the world where we've observed sustained growth accelerations and moments where countries realize they need to reform, it's often driven by triggered by a crisis, often a macro crisis, or some kind of change. And this is what happened in Morocco. So I work in development, and I also have shared memories of working with you, Dr. Shamshad. But when you work in development, you have to be optimistic. And when I see the macroeconomic difficulties that Pakistan face, as many other countries have faced before, and I realize that these type of crises, not always, but sometimes in the history of nations were turning points, it makes me optimistic. That's for the easy part. Now, I'll come to your question that's Pakistan specific, but on Morocco, I'd like to say a few words, because indeed, they have been able to diversify their exports. But to start with, they had the basics right. They had macroeconomic stability, they had trade openness, and an anchor to this openness to trade and foreign investment, which was this agreement with the EU. And that was a very strong anchor. Morocco is a few kilometers away from Spain, and that anchor with the EU was ensured that they had an external anchor to make sure their trade regime was open, which is not the case for Pakistan, and that was a prerequisite. At the same time, there was huge pressure. China had joined WTO, so traditional exports of Morocco, textile, a bit of garments, were under threat. So there was economic threats coming from outside, and huge pressure from the population, as I said, because of high unemployment. So that's the starting point.
And Naji, if I may just add one thing which you may recall, which was very path-breaking in Morocco, was the negotiation around the concentrated solar power, where IFC and IBRD both invested together. And this is Tunisia also involved in it, where there was, long time back, this discussion of trading renewable energy to Europe.
So what they absolutely, and in fact what they did is to think through sectoral strategies, some of them in solar, automobile, aeronautics, electronics. And thinking back, some people, there's a lot of doubts because these industrial strategies have failed in many countries. But when you look at what Morocco did, there was not much subsidies in these. They were all anchored in export targets. They were all anchored in no regret strategic infrastructure investments, like the port of Tangiers in the north next to Spain. They were all anchored in continuity in the teams that thought through these visions and these sectoral strategies. Very few subsidies, no power subsidies, no blanket subsidies, no protection, targets on exports. These sound familiar. Targets on exports sounds like East Asia. So I don't think Morocco reinvented the wheel. So let me stop here. I think these few lessons, sectoral visions, no blanket subsidies, pragmatism, export targets, no regrets infrastructure investments, in parallel investments in education and health, they had a lot to catch up on, and continuity in policies. Governments changed since they started in the early 2000s, and they changed quite a bit, but no one re-questioned the sectoral strategy that was started, because these things don't happen overnight. So the automobile strategy of Morocco today has adjusted. It's about the same as the draft I had read in 2008. And this continuity was critical. Did that solve everything? No. It had impact on exports, impact on diversification. Employment and growth did not pick up so much. So, I don't want to paint a too rosy picture of Morocco because it still have challenges, and the authorities are, of course, aware of that. Let me stop here on Morocco. Do you want me to come on Pakistan now, or maybe we should move across? As you want.
We can come back to it.
Very good.
So that we have a diversity of thought process. I will, in any case, state all the questions to each of the panelists, but give time to Maruf to address whatever he can. And then if you want to join, but let me go one round with each panelist first. Okay? So, Maruf Saab, it's a real pleasure to get to know you through this platform, and we've had some very good discussion over the last 2 days to frame what we could cover in sync with the issues that Pakistan faces. From being a self-sufficient country in food, Pakistan has now for years been relying on importing agriculture products. In this context, agriculture productivity, given our growing population, is critical for the way forward. What technologies and intervention can yield immediate dividends? And I'm speaking in forward-looking context.
Thank you. First of all, great conference. Thank you, Asfar, for inviting. And really excited in terms of the conversations I've had already. Shah Saiba, I think I'm really glad that you started with a truth serum, right? Because sometimes in our optimism and exuberance of the future, we forget that whatever future we build, it should be tied to the problems that we have. And so identifying those problems is super critical. And so when we talk about agri productivity, of course, everybody knows that it's agri sector is 19% of GDP, it's 40% of the labor force, but the fact is that it has stagnated for a long time. And you mentioned on the fact that food insecurity. Farooq Amin Saab also mentioned that if we increase our yields, it can have lots of really good dividends. Now the fact is that how do you do that, right? And how do you increase domestic productivity? Because we know growth is very much tied to domestic productivity gains. So let me sort of break it down into 3 layers. One is the interventions that are possible, the technologies that are leverageable, but also, and of course the results, right? Because we want to measure things. But the third critical piece is the process. Because a lot of times we can lead with solutions and it can quickly become sort of peddling a solution, which is not tied to the problem that you're trying to solve. So the process is going to be really important. And I'm going to illustrate this with an example. So at SERP, and this would be a good example because this actually involved academic institutions, it involved us, SERP, but also a private sector player. since we have so many private sector represented here. So this project that we did was with HBL, so Habib Bank, SERP, Princeton University, and Yale University did this together. And we looked at what are the main problems that afflict us in terms of agri productivity. So of course, the production inefficiencies, inadequate access to markets, and lack of financing. These are like three very critical pieces to the problem. And we devised an intervention that leveraged technology, but it was centered around this problem. So of course, it started with connecting farmers to markets or to high quality inputs or mechanized services. It involved connecting farmers to downstream markets. It also involved providing financing and taking out some of the extractive players in the process, right? And basically providing advisory services to these farmers, but also constantly measuring, right? So having a baseline, what is the state of the world, and then moving forward in terms of, so let me state some results. It yielded 22% increase in maize crop yield. So it started with maize crop in Okada. We're talking about 3,200 acres. And we're talking about a 22% increase in yield. Not only that, it increased 28% top line for these HBL farmers, I'm going to call them. And then, it also resulted in sort of a 22% decrease in price that the HBL clients were paying to these farmers. But interestingly, in terms of their income, earned 117% more income of these particular farmers compared to an average farmer in Punjab, right? But it had also ancillary benefits. It had ancillary benefits like financial inclusion. It increased use of debit card from 52% to 75% on average. And then on monthly basis, it went from 9% to 21%. Now what I'm saying is, now I'll come to the process because the process is really important. We're measuring all these things, right? So how are we doing this? A lot of interesting data that we're doing digital survey. We're also looking at HBL's admin data, but we also leveraged and we pioneered satellite imagery at this scale in Pakistan. So we looked at real-time, soil data, real-time crop yield data, and merged it to analyze what's going on. How can we increase yield from a lot to lot, acre to acre basis? Not just saying that we'll, digitize this path, but of course that matters, but also what are the clear interventions that solve real problems and create that yield at a system level.
So Maruf, while I have you still, let me ask you a related question from the agriculture sector. How does land tax, which I'm disappointed is not a part of this mini budget, address perverse incentives in the system? How does it divert capital investments from unproductive asset class, such as real estate, into productive assets? So how do we go about it?
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned it because, we've been talking about it and the mini budget is out and we seem to always have sacred cows in Pakistan, right? We don't want to touch the real hard stuff sometimes. And I think as we think about the future, as we build it, we have to go for the hard stuff. Without it, there is no pathway to development. We have to take things by the horns, if you will. And land tax is a very, very important topic, right? And several economists have talked about it. But let me sort of say that, Naji talked about rent, and we have a lot of perverse incentives in the country, right? I mean, I'll mix land and agri, but we have the 5th largest cultivated land in the world on sugarcane. And we provide subsidy, right? We all understand the political economy around it, but let's not talk about that right now. it's really important to understand that what do those subsidies create? They create perverse incentives, right, sometimes. And especially subsidies that go into perpetuity. वो कभी ख़त्म ही नहीं होंगे, right? So land tax is very, very fundamental. So nations rise because productivity improves in a country, right? So if we want to rise, we have to really think about our priorities. Not for the IMF or some other multilateral to come, squeeze our arms or twist our arms and say, yaar, aapne ye karna hai. No, we have to own it. We have to understand what are our priorities and why. So land tax is a very, very fundamental thing, because what does it do? You have resources and money and it flows into real estate. Now, real estate accumulation is a very unproductive use of your money. It's not creating factories, it's not creating auto industry, it's not creating any tech industry for that matter. We talked a lot about digital future here. So I think by putting a tax on land, you're not just raising revenue, which is of course good for the government, but it's also sending a signal to the market that, look, you have to invest in other things. Of course, money wants to make money, right? Capital wants to grow, but it chooses the pathway of making money. So in that terms, you are basically incentivizing, that instead of putting money into real estate, of course I'll put some because I'm diversifying, but instead of putting all my capital in real estate and have an unproductive asset, I'd rather invest in a tech company, or I may invest in a factory or some business and create some productivity gains out of it. So putting that land tax is in our interest. Now, a lot of times this conversation revolves around कि ये बहुत मुश्किल है ये करना, elite, मानेगी नहीं, and sorry, I'm switching between Urdu and English, but I think it's important to understand that this is not, okay, Naji made a point that it's not that Pakistan is unique, that all these development issues that we have, nobody has seen before, right? There are actually models around elite bargaining. So how do you bargain with the elite? Of course, when elite will still make disproportionate benefit out of this change, but it will be a little more equitable. It will actually channel our capital and resources into productive means. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let me now turn to Amjad Waheed Saab. I think you have talked a lot about national security to be expanded to include economic security, to include food security, energy security, water security, and so forth. I think what would be useful is some reflections on how do you go about doing it. Of course, we have some institutional mechanisms where, we have our National Security Council working with the civil governments. But I haven't seen that working in a much more effective manner. So any ideas you have on that? But also, if I could loop into that, how do we improve the public sector efficiencies in Pakistan, inefficiencies, or efficiencies? There is so much of wasteful expenditure that goes on. There are issues of federal, provincial, which are kind of almost not functioning effectively, land tax being an example, that it is a national important subject, but hence, because it's provincial, we cannot touch it. And also, how do we go about reforming the state-owned enterprise sector, which is a white elephant? I mean, I deal with one of them, and I saw Musaddiq Saab coming in, so hopefully his and my partnership can change that. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamshad, and I hope you're giving me a couple of hours to respond, because what you asked is quite broad. So,
and you have exactly 8 minutes.
So basically, in today's world, national security is a lot more than military security. We need to first of all understand this. And it comprises food security, energy security, climate security, human security. And there are components of human security like education, basic health care, clean drinking water. These are, a basic access to justice system. So these are all elements of human security. So if we look at our own history, I think we have defined national security in a very narrow manner, which basically is military security. And most of the basically funding and efforts have gone towards military security. To some extent, the other areas of security have been ignored. And for example, education. If we see, out of 50 million children, 24 million children are not going to school at all. And even those who are going to government schools, about 15 million, studies have shown that even a 5th grader cannot write a sentence in Urdu. So only 1 out of 4 children or 1 out of 5 children who are going to private schools are getting some decent level of education. So there's something, what is called expected years of schooling. And the World Bank looks at it, and in Pakistan, the expected years of schooling is 9 years. So out of 149 countries in the world, with GDP of over 10 billion and population of over 1 million, Pakistan is ranked 145th out of 149 countries in expected years of schooling, okay, which is only 9 years. Which are the 4 countries that are below us? Sudan, Mali, Chad, and Niger. So these are the 4 countries that are below us. So even when we talk about the future, because we are not talking about the present literacy level, we are talking about the expected years of schooling, we are 145th in the world. If we look at, the issues are both in terms of how much we have invested in education as a percentage of GDP, and also how effectively we have used that money. These are both, it's an issue of governance, how effectively we are using it, and again, for example, India has spent 2.9% of GDP per year on education. We have spent 1.9%. So had we spent 2.9% like India, we would have spent another $44 billion in education over the last 22 years. Imagine the impact if we had spent another $45 billion over the last 22 years on education to come in line with India. Healthcare, we spend only in the last 22 years, we have spent only 0.7% of GDP on healthcare. India has spent twice as much, 1.3% of GDP. Bangladesh has spent about 4 times that much, about 2.5% of GDP each year for the last 22 years. So in absolute terms, basically in healthcare, India has spent as a percentage of GDP $25 billion more than us, and Bangladesh has spent $78 billion more than us in today's dollar terms. Agriculture. We have only spent 0.14% of GDP on agriculture every year on average over the last 22 years. 0.14%. India has spent India has spent 1.5%. We have spent 0.14%. India spent 1.5% of GDP. So India spent 10 times more on agriculture versus what Pakistan government has spent. And if we talk about Bangladesh, they have spent 7 times more than us on agriculture. So basically the basic agriculture infrastructure where the government needs to come in terms of technology, farm to market roads, providing financing to agriculturists, simply, technology use, so on, we have been lagging behind. And imagine if we had spent another $30–40 billion on agriculture to be on par with India and Bangladesh over the last 22 years, there would have been an agriculture revolution today. So again, population planning, India and Bangladesh have grown at 1.8% per year. We have grown at 2.6% per year. So had we grown at the same rate as India and Bangladesh over the last 50 years, our population would be, instead of 22 crores, it would be 15 crores. 7 crore less people to feed, to educate, to provide housing, to provide jobs. Again, I repeat, if we had spent, our population had grown at the same rate as India and Bangladesh, our population would have been 15 crore rather than 22 crore. So again, an issue where we have not done much. So just to summarize, basically, you know, when you want your economy to grow, there are some inputs. Investment in education is the biggest input. Okay, so for example, if there is a driver or a guard who's earning 35,000, if his son is also going to earn 35,000, he's not going to demand any more goods and services within his salary. What is economy? It's the value of goods and services that you produce in a country. So if people cannot afford, you know, those goods and services, the economy is not going to grow. So, so basically, if a guard who's earning 35,000, if his son or daughter becomes a professional and starts earning 100,000, 150,000, he will be buying a motorbike, a TV, you know, a refrigerator. That's where your economy grows. That's where the demand for the products and services come. This is exactly what's happening in India and Bangladesh. In Pakistan, only 1 out of 8 children are going to a university or degree college. In India, 1 out of 3 children are going to university or degree college. In Bangladesh, 1 out of 4 children are going to a university. So these people have invested. You know, if you go back 50 years, when China, India, Bangladesh, Vietnam started investing in education and healthcare and clean drinking water and flood protection, their situation was not very good. The per capita income was lower, much lower than, you know, obviously us.
Amjad sir,
But
I
they
need
did
to
sacrifice.
move back,
Am I out?
if you don't mind.
Okay, so
Because of the time constraints.
Yeah, sure.
So let me go back to Najee. You've talked about the human capital dimension. From the work of the country economic memorandum and also your perspective on Morocco, we had King's Human Capital Initiative, which was a talk of internationally at that time. So if you could reflect a little bit on the human capital crisis, but also 2 other, very briefly. One is the domestic resource mobilization. We are caught in this trap, and there's been a lot of thought at the World Bank on raising own revenues, which is critical for sustainable development, and external vulnerabilities, which is the most immediate crisis we face. And within that context, productivity and export-based expansion, because we do need to move towards reserve build-up. Over to you.
Thank you, and I'll try to be quick, but the numbers you cited are tell it all. In my view, we've been speaking a lot about crisis, the reserves, the real crisis of Pakistan is the human capital crisis. I mean, these numbers are shocking, and just want to add 1 or 2. 40% of children under 5 are stunted. There's 20 million children that are under 15 that are out of school. So there's about 60 million children in Pakistan that are school age. A third of them are out of school. I won't expand on the numbers, but when you hear these numbers, we can speak about short-term growth. You don't get long-term growth with these levels of human capital. You do not forget about 7%, 8%, 10%, 9%. You don't get long-term growth with these numbers. And I'll come to the revenues, because there's a number of myths. Everybody can say that, and we have these numbers, everybody agrees on these numbers, although they rarely make the headlines. I read the newspapers every day. It's always about, yes, rightly, about the reserves, the rupee, the deficit, etc. I've been here 2.5 years. I've never seen a headline of the English newspapers that I read, so maybe a small share. that speaks about the human capital crisis, or that cites the 40% stunting number. This is just a nudge to our friend from Business Recorder, because I want some debates in the panel. But there's a bit of a myth. I'm hearing a lot, oh, but we spent so much on education and we don't see the results. This is not true. I mean, the numbers you just cited. Pakistan is not, it's still a question of spending. And even if some can say, yes, but spending is inefficient and quality is not improving, that doesn't solve it. Pakistan is still not spending enough on education, on health, and on these topics. So I hear you. But for this, you need revenues. And yes, do I have something new to say on revenues generation? Does our country economic memorandum have anything new to say? Honestly, not much. What needs to be done is known. Everybody says it. And the share of tax to GDP hasn't changed in 25 years. But I want to underline one point, at least, is to insist on the land tax, on property taxation, especially in cities. I mean, infrastructure in cities like Karachi, when you look at the wealth concentration, let's just take real estate of this city, that increasing property taxes on transactions, on the market value of the land, is a huge potential for a city like Karachi to solve its infrastructure issues. But it applies to all cities of the country. So I want to insist on this. This is a big one. The potential to increase land taxation and increase revenues at the local level, at local government level, is huge. There can be explanation of why it is not done. But that's a major one, and it has double benefits, not only the revenues, but to address the incentives issue. And that's my last point on the exports and the dynamism. The country economic memorandum we launched last week, so it's online, mentions a number of things in terms of distortions that limit exports. One is the protection. I've already mentioned it. The tariff and non-tariff protection in many sectors of Pakistan has increased over the past 15 years, when it has decreased everywhere else. And it's not about being ideological. It is one of the countries that is most protected and that protects the domestic market. And that's a tax on exports. People don't people ignore the link between the two. They say, okay, we protect imports, it will mobilize domestic industry. What it means, and I don't want to go into the details of the numbers, it means that it's much more profitable to work on non-tradables and to work on your market rather than export. A 10% increase in tariff increases the margin for a domestic company working on domestic market by 40%. The calculus is easier. It's very easy. When you're protected, a country as big as Pakistan, why would you export? Why would you take the risk? And on top of that, when real estate is not taxed, why don't you put it all in real estate, which is what's happening. So protection, distortions in the taxation system away from productivity, increasing investments and exports, as well as other distortions, including subsidies, and that was already mentioned. And again, it's not about being ideological, and that's where Morocco, I think, did well, but East Asia as well, is to systematically, and you said it, to systematically ask the question on every single piece of subsidy that's significant, what are we getting out of it? And stop measuring subsidies in billions of rupees, measure them in schools that will not be constructed, number of health clinics that will not be constructed. When you start counting subsidies to the industrial sector this way, then it begs the question that you know what you're giving up. You're giving up on health clinics and schools. And then the question is, what are we getting of every single unbuilt school in terms of economic benefits by supporting certain sectors? Let me stop here.
Thank you. Ali, I've been reserving you for the most sensitive topic in this country today, but something which is on every businessman's mind. Whenever I am in a gathering, that's the first question that I am asked. But I'm not going to answer it. I may supplement you a little. But in your writing and articles, we do appreciate candidness and crispness of the analysis. And you have been writing on this topic that I'm going to touch upon, which is Pakistan's public debt sustainable? That's the first question. But let me pull two other questions so that you can answer in a comprehensive manner. What options Pakistan has for its external debt now? Obviously, I am taking the viewpoint that Pakistan's debt is unsustainable, which is contrary to the IMF lingual in its document that it is sustainable. I come from a school of thought that looks at the way these things are calculated. And we do know if IMF were to adopt its comprehensive surveillance yardsticks, Pakistan's debt will not be sustainable if you were to really look at the so many risks that Pakistan faces. So it's really in that context I'm saying what options Pakistan has for its external debt, which is going to further blow up if we don't arrest things. So we have two options, debt reprofiling or restructuring. And you look at it from the debt servicing yardsticks, and there are various measures, so I'm not going to go into the technicalities of it. You have recently also written that external, I have always said that, but one special thing that you have written is that we need to focus on external debt. But external debt alone will not steer us out of crisis. So how do we institute fiscal austerity and discipline, and how can we bring in the growing cash in circulation back in the system to create fiscal space? So if we are going to do debt reprofiling or restructuring, whatever your view is, then how do you go about creating both the external and the fiscal space so that it becomes more sustainable? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking this very pertinent and very sensitive question. That's in the mind of many people around, and the kind of situation we are living in, it's kind of become inevitable to do something with your debt. And with the reserve falling below $3 billion, the statement gross reserve, so the inevitability is right there in front of us, and that's going to happen pretty very soon. And so we need to talk about it. We need to think through about the options we have. So the first question you have is like about the debt sustainability. The first yardstick we see from its from a GDP perspective. In terms of the GDP, Pakistan total debt, that's in terms external and domestic debt both, that's about 75% or so of GDP. And we know that informality in the economy is very high. If you see from the yardstick of the currency in circulation versus M2, that's about 28%. And 28%, and historically it used to be 22%. And if you see around the neighbors around it, 10 to 12%. And if you see around the developed world, it's about 5-7%. So the informality is at least 1/3 of your economy and all that. So that makes your actual debt to GDP ratio even lower. That's about 60% or something. If you see the yardstick of this cash in circulation and all that. So that's one thing that in isolation, when the economic capacity of the country versus its debt, it's not that high. And now, that debt has two portions. One is the domestic debt and the external portion. So about 40% of your debt is external, and I'm talking about primarily public debt. That's mainly external. The private sector debt is limited. Then you have 60% domestic, and in terms of GDP, the foreign debt is about 30% or something. So these numbers are not out of proportion. And nowhere in the world you see any country with this kind of a yardstick from the GDP perspective is in a kind of situation where Pakistan is. So there's something more to it. That's about the yardstick of repayment capacity. So the repayment capacity in terms of your external debt is about the gross financing requirement of the country for the next 4 years is about $35 billion each, and you're sitting at a reserve of $3 billion each. In that $35 billion, you assume a current account deficit of $10 to $12 billion each. Then you assume that your gross reserves move up from $3 billion to 17 billion in 2024 to 22 billion in some 2027. So when you see these numbers, if you cut down the current account deficit a bit by curtailing your consumption, which is the reality as of today, and live on the little reserves as of 3 billion, if you move up to 10 billion, not about 22 billion by 4 years, your requirement is reduced from, let's say, 36 billion to something like 22 billion, 21 billion each. And within it, 21 billion each, if there's about 12 billion each for the next 4 years is the short term, that's going to roll over every year. And within that, 13 billion. 13 billion is about 3.7 is the private sector. So the public debt is essentially about 10 billion or something. And then you have add on another public debt, that short-term debt of 10 billion. If you solve it once, you're done for the next 4 years. Then there are 10, 11, 12 billion each for the next 4 years is the repayment. Or
the gross financing requirements.
No, I'm cutting the gross finance. I've started from the gross financing requirement. Then I assumed that there were current account and the foreign exchange reserves the possibility, and I've just by tightening the belt on the current account and reducing the level of the foreign exchange from what we agreed to the IMF in the last staff review. So reducing the current account deficit from 10-12 billion to 5 billion and reducing your I would say this the gross reserves from 17 to 22 billion the next 4 years to 10 billion at the end of each year. So by doing that, I'm cutting that number from 35 to 20. And that number is now, I'm talking about particular about debt. And within that 10 billion from the government side debt is short term, you have to solve it. Then you sort it out for the 4 years. Then you have 10 billion each for the next 4 years in terms of the amortization of your long-term debt, including your debt repayment, the servicing of the debt in terms of the interest payment. So 10 billion for the short term and 10 plus 10, 20 billion the next 2 years to 20, 25 billion. If we get that cushion for the next 2 years, you're good for the next 2 years. And once you're good for the next 2 years, you have ample time to create room for the another 2 years. And once you do that, you'll be steered out of the crisis. That's the primary thesis I have. Now look at the structure of your debt. That's about the external debt we are talking about. It's about $100 billion. For ease of the number is that it used to be $100 billion in September 22. As of the latest number, November 22, that's the latest number we have on the State Bank website. But since November to sitting in February, we have paid up some more debt because the reserves have gone down from 12 billion to 3 billion, and there's not much in the current account deficit, so primarily we pay down some of the debt. But still, if I take the metrics of the number, what we published, the latest number is November 22, it's about $97 billion, and out of that about $85 billion something is the public debt. And within it is about 30 odd billion is China, and then foreign exchange liability, if you include that, 10-12 billion is from the GCC. So 30 plus 10, 40 around this, and then you 40 around is your multilateral. That's mainly ADB, World Bank, and then you have a 6-7 billion of the IMF, and then you have 10-12 billion of your private sector debt. So you cannot restructure your IMF debt. You can restructure your World Bank ADB debt, but it's something we should not go into this right now. We can live without it, and it's a very difficult thing to do. And so as long as you remain in the IMF program or you're committed to the reforms and all that, then your multilateral would give you more debt to pay the existing debt, and that's a long-term concession debt, so you'll sort out that thing as well. So the remaining is about, as long as an IMF, then the 40-50 billion of about your bilateral and the commercial debt, which is again from China and mainly GCC countries, banks, where it is essentially the government has a say on it. So if we get again 20-25 billion cushion from those friends for the next 5 years, that gives you in terms of debt, investment or something, that money to flow in and to take care of your repayment for the next 2 years. As I did the math over there, you don't need any formal restructuring. You don't need any formal restructuring. You don't need any formal restructuring. I repeated 3 times. But if you don't do anything, then you'll be forced to default as supposedly the IMF program, which the government is driving and everything, and all this taxes and price increase on the energy side and is happening, that is to get to the staff level agreement with the IMF, and then you unlock those gross financing needs from the friends as well, which again one of the condition of the IMF, so kind of loop as well. So let's not get into the details, but you're out. But for the next 3-4 months you get into the IMF program again. But if you don't pay it, you're getting into the default, and then you will be forced to restructure the debt. And when you will be forced to restructure the debt, then it's going to be messy. You will be hire consultant and all that. And when you go that route, they ask you to restructure your domestic debt as well. Now, that's the elephant in the room in my view. And that's a scary thought. If we talk about debt restructuring of the domestic debt, it's a very, very sensitive topic. Let me walk through a bit in that perspective. 60% of your debt is this, that amounts to, now we are talking about the domestic debt, so I'll talk in PKRs, it's about 33 trillion rupees. 33 trillion rupees, and out of that 67% is your permanent debt, which is Pakistan Investment Boards, PIBs, and Ijara Sukuk from longevity of 3 years to 10 years. So that's, you have reprofiled your domestic debt, as in 2018, out of the 19 trillion or 16 trillion domestic debt we have in 2018, it was only about 25% was PIBs. So now we have offered those floating PIBs and all that. So we don't need to actually reprofile that. You're reprofiling that which is required in terms of your T-bills, which is about 6.5 trillion, which 20% of your debt right now. So that's not a problem. Then you have NSS, the unfunded debt, we call it about 3 trillion, 2.5 trillion, all that. If you combine both them, that's about less than 30%. So that's the key about it. So the key about is that you don't need to reprofile the domestic debt, it's already profiled. The problem with the domestic debt is because the PIBs are floating, they're linked to the interest rate, which is 17% as of now, and the 1-year T-bill is trading at about 18.95 as of today, and as market is expecting another increase in the interest rate and all that, so let's assume your interest rate move up to 20%. And your 5.2 trillion rupees debt servicing, which out of which about good 70% or 80% is domestic debt, that go up to 6 trillion or something next year, and out of that about 4.5-5 trillion is domestic debt repayment, with a FBR target of 7.5 trillion and all that, and with the kind of 57% of that going, or effectively 60% of that going up back to the provinces, you are in deficit right from the day one, and for paying the government pension and military and every expense you're borrowing on that. So that's the thing. That's why people say you need to have a domestic debt restructuring. Okay, that's the problem you're talking about, because you're seeing just the expenditure side, but there is but you need to see that who is the holder of the debt. Out of that 33 trillion debt, someone is holding that debt, and unlike the common perception, it's not the commercial banks. Commercial banks are just intermediaries. Commercial bank job is to take money from one end and have a spread of it for its operation and its profitability and all that, and then pass it on to the other entity who is requiring to borrow. In that case of Pakistan, that's primarily government of Pakistan. And so the commercial banks are intermediary. The question is who are the eventual beneficiary of that. So out of that 33 trillion domestic debt, that's about 6.5 trillion of floating PIBs issued directly by the State Bank of Pakistan. Then there is another 6.6 trillion investment by the banks in government securities, where the liquidity is provided by the State Bank through open market operations in terms of the injection. 6.6 per 6.5 is 13 trillion, 13.1 trillion. That's 20% of your debt, 40% of your debt. So 40% of your debt is being held effectively by the State Bank of Pakistan. Who owns State Bank of Pakistan? Government of Pakistan. And 80% of that can flow back into the government. So irrespective of the interest rate, 15% or 30%, that 80% would cut back to the government of Pakistan. So you have an interest expense of 5 trillion or 10 trillion, that majority of that from the state bank comes to that. That's one thing. We're clear on that? That's then another about 14 trillion is the depositors' money where the banks are paying. So the depositor, there are two kinds of depositor money. One is that current account, where a checking account where banks doesn't pay you anything. But there is another saving account or you have time liabilities that where the banks pay you. And here the banks are supposed to pay a minimum of 15.5% given the policy rate of 17%. That is 1.5% lower than that. Ma'am, you were the State Bank governor when this thing was imposed. So you know much better than me how this happened in 2008. I remember that. And now that's if rate move up to 20%, the bank would be paying 18.5% to those consumer. So that amounts to 14 trillion, out of which there are some Islamic banking deposit where the rate is effectively less. But for simplicity, we keep it at 18.5% at 20% interest rate, or 15.5% at a given interest rate of today at 17%. So, and the government, and on that 14 trillion, on that interest income, the government tax only 15%. If your interest income is less than 5 million rupees, that means if your deposit is less than 32 million, or if your deposit in the bank is less than 3 crore rupiah, then you're paying only 15% on this. I mean, that's an income, and that's a very hefty income. You're paying 15% on it, tax on it. Why not you tax it 40%? Why not you tax it at 50%? Why to tax the intermediation of bank higher? Why to tax the super taxes on those corporations and all that? Why to tax the individual who's earning 20-25 lakh a month and paying 35%, but the guy who's earning 25 lakh a month through saving and he's paying just 15%? That's not fair. That's not fair. So increase that, and if we increase that to 40%, you need another 500 billion or something. So that will solve a bit of your domestic debt problem, external debt problem. You need to solve in that way and move on that bad way. But you cannot that do in isolation. A, you need to have an IMF program for multilaterals to move in. B, you need to have your friends, China and all that, because that's your main external debtor had in confidence, and we've seen increasingly they need to have an IMF program and all that. But overall, what you need to have a resolve or economic reforms within the Pakistan by the people of Pakistan, by the elite of the Pakistan. As yesterday Ori said that there's nothing wrong with elite capture as long as that elite objectives are aligned with the economic objectives of the country. Right now, just the sacred cow, the Maruf talk about is like the holy cow, the sacred cow about this on the real estate, and he explained beautifully. And then there are other areas, agriculture and all that. You don't tax on that. You bring a tax on that. You do the reforms, which is the right for the country, and they are aligned with the IMF. What IMF asks? What is the medium-term economic solution? That is, in one simple word, bring down your fiscal deficit. Period.
Sure.
Period. Yeah.
Ali, with this, I'll have to move to the closure of this panel. I think we are running out of time, but we have 10 minutes. And I'd like each speaker to have 3 minutes to give their concluding thought. Ali has already given us his final word. Over to you, Najib.
Thank you very much. Maybe one concluding thought linking these, and thanks for the detailed expose. I was trying to take notes on the numbers. Yes, I was trying to take notes on the numbers, on the arguments on domestic debt. My closing point I want to make is to link this short-term question with the long term, with the, for me, these questions of how to address these debt repayments and these debts in the short term. If it's to buy time and not do the needed in terms of the structural reforms, in terms of the openness, we go back to the core problem that brought us to these imbalances. Whether any decision on how to address the immediate needs is good or bad, for me what's most important is, are you addressing the structural issues that led us to this point? The rest is whether the next crisis will be in 2 years or in 8 years. If you don't move. I mean, go back to the 2000s. Pakistan has been in this situation before. And in situations where it received rents or support, it delayed the next moment where the structural imbalances reappeared because the structural issues that were behind them were not addressed. So these two topics, the short term and the long term, are linked. The short-term attention or how to address the imbalances today should not distract from addressing the core issues, because otherwise it's about, timing of the next crisis or the next moment where you're going to be facing the same issues. Is it 18 months or is it 8 years? And let me end at that. And it's both about the protection, the exports, the productivity and the incentives and distortions, as well as the revenue and expenditure framework, which needs fundamental change. Over.
So Marissa, your last word.
Sure. My last words might be a bit longer last phrases maybe. But absolutely agree with a lot of things that have been said in the panel, particularly about previous crises where our tendency has been to protect certain industries, who decides that, why is it good for the country, and looking at the imbalances, you have to earn in dollars to be able to meet your payments on dollarized returns on energy and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of layers there. But let me give you an example on digital economy very quickly. One is that, when we talk about any sector or any reform, a lot of it, the first and foremost thing is about decision making, having competent people come in. Now, why I picked digital economy is, if you look at the previous two governments, one ministry actually did not change, from PTI to PDM. And that is Ministry of IT and Telecom. And, it's really why I think it's about decision making is that I think successive governments actually don't even understand the value of digital economy. Or maybe they think the IT is, wo computer wale dobara aa gaye, right? Digital economy is fundamental to growth in the modern world, right? And human capital accumulation has to match up with it. But it is about decision making. I would even venture to say that there should be a Ministry of Data and Innovation in this country, right? But let me illustrate. I also want all the attendees to walk away with things that have been actually done, that have real results. So tying all the things that I've talked about, on property taxes, there's actually mapping technology that leverages mapping technology to understand what property taxes should be, how should they be assessed, how should they be calculated. But pairing that to monetary and non-monetary incentives of tax collectors. Really, and this is actually an example where 47% increase in tax revenue happened through those means.
But also tying it back to the community. 35% of all taxes generated this way were used in Pakistan. I'm not talking about some alien country. 35% were used back into the community. Now, what that does is it repairs the social contract between a citizen and the state. Second example I'll give you is around we have a partnership with Precision Agriculture, and we're providing crop advisory services for cotton, for wheat, livestock management, and this is not just small-scale peanuts. We're talking about 1.3 million farmers reached through this advisory service. It's actually a two-way interactive voice response system where people can call in with their questions, and an advisory can be sent to them every day. 1.3 million farmers. And then the last one, where it's about using CFAN weather forecasting data and pairing that with the advisory. And that's going to about 194,000 farmers right now in Pakistan. So the fact of the matter is that you can actually use technology to solve real problems that increase productivity, that increase our capacity to produce more. And in that, it's a very simple intervention. It's really about an automated system that allows weather forecasting to pair with advisory. And one quick anecdotal thing on that is, of course the floods happen. Now that weather forecasting could not predict the scale and the magnitude of the floods, but it actually predicted very high precipitation. And these farmers in Shahdad Court and in Sindh and Punjab, some of them actually use that to harvest before the flood. And when you go back to these farmers, they realize, wow, I listened to this advisory and my livelihood and everything was saved. So these interventions are real, they have real impact, and they have impact not only the economy, but also smallholder farmers, their livelihood, their ability to earn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Amjad Saab and Ali, you'll have like 2 minutes each, if you don't mind. I'm getting messages to conclude.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we talked about structural reforms, we talked about agriculture reforms, we talked about the role of human development. I think one more aspect important is, state-owned enterprise, government getting out of business. I think it's very basic. State-owned enterprising are costing, in terms of subsidies and grants, they are costing about 1.2 trillion rupees per year, which is close to $5 billion per year. That's a lot of money. We simply need to quickly privatize all of these, and we need to do it quickly. I'll give you one example. OGDC, 2014, the government wanted to disinvest some of its shares in OGDC. So they got a price of $2.40. And the government said, no, that's less, we are not selling. Today, OGDC is trading at 35 cents. So I think there's a value to time. We need to move quickly in terms of privatization, and that includes selling state land, state-owned enterprises at the earliest, and using those proceeds to reduce our debt, which comes back to the key problem. One more point basically is I think we need to move governance from the federal and provincial level to the local level. Administrative and financial responsibilities should go to the local level. It's very important. That's where a person is close to a local councillor, but a common man does not have access to a secretary sitting in Islamabad or Karachi. We have not done it for 75 years. Others around us have done it and are benefiting from that. So we need to do that. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, 2 minutes only.
I mean, I start from where I ended about that we need to reduce the fiscal deficit. And then if we start reducing the fiscal deficit, everything will start falling in place in itself. How to do it? As the energy sector is one of the biggest, problem in Pakistan. And if we survive this debt restructuring and all that in the next few years, if we don't do anything in energy sector, that'll take this country out again. So we need to shift those the discos and all that distribution companies to the provinces. We need to shift their ATC losses over the permissible limit to the provinces and to the third tier, and in that way, that should be linked to the NFC award and all that. Then the land taxes and the agriculture taxes, which are part of the provincial domain, again, these are to be linked to the NFC award, and we need to shift towards that. And then we need to see that in the past 20 years, where we have increased the consumption, and that is being feeding to the current account because we cannot tax them fiscally. That's in the incomes from the real estate. That these are the incomes from the retail wholesale trade. Then if you see their economic path, they've really moved up that, and their share to tax and all that. When you start taxing them, these people would stop consuming. They will start consuming less, and that will address the current account problem as well. Then third tax is the remittances. We see remittances as a silver lining always. It has moved up from $1 billion in 2000 to $30 billion in 2021. And that remittances, we don't tax them, and that's all add to the consumption. So we need to do that. So we need to tax where there's tax knocked, and when we tax them, that the consumption would come down, that would address the current account problem, and that would feed up the fiscal side. And when we have the right structure of the economy, the entrepreneur and the private sector would like to earn the foreign exchange in terms of the export proceeds, be it the services or the goods, and FDI, again, for efficiency seeking, not the market seeking. So first we need to understand, we need to deal with this debt, and we need to have this hard set. This country is going through an immense pain now. The inflation is unprecedented, and it's going to be high. Do not waste this opportunity. Do not waste this pain to the common people, and come to a resolve funds for all, where you have establishment, military, judiciary, bureaucracy, all the political parties sit down, the private sector sit down, and come and resolve the country and take the out of this mare of balance of payment crisis once for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have to thank all my panelists. I think the depth and the breadth of this discussion may not as yet match the depth and the breadth of the crisis, but we are in a multidimensional crisis, both domestic and global, and unraveling it is not going to be easy. Coming back to the future summit topic, which was to prepare for disruption, and there has been a lot of discussion on technology, new products, and so forth. This panel was designed basically to reinforce the point that while you will have technology industry disrupt, but there will be limited gains unless and until you adopt economic reforms which are disruptive. Because if you do not change the tariff protection regime, and I'm just picking up one example that you had raised, you're not going to get industrial diversification. We need to move to exporting and exporting and exporting and consuming less and less. That is what our mutual experience, Najee and myself, but also of other researchers who has worldwide shown us. So we are advocating as a group disruption from economic reforms in a way that we move from supporting just the vested interest, providing subsidies or providing opportunities for rent seeking, to providing a level playing field, so that the industries or agriculture don't move on crutches, but are from day one sustainable. Lastly, the point that we covered, which is the debt restructuring or reprofiling. Pakistan is one of the highly debt-distressed economies we know. There are about 68, earlier the count was 73, but in the work that we are now doing internationally, at least at my level, with some of the experts, it's about 68 countries. The last deal that came from G20 was really the debt moratorium, which allowed Pakistan to be able to have a debt service suspension of close to 3.6 to 3.7 billion, in that range. And it was given in 3 installments. Where did that money go? Because that could have been saved in some form. Now, there is not going to be a deal like common framework which happened just recently, but we are advocating that some more innovative policies have to be designed at the multilateral level, besides the fact that Pakistan needs to make an effort to restructure or reprofile its debt. But if we can really use Nachi, your good offices to make sure Pakistan is able to benefit from some of the innovative approaches to not just restructuring, but reprofiling. And just to conclude at my level, I don't think we can achieve an overnight result on any of these things, but perhaps people may not recognize on the debt side that actually debt restructuring is happening in a softer manner by tightening our belts. And people don't understand that that may not be debt restructuring, but we are already in debt restructuring. That's my point. We don't have to go and cry about it. We have to definitely make sure we tighten our belts so much that we ultimately don't enter a default. And that would be my last advice, that we should all work towards encouraging the government to have an independent debt management group and an independent debt management strategy that is forward-looking, so that we prepare ourselves in a way that we don't have economic disruption at the end of the day. Thank you to the organizers, for our panelists.
Thank you so much. This was brilliant. Reprofiling was a key word here. Demonetization, land tax, property tax hike, external debt, tariff regime, such complex topics, pointing simply towards the need for maybe infrastructural clarity. What perplexes me that with such brilliant minds, I mean, they're right here, and we've seen so many more of them, such brilliant minds available nationally and globally, because digitization has sort of linked the world together. Why the problem persists is a bigger question for me. They say it's a problem when solutions are not available. But what do we say when the solutions are available and they're not being utilized? Is it lack of will? Is it lack of direction? We have the potential, we have the people, we have the guidebook. What stops Pakistan from solving the problems? Let's hope that our summit, as it is meant to get towards resolutions and solutions, by bringing these brilliant people in front and making stakeholders aware of what we can do. Thank you so much, everyone, and especially Dr. Shamshad. I would request you to stay here. I would also request Mr. Farooq Amin, Chief Executive Officer, Unity Foods Limited, to please join us on stage to present souvenirs as our token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists and our moderator. Mr. Farooq Amin, can we have you on stage? Can I also request our Asfar Ehsan, please, to come on stage?
My friend and brother, Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik is here. Please to the stage. Please join us to present the books to our speakers.
Thank you, Dr. Musaddiq Malik. Here comes a token of appreciation. A nice book on the story of Indus as it rolls down from the Himalayas right down to the Arabian Sea. We'll begin with Najee Ben Hassim. Musaddiq Malik, Dr. Musaddiq Malik will be presenting the token of appreciation. Najee Ben Hassim. Maroof A. Syed. Maroof A. Syed. Dr. Amjad Waheed. Ali Khizar. Ali Khizar. And lastly, but not in the least, our very precious moderator, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, please. Thank you so much, everyone. And with that, we announce, yes, a group photo, please. And with that, we announce our lunch break. We will resume in 25 minutes. We will resume with our 8th session on emerging issues. Please join us promptly after 25 minutes. Looking forward to a very exciting 8th session and then towards the later half of the day.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Hello everybody. Request to please take your seats so that we can start the session. Assalamu alaikum again. Welcome back after lunch, and I hope everybody's rejuvenated with good food in their tummies. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the 8th session, which is basically on emerging issues. So, we will be hearing from 3 very accomplished individuals who have different backgrounds, and hence there will be a diverse skill set on the stage in this session. Our speakers will be talking about some of the emerging domains like Islamic finance and sustainability. These are areas which are still evolving. And we'll also be hearing from one of our speakers about how to steer our way through some of the major issues that are staring our economy and our society in the face. So I will invite my speakers onto the stage now. Mr. Mohammed Shoaib, CFA, Chief Executive Officer, Al Mizan Investment Management Limited. Sir, if you could please come on the stage, and let's have good clapping now. There are only 3 sessions left, so let's prove that we're a really, really good audience. Mr. Shoaib is a Harvard Business School alumnus, and he has the honor of setting up the first Sharia-compliant asset management company in Pakistan, which is now the largest one in the industry. His topic that he's going to discuss today, which is the future of Islamic finance, it is a very highly discussed and talked about topic at the moment in Pakistan. Our second speaker is Mr. Request if we could please keep the noise level down. I'll wait till we have a little more quiet in the hall, please. Thank you so much. So our second speaker is Mr. Zarar Hasham Khan, Group Chief Business Solutions Officer for PTCL. Sir, if you could please come on the stage. So Mr. Zarar has vast local and international experience of investment banking. He also has experience with leading telecom service providers like Saudi Telecom Company and Jazz. He served STC Kuwait, a Saudi telecom group company, as Chief Technology Officer, and in this role, he spearheaded one of the largest commercial 5G deployments in the world in 2019. Thank you, Zarar sir. So our third speaker is Datu Mirina Abu Tahir, Council Member ACCA, Director Tenaga National Berhad and SP Sitia Berhad. I'm so sorry if I pronounced these wrong. A big round of applause for Datu Mirina. So she has working experience in a variety of fields, including accounting, business development, audit, ethics, governance. She's worked in Malaysia, UK, Middle East, Africa, and South America. She will be talking about another emerging issue, which is sustainability. So we're going to start with Mohammed Shoaib Saab, and his topic is the future of Islamic finance. Shoaib Saab, will you be operating from here? Right, here's the...
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good lunch. And we are resuming the session after lunch, and I hope that I will have a lot of engagement from you. So after these 3 presentations, there will be a Q&A session where you will have an opportunity to be part of the discussion. I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, Asfar Ehsan and Nutshell Group, for having me here today. And my topic, as you know, is about the future of Islamic finance. I hope it is working. Gee, it's working, thank you. So I need to time myself because I've been told I have 15 minutes. We will talk about, can you see the slides? Yeah. We will talk about overview of Islamic finance, global perspective of Islamic finance, ESG framework in Islamic finance, and practical examples from Pakistan and way forward. Normally, when we talk about Islamic finance, the perception or generally the understanding of the people is that we are talking about some restrictions. You can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this, this is a prohibition. So when people start with that mindset, the thinking is that there are too many restrictions, there are too many not to do things, and you are a naughty boy if you do one of those things. But just because we have a very diverse audience here, so just to take you on board, I'll very quickly cover what is Islamic finance and what is the source of Islamic finance. So Islamic finance, as you know, Islam is a complete religion, which is actually the equivalent word in Arabic is deen. I haven't come across an equivalent word in English, which is actually a way of life. So it is not just about your religious activities, but it's about the way you spend your entire day, 24 hours, 24 by 7. So the primary sources of divine law are basically there are 4 sources: Holy Quran, Sunnah, Ijma, which is consensus, and Qiyas. And we will not go into these details, but we will very quickly go into the important overview factors of Islamic finance. Now, if you look at the positive side of Islamic finance, the focus of Islamic finance is actually on value addition. You have to have some real assets. All the transactions have to be asset backed, and there has to be some value addition. Now, this value addition can be in the form of goods. It can also be in the form of services. For example, you are providing some services to a customer. Service quality is very important. Customer service is very important. After sales service is very important. So all these factors are actually part and parcel to Islamic finance. And that is actually the aspect which is not normally highlighted in our discussions. As I earlier mentioned, we are talking only about the prohibitions, what cannot be done, for what purposes Islamic finance cannot be provided. But I will try to kind of give you the positive aspect or the positive side of it as to what is Islamic finance exactly in terms of what you are doing and what are the specific principles that are being followed. So, as I said, asset-backed transaction based on fixed assets or liquid assets, where actually some value addition is to be done. Now, normally, what is the purpose of finance? The purpose of finance is for you or anybody to undertake a business activity. And what is the objective of business activity? To create value. Either you create value, or not, it's not either or, but you create value for your business and you create value for your customer as well. And these are some of the benefits of the profitability or the revenue or the value addition are shared by the entity providing those services, and some of them are shared with the customers and all the stakeholders. So that is actually the true essence of Islamic finance. Also, risk management is also an important part of Islamic finance, where excessive risk or uncertainty is avoided. Very quickly, as you can see on the slide, the global Islamic finance industry was $3 trillion in 2021. It's growing by about 10 to 12%, and by 2023, we expect it to be $3.8 trillion. Now, when we talk about Islamic finance, then certainly we are talking about faith-based investing. And this is what we are going to talk about. Faith-based investing is a terminology used within the ambit of ESG framework and refers to investment in line with certain principles that are considered acceptable by certain religions. So there's an element of religion here, but let's very quickly look at the ESG factors. What are the ESG factors? And if I very briefly describe them, what is ESG? ESG is to protect your environment. E part of it, the social factor is to have social governance and to do social justice, and governance is certainly all the good deeds that you do. You don't do injustice to anybody. You look after the interests of everybody. So these are the 3 parts of ESG. And as you know, globally, ESG is a very big theme today. And irrespective of the religion, ESG is important. So when I talk to the different companies, I talk to the fund managers, all the time the investors are talking about whether you embed ESG in your investment considerations or not. And globally, there's a realization that today now, over the years, this was not such a common trend, but today we just don't have to talk about the profitability of the business for the shareholders, but it is the what are you giving to all stakeholders and what are you doing for the future generations. So the profit of today should not be at the cost of what are we passing on to the next generation. We have to protect the environment, we have to ensure social justice, and we also have to have good governance. Let's quickly look at some of the factors, and then we will relate them to Islamic finance, how they are related to Islamic finance. So in terms of environmental factors, environmental management, greenhouse gases emissions, energy management, water management, waste and hazardous materials management, impact on biodiversity. These are the key themes in the E segment of the ESG. In terms of social segment, workforce training, workplace safety and employee well-being, diversity and inclusion, human rights and community engagement, data security, global health and safety. And in the area of governance, following the business ethics, anti-corruption policies, disclosure practices, sustainability reporting, internal controls, discipline and audit, and shareholders' rights. Rather, I would say it's stakeholders' right more than this shareholders' rights. So these are the different parameters of ESG which is globally being recognized as important for every business. If we move on to the next slide, we will see how Islamic finance principles references can be made to that can be attributed to modern day ESG factors from the Quran and Hadith of Holy Prophet. And I will quote some of them, and I will try to give you, and I don't have to explain anything, you will understand yourself how they are related to the ESG factors. So in the Quran it says, do not commit abuse on the earth and spreading corruption. Remember we talked about anti-corruption policies. There is none amongst the Muslims who plants a tree or sows seeds and then a bird or a person or animal eats from it, but it is regarded as a charitable gift for him. Let's talk about the green, right? Green revolution, plantation. Don't waste water if you were at a running stream. Water conservation. This is a very big problem in the ESG framework today. There is a reward for serving any living being. So these are the principles which are embedded in Islamic principles and Islamic finance, and these are pretty much the ESG factors that we are talking about. Let's move on, and we talk purely about the environmental factors. And I will quote, you can read them, but I will quote one of two of them. The earth is green and beautiful, and Allah has appointed you as stewards over it. Take care of the earth, take care of the assets, of the human resources, of the natural resources, of the living beings that they are in this world. So men or human beings are actually being made steward over it. Whoever plants a tree and diligently looks after it until it matures and bears fruit is rewarded. And there is no creature within the earth or bird that flies with its wings except there are communities like you. We have not neglected in the register a thing. They unto their Lord will be gathered. So these are the environmental factors we are talking about. Then we talk about the social factors. Whoever kills a human being without any reason, manslaughter or corruption on earth, it is as though he had killed all mankind. And in their wealth, there is acknowledged right for the needy and destitute. Cooperate with one another for virtue and heedfulness, and don't cooperate with one another for the purpose of vice and aggression. Do not destroy the villages and towns. Do not spoil the cultivated fields and gardens, and do not slaughter the cattle. The believer is not he who eats his fill while his neighbor is hungry. Again, all these social factors that we talk about in ESG. And next, very quickly, we'll talk about governance factors. If God appointed anyone ruler over a people and he died while he was still treacherous to his people, God would forbid his entry into the paradise. And Hazrat Umar mentioned, if a dog dies hungry on the banks of the river Euphrates, Umar will be responsible for the dereliction of duty. There's a hadith, whosoever of you sees an evil action, let him change it with his hand, and if he is not able to do it, then with his tongue, at least try to stop him verbally. And if he's not able to do so, then with his heart, at least feel or have a feeling that this is something which is bad. And that is the weakest of faith. So these are again very, very close to the governance factors. So practically, when I talk about the future of Islamic finance, I'm talking about basically how its global adoption is going on. It is not being adopted only in Islamic countries or people who believe in Islam. It's certainly there are some aspects of Islamic finance which are applicable to Muslims only, but all these factors that we talked about, they are part and parcel of ESG, and at the same time, they are part and parcel of Islamic finance. Because I was asked to give some practical examples of how Islamic finance has flourished in Pakistan, so I'll show you a couple of short graphs how Islamic finance has evolved in this country and what lies ahead for us. So this is an example of the first Islamic bank in Pakistan, Mizan Bank. And if you look at it, was very small bank in the beginning. And if you see, you can see how its deposits have grown over the years. So from one of the smallest banks in the country, it has grown tremendously in the last 20 years, from 2002 to 2021. And you can see the purple bar going up every year, and actually now among the top 4 or 5 banks in the country. So it is just an example of how if you embed your Islamic finance in your operations, not only in terms of eliminating riba, but all the practices like service quality, customer services, use of technology, how there's an opportunity to grow. And this we have seen in case of Mizan Bank. And the second example I will give you about Al Mizan Investments. If you can see, Al Mizan Investment was one of the smallest asset management company in Pakistan, again based on the same principles of Islamic finance. And you can see the progression over the years from 2003 to 2022, about 19 years journey as to how it has grown over the years. Now, it is not that it has grown or these companies have grown just because of faith. Certainly, there are a number of institutions which are practicing Islamic finance in Pakistan, and even before these entities came into existence, it was being practiced in the country to some extent. But the point is that the principles, the religious factors have to be combined with all the ESG factors which are important for sustainability. Next, I will give you an example of Faisal Bank, which was again very recently. Faisal Bank has been in existence in Pakistan for a very long time. And if you look at Faisal Bank, it has recently completed its conversion from a conventional bank to a full-fledged Islamic bank. And in January 23, and now it is a fully Islamic bank with 639 Islamic banking branches. And it is the largest conversion of a conventional bank into an Islamic bank in the world. And this is another indication that Islamic finance is getting a lot of traction in Pakistan. Now, all this needs to be looked at in the context of the judgment of the Federal Sharia Code, which has given us all about 5 years to convert fully into an Islamic financial system. And certainly we all stakeholders, be it the individual investors, depositors, or companies, creditors, regulators, Ministry of Finance, we all need to work collectively. We all need to work together actually to achieve this objective. Finally, I would conclude, because I've been given a warning to conclude, that it is becoming increasingly evident that the world is placing greater emphasis on ESG factors. At the same time, they are probably more or less the same factors of Islamic principles of governance, social justice, and environmental protections. These practices or principles were established over 1400 years ago and are now being recognized as being in line with the contemporary ESG framework. The convergence of values and principles is not only taking place in Pakistan, but also globally. As a result, we believe that Islamic finance has a promising future as it aligns with the increasing acceptability of ESG framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shoaib Saab. Indeed, it was very enlightening to know how Islamic financial instruments are intrinsically welfare-oriented, not only applicable to Muslims, and facilitate the SME sector as well as the overall larger progress, and also aligned with the ESG framework. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Mr. Zarar Sham Khan. Zarar Saab, since I've already introduced you, so let's hear from you now.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zarar and I am the Chief Business Officer for PDCL and Ufone. About 2 weeks back when Asfar contacted me and he invited me to speak at this forum and the theme was prepare for disruption, I was just thinking, what should I talk about? I mean, should I talk about technology and regurgitate some of the things that a lot of you already know about, or should I talk about disruption at business? And while I was contemplating that, one of my colleagues, my junior, came to me for his farewell. And I asked him, I said, what happened? And he said that he's immigrating to another country. He was immigrating to a place where he had no job, he had no relatives to speak of. He was not bringing his wife and a 3-year-old daughter with him. He was trying to settle down before he could do that. And when I asked him, I said, look, you're doing pretty well here and you will probably be up for promotion in a year. Why would you want to leave all this behind and go to a cold alien country to start anew? And his answer was, कि sir, Pakistan में game khatam ho gayi hai. And this was something coming from a 30-something-year-old that really shook me. And I decided that I would not talk about technology, I would not talk about business. I would talk about something which is staring us at the face, but somehow we are not really discussing it in forums such as these, where there are business leaders, thought leaders, decision makers who are standing there. So I came up with this thing that about how are we going to create as individuals, as employees and owners of organizations, as Pakistanis, a utopia in a global and a local environment which is becoming increasingly dystopian. Now, I understand that I only have probably around 15 minutes to talk, so this is not going to be a deep dive. What I really want to do is that while we are preparing for disruption, this is probably the most stark disruption which is staring us at the face. I would probably be scratching the surface and giving you some food for thought. And I really hope that in future forums such as these, we are able to discuss it in more detail and not just discuss the problem, but also talk about what are we going to do in our individual and collective capacities in order to correct it. Now, I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine a dystopian world. What images would come to your mind? Probably scenes from movies like, I don't know, Mad Max or Hunger Games or some other post-apocalyptic movie. Maybe some of the text from literature such as 1984 will flash in front of your eyes. But generally when we talk about dystopian world, images from Pakistan do not stare us smack in front of us. And I think that is one of the problems. Now, if you look at literature and you try to see what exactly is a dystopian world, how do academics define a dystopian world? There are about 6 areas which actually define what dystopia actually looks like. The first one is oppression. Oppression of the weak, oppression of the disenfranchised, oppression of the people who do not have a voice. Then you start to look at scarcity and whatever meager resources that are there. Hello? Okay. inequality of these resources. I think this is a challenge. Scarcity may be a phenomena, it may be a transient phenomena, but the real challenge would be areas where you have haves and have-nots. The areas what this triggers, then you have disease, not pandemics, but sort of diseases which are very systematic to our society. Overcrowding, and I think I really tried to see how is overcrowding different from overpopulation. Overpopulation is sort of a term where your population is growing, but overcrowding is where a lot of people are going towards resources that are scarce. Environmental destruction, and I think in our case, environmental destruction is not because of overconsumption. Environmental destruction in the context of Pakistan specifically is because of survival. And the last one was constant surveillance. And I thought about it. I thought that are we as Pakistani, are we a surveillance-driven society where we have a concept of a big brother? And then I realized that if in our normal conversations we have comments like "mat bol, varna kali vigo aa jayegi," during those informal conversations we believe that in our collective mindset there is a problem where we are talking about surveillance being seeping into our mindset. And I think that when you start to look at it, you would start to realize that whether we understand it or not, whether we like it or not, we as a society are becoming dystopian. And when we talk about disruption, I think this is one of the key reasons of disruption, which is sort of going over us as a society. Now, looking at more specifically to Pakistan, what is triggering these things? Because unless and until we don't understand the catalysts and we don't understand the triggers, we cannot do corrective action. I cannot understand that what can I do as Zarar? What can my organization, PTCL, do? What can the government do? We are a largely government-owned enterprise. What can the society do? So in my opinion, the first one is technology disparity, and I would like to talk about it. A lot of time when we talk about technology, and I go to a lot of forums such as these and talk about technology and cloud adoption and artificial intelligence, I think what we are talking about is the availability of technology rather than the usage of technology. We have over 100 million smartphones in Pakistan. And we as PTCL, as the largest connectivity provider, we have analyzed how those smartphones are being used across the most learned ones to probably the ones that doesn't even know much. And if you just take one thing that, the utilization of TikTok versus the utilization of educational content, you find out that for every 1 hour of educational content, there are 17,000 hours of TikTok that is being consumed. So this is where we are talking about. It is not the availability, but the disparity, and we as collective business leaders need to think about what we are going to do in order to overcome that disparity. The second one is information dissymmetry. I think one of the key issues that we are facing is the fact that there is information dissymmetry which sort of gets people to engage in information arbitrage. Information dissymmetry is an economic term that means that in an economic transaction, one party has either more information or better information. The whole concept of what we talk as middlemen or holding, the key reason for that is that there is information dissymmetry which is leading to information arbitrage. That would mean that creates sort of lack of equality. Financial inclusion, I don't want to talk a lot about it because I think the people above me have sort of dissected it between different elements, but what we are seeing that people do not have access to capital. In areas in Sindh, they are still going and buying, things like payday loans and everything where the interest rate is over 70%. Secondly, when they have access to capital, they do not have access to tools in order to utilize the capital the best. They do not have access to information to utilize that capital. So this is one area. Low agriculture productivity. And these things are in an ascending order of what is a major trigger. The first three triggers were there, but they were not impacting us a lot. The next three, that I'm talking about starting from agriculture productivity are hurting us. Pakistan, back in the 50s and the 60s, used to be an agrarian economy. Agriculture was about 73% of our GDP. Right now, that number has gone down to 19.6%. We are now a services based economy, and what a services-based economy means that we are actually a consumption-driven economy. We are not a production and an investment-driven economy, and we are an agrarian country which is only contributing 19.6% of our GDP. While it is contributing 19.6% on the GDP side, the labor force participation on agriculture is 42%. And if you look at the women labor force participation, that is north of 70%. That would mean that for every dollar of value that is going to be created on agriculture, more than half or around half of the population is going to seek the benefits. Having said that, if you look at just, because of the lack of time, I'll just give you 3 numbers. We are talking about wheat import. Pakistan production of wheat per hectare is about 3 tons per hectare. We take a country, not India, forget about India, we take a country in Western Europe where the soil conditions are acidic, where the sun cover is much low, France for example. France production per hectare is 8 tons. 3 tons versus 8 tons. We are talking about export of sugar cane. Pakistan is producing about close to, I think, around 60 tons per hectare of sugar cane. Egypt, which is not a large sugar, so we are not talking about highly sugarcane producing countries. Egypt is producing 125 tons per hectare. We talk about cotton. We are a textile driven economy. We produce 2.5 tons per hectare of cotton, while countries such as China are producing more than 5 tons. And China is not one of the, let's say, leading countries of cotton. They do not have the highest quality of cottons. But even if we are starting to compare, I think agricultural productivity or the lack of it is one of the key drivers that has led Pakistan into this cycle where we are looking at a society which is going down. What are we doing as business leaders? While we are going to talk about certain things that we can do it either on the technology side, the sector that I belong as PDCL, or on the finance side, 2 of the key themes that we have been talking about, what would be the incremental advantage that we would get as opposed to we as collective business leaders focus on agriculture? And the impact on the people is going to be much higher. Education deficiency. If you look at the average schooling per child in Pakistan, that is 5.2 years. You look at, average for SARC, 8 years. If you look at the average rate for the bottom 2 quintile of the economic strata, it is 23%. Versus if you look at the average for SARC, it is over 50%. I think not only are we not educating our people enough, but the people that need to be educated the most in order to uplift them from where they are to where they should be as humans, this is the area which has become our biggest deficiency, which is not only leading to crime, which is not only leading to radicalization, which is not even leading to other things like, for example, you forget about education deficiency, talk about innovation deficiency. Why as we as Pakistanis that used to be innovative are not becoming innovative? Because of the simple reason that education forms the foundation on which innovation is built, and we are unable to do that. Third one is healthcare, and I think for us as a society, this is one of the biggest challenge. I'll not talk about a lot of numbers. I'll just give you 2 KPIs. Infant mortality. Pakistan's infant mortality right now is 55 deaths per 1,000 childbirths. Afghanistan is 46. Bangladesh is 25. Sri Lanka is 7. So we are talking about 55 for Pakistan, 46 for Afghanistan, 7 for Sri Lanka. India is also around 30. People who are lucky enough that they survive the first 6 months, under 5 children mortality. Pakistan under 5 children mortality is 69. Afghanistan is 40. Bangladesh is 30. And Sri Lanka is 7. So what option? I mean, are we even looking at the right levers? Should I, as the CBSO or the CBO of PTCL, be talking about how amazing my is, how I have done different banking, or we really need to look at where we are going as a collective society? And while I was given a chance, I mean, I just thought that I'll talk a few things about us. So now once we go over there, then, okay, we are in a bad situation. I mean, you know, life goes on, there is ups and downs. There was Germany, which had just gone to the bottom. We had United States during the Great Depression. Yes, it is an era that we are passing through, and this time shall also pass. But if we want to pick it up from here, okay. If we want to pick it up from here, what do we really need to focus on? And I'll just very briefly, I've been told that I only have 5 minutes, but what do I really need to briefly focus on as PTCL and UPhone, and ask all of you to collectively focus on, is that we try to understand that if we need to go up, what do we have to do? The first one is democratized opportunities. Right now, I think the opportunities are there, but access of opportunities is not democratized. First thing that we really want to do, and we really want to set up the things, that whatever opportunity is being provided by Pakistan, whether it is because of our demographic dividend, whether it is our geostrategic positioning or whatever, it has to be democratized. Information flows freely. We have to finish the information arbitrage. If we really want to make sure that people who are disenfranchised, they get equal opportunity. If they don't have the information and they do not have access to opportunity, they would not be able to do that. Education is not a privilege. Right now, unfortunately, one way or another, what we are doing is that we are making education a privilege. Even what we are doing as e-learning, all the e-learning is based on systems that are either based on a child having access to a smartphone or a child having access to a laptop or some other means. And what we are trying to do very briefly as PTCL, that we are trying to create education pods. We have 3,000 exchanges in Pakistan. We are trying to work with the government that there is a PTCL exchange in every small town and village. Why can't that exchange be converted into an education pod where a child can come 24/7, they have access to internet, they can go and access education. This is a much cheaper way rather than making sure that the 52 million students that are out there, they are going to be provided with either subsidized laptops or something like that. The next one is that we really have to focus on our children. As long as we have happy, healthy, smiling children, and I think this has to be the underlying KPI. Everything that we need to do as humans, as an organization, and as a society needs to focus on the generation that will inherit Pakistan after 15 years. Now, this is the last slide that I have. Now, knowing that these are the levers, how are we going to build this utopia? What are we going to do to contribute as business leaders with regards to what we are doing in this area? The first one, and I think this is the most important one, that we have to start with the foundation of honesty. Unfortunately, we as a society in Pakistan, we start to, brush some of our challenges under the carpet and over-amplify whatever successes we have. I think we really need to start to focus on the fact that we need to realize and acknowledge where we are standing right now, and then move ahead to build upon that. Inclusive national planning. I think right now, I don't know how many of you have read the 5-year plans that are issued by Planning Commission. So we now have the 2020-2024 plan, and next year the 2025 to 2029 plan would be there. I think inclusive national planning is very, very important. Where are we spending our tax money? What would be the impact of that tax money? Third thing, I think people have said it before, technology is the great equalizer. Today, we know that nobody has to pay $170,000 per year to go to MIT or Harvard or Stanford or, University of Pennsylvania. They can get the EDX courses. We need to make sure whatever we are doing, technology is going to help us get there faster. And we, as PTCL, over our 5-year strategy, we really want to use technology not for us to meet our quarterly targets or our annual targets or our shareholder expectation, but we are now really trying to inculcate ourselves to become the engine that is going to power the transformation of Pakistan in order for us to be where we are destined to be. Merit and the rule of law, I mean, I think we all know about it, and I don't have to say anything more on it. Now, with that, I think all that I have said may appear a little bit dark. And I have been to a lot of these conferences, you know, I generally do, I don't talk about these subjects, but I think where we are today, somebody really has to start to talk about it, and we really have to do it. But yes, we are hurtling towards dystopia. There is a possibility of utopia, but towards the end, I don't really believe that anything is impossible. All we need is a sustained and persistent effort. Fine if we tried to do something and it did not happen. Fine if the previous government has some initiative, or the government before had some initiatives that did not work. There is a learning curve of everything. I think we as a society and within our businesses, we have to focus on things that we need. Sustenance is the key to success, I think, and persistence. And with that, this is the last slide. It's by Ali, and this is actually the theme, that dystopia is always dark, but it's also beautiful because it gives us a picture of the future. And what it also does is that it helps us to realize how can we change that particular picture, and it is only in our power that we do that. Thank you very much. My contacts are here.
Thank you very much, Sarar Saab. We thoroughly enjoyed that presentation. I'm reminded of something that Albert Einstein said. He said, it's not that I'm very smart. It's just that I stay with problems longer. So the message is that if you persevere, if you're committed, and the sustained effort that Sarar Saab talked about is what Einstein was referring to. So thank you very much. Now we come to the last speaker of this session, which is Datu Marina Abu Tahir. The floor is all yours. So at the end of this, after her talk, we will have a 10-minute Q&A. You can please, if you can just be ready with your questions, but it will be short and brief. Also, the team is please requested to align the mics and the volunteers, please.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon. Thank you for having me, and on behalf of ACCA, to be part of this Future Summit in Karachi today. I'm truly honored to be here and to be part of this panel of esteemed professionals and business leaders speaking here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world where every 30 seconds we waste 12 tons of food, and at the same time, 2 people die from hunger in the very same 30 seconds. So it's a contradiction, and we just came back from lunch, so I hope you didn't waste any food. So what does it mean for you and me, and the business that we are associated with? Can we influence change to minimize such contradictions in this age of information and connectivity? So I know it's lunch, after lunch, and so I would like to see a show of hands. Who believes you can make a change? You're the business leaders. MashaAllah, thank you. Yes. I believe, yes, we could, and I think that's why you're here, and we must. And there is a business case to act as responsible investors and businesses as intergenerational value creators and protectors. And we, as professionals and business leaders, we must lead the way. And okay, so let me ask you a second question. Where do you feel, you've had one whole day and a half day today, and you're on your last leg of your summit now. Where do you feel you are now in this sustainability journey? In a rating of 1 to 3, right? And just put up your hands, 1, 2, or 3. 1, I've not started, or you can say 0. 2, you have started, you're not there yet, or 3, yeah, or 3, yeah. I'm on board, I'm leading the way. So 1, 2, or 3. And some just I have no idea where I am, not even up. I don't know, I'm lost. So, well, it's okay. So, we are now, before I start, let me talk to you a bit about ACCA and what ACCA is doing in the sustainability and ESG sphere. Okay, ACCA, so we're accountants, so a lot of numbers here, yeah? So we are a global professional accountancy body where our core values of integrity, innovation, and inclusion acts as a force of public good for creating opportunities. ACCA has been around for 118 years and intends to be around for more. So we are really in on being sustainable, and we have to be sustainable to be around for more years. So we are committed to 9 UN SDGs out of the 17 UN SDGs. And I'm pleased to say that ACCA is progressing well, with a community of 783,000 members and future members across 179 countries who support ACCA in our ambition to make a difference in the world we live in. So ACCA's rich and relevance, qualification, and professional insights helped us to engage with businesses, governments, and civil societies in a meaningful way and develop solutions for emerging challenges and opportunities which are economically viable and realistic. In Pakistan, I'm sure you're familiar with ACCA Pakistan office, yes? Yes? Oh, not so much. Yeah. I think, Assad, you've got to do more work. So anyway, our Pakistan office is here. Do reach out to them and for any collaboration or efforts that we can assist here or anywhere else in Pakistan. I mentioned earlier about professional insights, and this is what ACCA does in terms of research. There's various topics that are relevant to the profession and businesses at large. So one of the latest research theme is accounting for a better world. And it has identified the 7 key priorities in transforming the profession, not only the accounting profession, but the business landscape. So I won't be going into the details of the 7 priorities. It's a different agenda all in all, but you can read it in ACCA's website on the future of the profession. So you can take a snapshot of this. So in that research, Building Sustainable Future, I have extracted the Asia-Pacific summary, which shows that only 10 of businesses are involved in dealing with change. So I can see all those people that have not raised your hand up just now. I think you're the 10%, yeah? And then 12% have net zero targets by 2050. So those very, very few people that raised their hands just now and put 3, yeah? 3. You're the 12%. Very few have net zero targets. But 67% say their future careers, including taking action on climate change, is important to them. Yeah, it's dependent on them. So I think those are you all here in this room, the 67% who thinks it's important. But, what action have we actually taken, right? So that's food for thought for you. So Now, employees and specifically young professionals are very concerned about climate change. And those are the hope for us to act as the change agents and drive businesses to become more responsible in their investment and consumption decisions, which has an impact on the environment and overall sustainability. So the future, there's hope, and there's 67% thinks there is a need, but we need to make it 100%. So in the research, the impact of climate change varies across countries. So we did a whole research across the world, and the impact also on different dimensions, from regulatory impact all the way to asset impact. And you can see, we, Pakistan, we're in Asia Pacific, that blue chart there. So you can see it's quite consistent across the globe. So where, again, I ask you the question for you and your businesses, where are you now in managing this impact? And these are the impacts that you have to look into, because it is coming, it is there. The World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, the recent one, highlighted that environmental risk has moved further up in terms of severity over the long-term 10-year time frame, right? So you can see the green ones, those are all climate-related, ESG-related things, and over the next 10 years, it's moved up. It's very important. So the interplay between biodiversity, pollution, natural resources, consumption, climate change, socio-economic drivers, that's all a very, very dangerous mix. And you can see that happening even now, right? And I'll go into that a bit later. So given that over half of the world's economic output is estimated to be moderately to highly dependent on nature, the collapse of ecosystem will have far-reaching economic and societal consequences. So, and these are some examples, yeah, and increased occurrence of zoonotic diseases. So that's a big word, zoonotic. I learned that quite recently as well. Those are diseases transmitted between animals and humans. So this COVID that we're facing, that's now. So it's not the future, it's not the 10 years. You're there now, seeing the impact that I'm talking about. And the next one, example, a fall in crop yields and nutritional value. It's happening now. Yeah? Loss of livelihoods dependent on food systems and nature-based services like pollination. That's happening now as well. Sea levels rises and erosion from the degradation of natural protection systems like meadows and coastal mangroves. So, and even more dramatic floods, such as experienced here recently. And my condolences to all those who had family and friends affected by that. But that's the reality now. So it's not the future when we say it's 10 years. It's not the future. It's here now, and it's going to be more happening. So can you avoid it? So the 10% that I mentioned just now, can you avoid it? Do you put your head in the sand? It's happening already, right? So businesses are expected to restore the natural circularity cycle and demonstrate their intangible interventions as responsible investors and consumers of natural resources. So half of the global GDP is moderately or highly dependent on nature, and its services is therefore exposed to nature loss. So the three largest sectors that are highly dependent on nature are construction, agriculture, of course, and food and beverages. So by 2030, which is not so far away, US 15 trillion and US 68 trillion, respectively, will be inherited by the millennial and the Gen Zs via multi-generational wealth transfer. So now this generation is very far more eco-sensitive and vocal compared to their previous generation, compared to my generation. And I know because they're my children, and I think they're your children as well, right? So you know, they are the ones who set the direction for investments going forward and products. Businesses who are not following this circular economy, this chart here, yeah, including the end-of-life product responsibility, may not fulfill their investment and consumption criteria. Investors, customers, and regulators are demanding disclosures, tangible actions, and product stewardship from businesses. So, are your businesses ready? Are you willing to risk this and lose your prime customer base investments? So, the regulations are increasing, yeah, and getting tougher. If we look at the global picture, many regions have mandated minimum disclosure requirements for businesses and their value chain. There's over 600 standards, directives, regulations, frameworks, laws, and many more introduced to create visibility and aggregate data to assess the practices and impact on climate. It's quite overwhelming, and I sit on a few boards, and it's very overwhelming to be in compliance. So in global trade, many business sectors have faced challenges to access markets or preserve their earnings if they cannot demonstrate critical interventions and progress around climate change. This is a real reality now, and I share you an example of recent news of Shell. I don't know if any of you have read that news, right? The directors have been personally sued over their climate change strategy. Yeah, it's not enough, and their case is that they failed to prepare for net zero. So out of the blue, yeah, you get a suit personally against you. So that's the reality, yeah? So the shift to a low carbon economy is not just inevitable, it's already happening. You need to do that, yeah. So nevertheless, good news for accountants. Because now, for accountants, you need accountants more than ever to go through all this navigation of minefield of regulations. So there you go. So always look at the bright side. But if you're not convinced yet, I've summarized this. There are economic reasons to integrate ESG and sustainably focus on business planning and operating models. Ultimately, to survive, businesses need to be sustainable. Businesses need these elements I've put in these bubbles, yeah, in order to survive. So what does this bubble say, yeah? The red is the economic initiatives, blue is social, and gray is governance. So that's ESG. So these are the things that you need for the future to be sustainable. So investment, customer retention, and people are core for any business. Going forward, again, the millennials as the key decision makers and regulators, as key custodians for the national, regional climate action and adaptation plans, will restrict the companies from accessing their financial resources and consumers. Could I just see the show of hands? Who are millennials here? Right? So just a few, so the rest are boomers. 2. I see 2, 3. So the rest are boomers. God help us. But those are the ones that's going to be leading the future, and this is what they're looking at, yeah? So on the other hand, businesses will have a leading edge over others to access new markets, charge a premium, access green funding, retain people, build brands, and stay compliant. So these are the plus points if you are on board. In short, there is a time-bound opportunity for countries like Pakistan to adopt and embed sustainability agenda in their operating model and communicate it well, because what's not seen is not heard, eh? Yeah, so communicate it well to the world, attract investment, and open new markets and customer segments. So this slide just summarizes the ACC's efforts on the actions to be taken for businesses to act as intergenerational value creators and protectors. So on the left are the actions, and on the right is, if you don't take the actions, those are the risks. So I'm not going to go through it, just take a photo, go home, and take action, okay? So take a picture. No one's taking a picture. Thank you. There's one gentleman that's taking a picture. Please, you know, there's only this 10% in this room. Your 65% think that you need to take action. Take action. Okay, thank you. So as business professionals, we can influence board agendas. You are the leaders. Influence the board agendas. Set sustainability-linked KPIs. Create visibility through reporting and access funding. There are several limitations on a business will face if they don't act today. So the number one concern, loss of customer, lack of investments. So it's very important. So call to action. You know, there's 5 call to action, ladies and gentlemen. This is my last slide in conclusion, yeah? So take a picture again, because you're not going to remember this. So these are some of the recommended actions from ACCA. Devise a national regional adaptation plan, you know, and relate finding where the governments, intergovernmental committees set the national or regional priorities for climate change. Devise strategies and arrange funding accordingly. This then becomes an agenda for ministries, public and private sector entities. The second, build your common framework. Taxonomy, the framework for taxonomy for sustainability, finance, and reporting frameworks. It's important to have standard definitions for financial products, sustainability-focused products, assets class, and reporting. The third one is review your supply chain. I talked about the cyclical economy just now, and it's not a theory. And, you know, the cradle to grave and back to cradle, incorporate sustainability considerations in your trade agreements. In today's economic ecosystem, products are manufactured across multiple jurisdictions before it takes shape in the finished product and is exported. Pakistan is an exporting country as well. So it's essential that entire value chains is committed to that sustainability, because they will ask for your green cert going forward. Are you ready for that? You know, your exports will be at risk. So you need to start collecting data, you know. You need to be scope 3 carbon compliant. Are you ready for that? You know, form policies and advocacy for green finance. Regulators, investors, and businesses should help form policy frameworks, create awareness in the circle of influence, and help attract green finance for ESG or sustainability-focused interventions. It's a long-term investment, but it requires low cost of capital. And last but not least, the one that binds it all is technology and data. You need this for reporting and assurance. So here I go again. Accountants, technology and data companies need to come forward and build a mechanism for collecting, reporting, and verifying data. So with that, I've given you a list of homework, right? All the action items. Ladies and gentlemen, I end my presentation with the question I asked earlier at the start of my session: where are you now on this journey of sustainability? So I won't ask for the show of hands again, but Bring that home and think about that. Where are you in those lists of actions? What are you going to do about it? And how will that impact your business? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it will impact your business if it has not already done so. So please take action. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience and make you work a bit. And also to the organizers for building such a meaningful conversation on such an important topic. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Datu Marina. So this session started with Islamic finance, then moved on to sustainability, and of course there's a strong connection between the two, whereas Zarar Saab's presentation focused on building our own utopia. So keeping these three areas in mind, if anybody has questions, we have 3 volunteers with mics. Where are the volunteers, please? And we'd like to keep this very brief, so can you please, sir, we'll start with you. Mike, the volunteers should be standing in the middle of the room, please, not at the back. Stand in the middle, please. Ji, sir.
Ji, Shoaib, I have a question with you. I think we've observed Mizan Bank grow up in your presentation. Otherwise, I think your customer experience, your overall growth is phenomenal, fantastic. My own thought is that it relates to your work, yes, but it relates a lot to our religious belief. And people would take hit, but still would go for riba-free banks. But why is that not benefit transmitted to the people? And let's not go into the economy of scales, that I understand, but why is that not profit coming to? Your success would be when the people who deposit money and when they get into those areas, into investment, they should benefit more than the conventional banks. Thank you.
So you certainly, excuse me. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. So certainly it is benefiting the different stakeholders. So when you are, as I said, when you're talking about Islamic finance, you're talking about creation of value addition. So when you're talking about the depositors, we are talking about the businesses that are taking financing from the bank, they're certainly the beneficiaries. And also obviously a large part of the, it's going in the community building and the green initiatives as well. Does that answer your question?
It does not answer my question. Actually, when the businessmen get the money, it's these people who are specifically getting benefited. I'm talking of the retired people. I'm talking of the lower community who puts money in you, but then the profit that they get from you and interest that they get from the bank, there's still a large difference. So when you loan money to industry or something, it's good to have. But then you're making a rich richer. So my question is about the numbers.
Are you talking about the depositors then?
I'm talking of regular depositors in the saving account, Badarba.
Yeah.
I'm talking of the people who put the money in the fixed accounts, because eventually देखें उनको आपको फायदा पहुंचाना है जो अपने religious belief की तरफ की वजह से आपके पास है.
जी.
That's my concern for those guys. Thank
जी.
you.
So yeah, I think the key to this is you have to choose the right product. So for example, as a group, we have mutual funds, which are actually more providing a higher rate of return. And you might have seen that we have different products which are co-branded as well. So some of those products are there which are specifically targeted to senior citizens. Some of the products are to people who are very risk averse. And there's a complete suite of products available. It is just that sometimes people are not guided properly, and they need to be guided properly in order to get the best return. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next question from Farid Alam Saab and then from you.
Yes, this is Farid Alam. My question can be taken up by any panelist, primarily to Datu Marina. I want to have your views on sustainability since you covered that topic in detail. I sit on the board of a few educational and professional bodies, were under the head of sustainability. When I joined them 4 years back, their reserves have increased 8 times. So your views on how to balance this sustainability part with the charging more to the, in your case, ACCA fee, or if you can take up anything, or because we reimburse the annual membership fee of our ACCA employees, and it's all the time increasing. So my question is sustainability of the institutes like ACCA and many others versus building up reserves on the by charging more to the existing members.
Let me get the question clear, because I couldn't quite hear it. Is balancing the sustainability on the reserves of ACCA against the fees that is charged to the members of ACCA. Is that right?
Yeah, under this head of sustainability, a lot of institutional, I sit on the board of a few educational institutions, and I am, at times, I question myself that when I joined them, I worked pro bono, so when I joined them, the reserves were X. Now in 4 years, the reserves are standing at 8 times. These reserves, how they are built? By charging more to the members. So this sustainability part and charging the more to the existing members, in your case, how to balance this?
Oh, okay, very clear now. So I think every organization, as I said just now, needs to define their sustainability framework. So they have to really determine what is it, like for ACCA, they define the areas of UN SDGs that they will go for, and that's where the investments will go in, and a certain percentage needs to be determined within your reserves that it goes there. Because what are reserves for? Reserves is what you keep for the future to build on your business, right? That's why you don't pay out to your shareholders. That's why you keep your reserves for the rainy day. And ladies and gentlemen, this is your rainy day. So you need to figure out what to do with those reserves. Yeah, and increase in fees or whatever, it's all to support that rainy day. So either you, in your current expenditure, or you take it out and put some in your reserves, or you spend some on reserves. You need to have that sustainability framework to determine that. So you cannot just, keep there. You have to have that framework. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you very much. We'll take one question from Nausheen, and we'll take just one more, please, because we're running a bit late. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My question is from Zarar Saab. Your presentation was amazing, and the topic, like making your own utopia, it was amazing. So I have jotted down a few of the points. You said like we have to work on the AgriTech, sustainable business, and involving more women into it. So I am a woman founder. We have a venture. Its name is Askur. Askur is a word from my language. I'm from Hunza. So it's all about honey extraction. So we are the first and only women-led honey brand in honey brand in Pakistan. So when I talk about startups in Pakistan, I'm a startup, right? It's my 3rd year. So when we talk about startup in the initial years of our startup, when we talk about expanding our venture or collaboration with other organizations, so people mostly talk about investment and asking for some equity, right? So in the initial stages, most of the startups want to grow, expand, and go for export rather than giving someone an equity or giving the portion of it. So how can we grow into such business when we really wanted to make an utopia with ourselves and a hand in economic in Pakistan or to our country? Thank you.
Thank you. So there are 2 elements to your question. So the first one is that we have to focus not on agri-tech but on agri-productivity, because a lot of productivity can be enhanced without the use of tech. Tech definitely has a component of it. The second question is that, whenever there is a startup, There are, of course, funding is one challenge, but if you look at the opportunity side of a startup, there are two elements. Number one, how can you let your consumers or potential consumers know of your product? This is the first part, because if somebody is not aware of something that you provide and that person needs, you would never be able to, connect yourself with that person. That part does not require as such investment or anything. I think there are a very simple thing, and I think within Pakistan, social media is a key driver in this area. One comment that I'll tell you, I don't know how many of you know, we at PTCL were trying to estimate the size of Instagram-based e-commerce. So these are, sort of businesses that are done predominantly by 1 or 2 people teams, and they do not have websites, they do not have anything. We were trying to establish an end-to-end payment mechanism and delivery in order to, get rid of cash on delivery. We talked to Meta. Our estimation right now, and of course this can be off a little bit, but our estimation is that the size of Instagram business in Pakistan is over $700 million. And the growth of that business, whatever, and I'll tell you, we buy honey at my home. My wife buys honey from the northern areas, and she found out about it from a friend of hers who found out about it from Instagram. The first part would be that I think the social media channels can be used for the propagation of information so that you can connect to your potential customers, and the tools that are there, they are very powerful. The second part is the supply chain. Right now, I think the biggest challenge that startups such as yours are facing is the fact that the predominant payment mechanism that is out there is cash on delivery. Because if you look at the number of credit cards, there are, I think, about a little under 2 million credit cards that are in Pakistan. If you look at debit cards, there are around 17 million debit cards, 11 million out of them are active, if I'm not mistaken. So the predominant mechanism is cash on delivery. Cash on delivery means that you pay that party who's handling your logistics and cash management about 45%. What needs to be done is that rather than injecting equity and bleeding that cash by paying it out to the logistics firm or cash on delivery management companies, that can be reinvested if that cost goes down. And we are now working very actively in order to make sure that whatever is the informal sort of our economy, or what we call as Instagram economy, that can be supported by PTCL and UPhone in a way that your cost of doing business goes down significantly, whether you are operating locally or you have international ambitions.
Is there anybody else, or should we close this now? Okay, so yes. So the last question.
Hello, my name is Ahmad Azam. Actually, I think there's another element to the lady's question, was about how do you finance the growth of a startup once you've passed the pre-startup stage, which is seed funding, which I believe is more of a relevant question for a banker, Shoaib Saab, or if you'd like to take that call. I don't know if that was the other part of because you can't just keep on issuing equity. At some stage, you'd like to get debt. So I don't know when Pakistan banks will start understanding businesses beyond just collateral financing and start taking a little bit more risk, maybe cash flow financing, understanding the business. And I think that is what other countries have done to support startups. Otherwise, the rich keep becoming richer, and the startups, until they really create another Meta or Google or something, they will just struggle or just continue to fail because you can only issue so much equity. I don't know if that was your question, ma'am. Oh, she's not even listening. But anyway, that is a question though. Thank you.
So, as you know that there are different segments or different ecosystem in the financial sector, and microfinance banks are basically in the smaller loans, and I think globally, as you said, banks do it, but globally banks do almost everything. In Pakistan, venture capital companies, private equity companies, we don't have those kind of funds at the moment. Those kind of institutions come up with a different mindset. Unfortunately, you are absolutely right that the focus of the banks in our country has mostly been on funding big businesses or to providing financing to the government. And that's the easy business, that's easily available. So obviously, it's very difficult to change the mindset of these bigger organizations because they operate in a very big ticket size. So I think there's a need to promote the VCs, venture capital companies, the private equity companies. Now SCCP has actually encouraged sandbox approach. There have been 3 rounds of sandbox and a 4th one is coming. So hopefully the dynamics are changing, and with these changes you will find there will be more support for the smaller businesses or for the venture capital companies to flourish in this country. But you are absolutely right. If this problem is there, I'm not denying that, and I think we need to work collectively on that. Thank you.
Further to, I think, what Shoaib has said, apart from financial institutions, maybe for Nausheen, there are 3 specific areas, and thank you so much for clarifying this question. So the first one is there is a Samida fund for startups. So that is an area, and I think in the next budget, the number that they are talking about for Samida funding is going to be 150 billion plus. Apart from that, there is a World Bank SME Accelerator program. That is also not a loan, but rather a grant. And the third one, and I think the most effective one, is the USAID Seeds for Growth. They are very active. Unfortunately, so far, the work that they've been doing, I have seen that predominantly in Islamabad. I don't know how much they've expanded to the rest of Pakistan. But the USAID Seed for Growth is there. And of course, then there is Karandaz as well. They come in at a relatively later stage. And if you reach a certain point, which is you are beyond the startup, then you can always talk to IFC. IFC traditionally has been financing large enterprises, but for countries, and Pakistan is one of them, where they are looking at investing at giving debt at low rates for small and medium enterprises. The only problem with IFC is that their debt is dollar denominated, so you have the currency exposure risk. So there are non-equity based and non-FSI based opportunities that are out there. Just be persistent, and I'm sure that the opportunity is there. People understand that opportunity, and you'll inshallah get lucky.
All right, I wish we had more time, but we'll have to close this now. So thank you very much, all of you. We're going to now have our souvenir distribution. To present the souvenirs to our speakers, I'm going to request Mr. Mohammad Farid Alam, CEO of AKD Securities Limited. This is Pakistan's largest brokerage house. Please welcome Farid Saab on the stage. I'll also request from Nutshell Communications, Ziaul Islam Zubairi Saab, to please represent Nutshell on the stage. He is our Head of Public Affairs and Media Training. He is otherwise also a very well-known PR and advertising professional and a columnist. So let's have the souvenirs. Farid Bhai, I'll request you to please hand over the souvenir, first of all, to Mr. Mohammad Shoaib. To be presented to Mr. Zarar Hasham Khan. And to our speaker from Malaysia, Datu Melina Abu Tahir, Farid Saab, please present the last souvenir. Now we have the group photograph. Everybody please get closer together. All right, thank you very much. Shaha, over to you for the next session. Thank you, sir.
every time you feel that, okay, we've learned so much, and then something else comes up and you realize, okay, there's a lot to learn. It was wonderful learning how to create our own utopia, and thank you so much, Zerar, that was wonderful. And of course, Islamic finance and sustainability, such a crucial and important topic in terms of Pakistan economy, knowing that most of our banks, all of our banks will be shifting to Islamic instruments in near future. We have our next dialogue panel ready on diversity, equality and inclusion, and we will be calling our very treasured panelist for it. We have Wafa Makhlouf, Executive Director, SEED Tunisia. Please join us on stage as I read out your profiles. Wafa Makhlouf is the co-founder of the Tunisian political party, Nida Tunes. Am I pronouncing it correctly, Wafa? Oh, perfect. She was an elected member of the Tunisian parliament for 2014 to 2019. She was also nominated for the 2016 Young Global Leaders at the World Economic Forum. She is the founder of the Pro-Clean and environmental service provider to public sector agencies. She was listed among the 200 African economic leaders of the future. The 100 most powerful Arab women and the 100 most powerful Arabs under 40. Wow, I think that deserves a special clap. Next, we have Sadaf Abid, founder and CEO Circle, Vice Chairperson, Pakistan Microfinance Network. Through her company Circle, Sadaf promotes women's economic empowerment via digital literacy, technology and entrepreneurship for financial inclusion. She has served as COO and CEO of Kasha Foundation and former board member National Bank of Pakistan, where she chaired the Inclusive Development Committee. Next up is Shafqat H. Shah, Senior Director, Commercial, S&P Global for Argentina, India, Pakistan and Philippines. Shafqat has vast experience in leading culturally diverse and globally dispersed teams. He has held leadership roles in commercial, innovation and product development and client support. Last but not the least, we have Tanzila Hussain, Global HR Business Partner, British Council, skilled in human resources management, organizational development, teamwork and strategy. Tanzila has demonstrated history of working in the non-profit organization management industry. To moderate this absolutely brilliant panel, we have our Sajid Aslam, a familiar personality on stage by now. Sajid is here. We've introduced him quite a few times, so no further introductions required, and we are looking forward to a very interesting conversation. Welcome.
So I hope we are still awake. Are we? Yes? No? I think the topic we are going to pick up historically, the human history when we go and as at least the known one, where the human being started as a hunters, and that was the initial trait which they started with, and that's evolved to the next level where in the known history 10,000 years back the agriculture started and the division of the labor was a little bit changed, and over the course of history, we have seen a lot of inequality, whether we talk about from a social perspective or economic perspective. The bigger question is that, as a human race, can we decide to continue with those inequalities, or is it the time where we have to take some action and make some change there? Diversity, equity and inclusion, I think it's one of a topic which is close to everybody's heart. But when we go for the implementation, a lot of our unconscious biases, even from our side, that's become a challenge for us. So here we are trying to explore what are the key barriers and what are the key business cases where DEI is something which every business or a corporate site or as an individual, we should be advocating and adopting at the same time. I picked up from one research, and I really love that categorization they have provided in terms of what are the key barriers. And the bigger barrier which they have identified is the resource threat for the group which is at the advantage stage as we speak. So they might lose their opportunity, they might lose their position, or they might lose their authority. There's another one which they talk about the symbolic threat that I have to change my value set. That's another one where the people are very, very uncomfortable what their beliefs and practices they need to change. And the third one is also a very interesting one. That's the in-group morality, that as a group I have to identify that I was doing something wrong before. Whether we are talking about men, we are talking about race, we are talking about women, we are talking about gender, or we are talking about the ethnicity. So as a group we have to identify that we were doing something morally wrong. So I think these are the key 3 psychological categories which have been identified in that research as a key barrier when we try to do that at our home, our institution, or as an individual in journal. So here from the leaders, I'll start with you, Wafa. You've been a part of the government as well, and you're working with the public sector. So what is your experience on the workplace side, or in a journally when you were building up your business? How was your experience on the DEI side?
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you, Asfar, for the invitation and making I'm here today. So I want to share my experience with you. In 2002, I tried to create my own business in the environmental sector, who is in Tunisia is very men sectors, not for women. So when I went to the office to create my business, the first thing that shocked me, it was the woman who was in front of me. He says, why environmental sector collecting garbage? It's not for you. You have to be in bank, you have to be in administration, you have to be in other place than collecting waste every day. It's not for you. So for me, like, wow, it's the first barriers that I had is the women reaction and the society reaction. So I was like, no, it's not for men only. It can be for me. But it was like a challenge every day, and I was managing about 50 men. So it wasn't easy to manage them every day, but it was like good to do it. So for me, mindset is the first barrier for diversity, for integration. So even with politics, after when I integrate and co-founder the party in Tunisia, so having women in the parliament, having women in party, it wasn't like appreciated, but to militate and to be present all the time. And you know that Tunisia was very known with emancipated women place. So Bourguiba as a president was very open-minded, and he worked a lot on education system, health system, and emancipation of women. But even with all these opportunities and all these laws that we have for women, but in our mind we still patriarchal country. So I don't know if I respond to your question, Sajid, but I want to share that. But it's all the time about how to make inclusion real things. So that's why the idea of having or managing the NGO SEED, Center for Entrepreneurship and Executive Development. It's a Tunisian national NGO. The main thing that we do is help entrepreneurs by providing them with support they need to develop their business in emerging markets. And the only it's not the only approach. We provide entrepreneurs with business know-how through its accelerator program, but also connecting participants to mentors and community of entrepreneurs and to the talents that they need also. And this is how we promote DEI. So for us, it's important to sensibilize the new entrepreneur or creating SMEs with this mindset. It's for us our responsibility. So thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. I think the important point, the existing social construct, regardless whatever approach, policy, or law we make, unless until we challenge ourselves, it's not going to change. So that's bring me to your side. You are running an organization circle, and you work a lot on the overall diversity and inclusion area. So how you see that in the society, in your workplace, as well as the organizations you are interacting, so how they are doing in terms of DEI?
And I think what I'd like to highlight is that, you know, it's been a decade or even more that we've been talking about D&I and the business case for this and why it matters. And we know that diversity boosts the bottom line, it enhances productivity, it leads to better retention, but yet the needle is not moving. And the pace of change is extremely slow, not just in Pakistan actually, but also globally. So what have I learned through this journey? Well, one, I think there needs to be a commitment at the top, at a board level. And you've got to show that commitment, have a plan in place, a roadmap and metrics to measure where you want to go on this. Because talking is great, but we know what gets measured gets done, right? So as we track other indicators, we need to track this. And from that perspective, I'd like to say that the effort by State Bank of Pakistan to come up with the Banking for Equality policy is the right step, which is very important because it's giving banks a roadmap that you need to increase and step up and have more women both at a bank level, but also in leadership and management. So I think that's really important. Secondly, I think it's also important to look at where is my pipeline and how are we building that culture which is both attracting women, but also retaining them and grooming them and developing them. The mentorship, we know that really makes a difference. So that is really important. And then I think it's also about not just having one woman on the board. So Pakistan's law at the moment says you need to have minimum one woman on the board, but that is just not enough. We know that to make a tangible difference, you need at least 2 to 3 women. And from Circle, I'd like to share with you, like we started with something very small in 2015 by just calling out manels. So how many of you know about a manel? A manel is a panel with only men, right? So let's discourage manels. Let's have panels, which means that there are women on it also. There's a diverse group in it. So we started a campaign on social media, and it started getting called out. And that was a very positive step. And then we got commitments from CEOs and leaders to pledge that I'm not going to sit on a panel which is a manel and only men. Now that takes a lot of courage because it's not the norm. It's not easy. So that's again, the challenge is there is a way things are working and we need to nudge the system. I don't think there's one magic bullet, but we need experimentation. We need a high level of commitment and passion. And this is not just for organizations. I think the CEOs really need to ask themselves what's happening in the home. You know, are we giving opportunities to the girls versus the boys? Now, we see this happening in families. A boy and a girl is running, 5-year-olds. They fall down, which is natural. It happens. And the girl is said, you know, the boy is said, run, run, it's okay, go ahead. And the girl is said, I told you not to run fast. You should be careful. You can fall. So what is the message the girl is getting? Be careful, don't experiment. You know, the world is challenging, play it safe. And I think it's really important for us as parents, as members of society, as relatives, to really question this. Is this the right message? Because we know the world is tough, life is tough, it brings challenges for all of us. And it requires us to build that resilience, that depth, So we need to encourage that. And for Pakistan to progress until we're going to bring women in the economy, we're not going to make it. There is no country in the world that has progressed with just one half of its population, being part of the formal economy. Pakistan has one of the lowest female labor force participation rates at 20%. Bangladesh, our neighbor, a Muslim country, 40%. Vietnam, 70%. So this has to change, but the responsibility doesn't just lie on organizations. They play a key role. It's also society, parents, all of us. How are we contributing to this? And we need to take responsibility to create a change.
Now, thank you, Sadaf. I think it's basically remind me that African proverb that it takes the entire village to raise a kid. So you're right. Everybody has to contribute and make sure our behaviors or demonstration of those behaviors are right while we are nurturing that talent. So I'll come to you, Shafaqat. Like, you are working in an organization which has got a very diverse portfolio in terms of the product, in terms of the employees, and also it has got a different presence in the different countries. So how D&I agenda is working in your organization, locally and globally?
Sajid, we're a business, right? So business is very practical. So we know that if we need to serve a diverse target market, we need to make sure our product teams are reflective of the market that we're going to be serving. Because I quote an example to my team all the time that if you're building a product for somebody who, say, is visually impaired, and you don't have a visually impaired person as your team member, can you possibly expect for your team to relate fully with the target market that you're trying to serve? It would just not make business sense to not have diverse teams. And historically, we have seen that the teams and the companies whose boards are diverse, gender diverse, demographically, and from different ethnicities and different age groups, they're 70% more successful. They produce more profit. It's proven. So for S&P Global, what we do is we make sure that we not only provide an environment where diverse workforce comes and flourishes and performs to the fullest, but we also know, since we primarily employ millennials and centennials, we invest in the future talent pipeline. So we have programs like Million Women Mentorship Program that we're participating with US-Pakistan Women's Council, and we have pledged to mentor 20,000 females by the end of this year. We've already completed 14,400 mentorships, and you're part of it, yeah. And I was going to get to that point. How does that happen? And it's not the moment you change I to we, and she's one of the we's. When you partner up with like-minded organizations, is when your power multiplies, your impact multiplies, and together we win. So I'll give you an example. Just a couple of months ago, we were invited to deliver a STEM course for a divisional public school, all-girls school in Rawalpindi, a small school cut off from the mainstream, advantages that we all enjoy in our premier schools. And a lot of people asked, why should we go mentor them? Like, they're not college, they're not in their final semester. And we were like, well, that's where the formative years begin, at the grade 9, 10, 11, where females are trying to look at their social setup, they're fighting the societal pressures, and trying to decide which way should I go. We need to invest there. We need to parent them, and we need to parent their parents to make sure, as Wafa and Sadaf were saying too, and as you quoted, it takes a village to raise a child. So we had a wonderful session with them, and they're following up, and the funny story was, as we were walking out, there was a train of girls saying, could we have 5 more minutes? I have another question. That's the impact. People are hungry for this kind of counseling, and somebody like organizations who can say that, the change begins with me. We always say that, well, if the government will have this policy, if the environment is conducive, if people are willing, well, do I control your action or do I control my actions?
No, very true, very true. And I think I'll pick up on a couple of things. So number one, you picked up on the business case. I think that's the most important thing. Do we really understand that there is a business case for DEI, or we are just doing it because we are asked to do it? Do we really understand the economics behind it? So that's an important awareness within the organization itself and everybody who's contributing or trying to contribute there. And then the collaboration. You can't do it alone. It's going to take a village to change something which historically evolved as a social inequality over the period. So we can't change it overnight. We need to contribute collectively. Tanzila, that's bring me to your side. Like you have, you are working in an organization which is also a British organization, have an international exposure. And maybe when we are talking about Pakistan, there are certain aspects of the diversity which we lack, and there are different aspects which happen in the other part of the world. How you see and implement that DEI agenda within your organization, and what are the learnings, and we can share some of that with the audience here.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sajid. I think we've heard a lot about the business case, and Sadaf's spoken a lot about mindsets as well. And I think I'd like to reiterate that. I think for and my experience at the British Council has been that for any change to happen, the first thing you need to tackle is mindset, and you need to get leadership on board and create your champions that will become those little minions that are going to go out into the organization and bring about that change and champion that change that you need, right? So that is the most important thing. The other thing also I think we forget sometimes is that people actually learn and develop and grow. They can do that. So investing in people's ability and capability to be, to address their unconscious biasness, to coach them, to develop their ability to think out of the box and to be more inclusive is something which can be done. And our experience is that it can work. It needs persistence. And persistence is another word I've heard heard before, and and I again want to reiterate that this is really, really important in any change management aspect, especially when it comes to DEI. I just want to share an example with you because I just want to sort of bring to light and kind of make it real for you to understand something about how we had to undergo this change process at the British Council. Now, one of our business aspects is that the British Council delivers exams. We deliver UK exam qualifications in Pakistan. Now, you would think it's an easy process, but let me assure you that the likes of delivering an exam can be compared to an aircraft taking off. It is just as complex, right, from the different stages. One of the issues we had in our team was a lack of gender balance. Now, over the years, this was persistent. It was, it just wasn't budging. And we demonstrated, sort of all the business case elements, the research, everything. We brought that to the team lead, and you kind of showed, how having a more female diverse or having more females in your team can actually benefit the business. And I remember the response I got from our team lead at that time was, but it sounds all good, Tanzila, but women can't do this. They can't lift heavy boxes. They can't show up at 6 o'clock in the morning at the exam venue. They have issues with transport. I said, you know what? Stop right there. Now we're talking. You're talking about issues. Let's put that on the table. Don't give me a statement, women can't do this, okay? Sorry, I don't buy that. Let's listen to the issues and let's tackle those issues. So if the issue is transport, that they can't get into the venue at 6 o'clock in the morning, let's address transport as an issue. Let's arrange that. If the issue is they cannot lift heavy boxes, let's get them trolleys, find a solution to that. So that in the end, what you're doing is you're creating a level playing field, right? We have to understand that marginalized communities, whether that's female, whether that's ethnicity, whether that's race, whether that's disability, the playing fields are not level.
And we can't be an inclusive organization unless we start to tackle the ecosystem in which we are living and operating in. And as part of that ecosystem is creating a balance and creating that level, okay? And as I said, there are ways that we can do it through our systems, through our processes, through tackling those issues where you can help to do that. So I think that's been my experience, Sajid, in terms of actually addressing DEI and helping to bring about that change within the organization. And I take back, the one key I give back is mindset and persistence. And that is something we need to keep on doing.
No, thank you, Tanzil. I think the most important thing is not to take that opinion that they can't do it, or not only for women, for anything, like for any age, for any race, we can't come back and take that opinion and challenge that where the real issue, and let's try to solve that. I think that's a very good approach. I think one other area which I would like to explore, and that would be more around the business case and why we should be doing that. And most importantly, my question would be around, there is a group which is in power right now for any reason, because of their age, race, gender, how you will handle when they feel threat and they start reacting in an irrational way, and they do not try to support that. In fact, their own fears start to drive a very irrational behavior from their side. So how we should be handling that, particularly in a workplace, we have seen that a lot, where the struggle of power and people start feeling that they're going to be losing the position because they are trying to promote a certain policy of diversity, which is making it advantageous for somebody from a gender, race, or different age group. So I think that's a one group which we have to make more comfortable so they open up and let it happen more easily. So Tanzila, I'll start with you, how we should be handling that side where the group which feel threatened, but they have a power at the same time.
So Sajid, I'm going to flip that around a little bit. So I understand, yes, that there can be barriers to making change happen. But I think we should start off by focusing on the people who do want change to happen. Okay, I think that is the best thing that we can do, is creating those champions, and then the people who feel threatened, when they see others, okay, doing this, people learn from each other, people model behavior, you know, they will want to then be a part of that change as well. So I think first of all, the first step is identifying your champions who will help then to win those people over to your side. That is important. The other thing is, I think, realizing and sensing what are the insecurities that those individuals have that are blocking this change from happening, okay? And then addressing those insecurities. That could be, you know, if it's a loss of power, you know, then I think you need to actually sit down and unpick what is that power coming from? How do you give them the assurance that it is not about their loss in power, but about creating a more inclusive and a better environment for the business? So I think it's about systematically taking those issues and those insecurities and addressing them slowly and slowly. It is a slow process. Please, you know, I think just in terms of expectations, it is not something, change will not happen overnight. You will not win those people overnight. It will happen slowly and gradually. And I think thirdly, you have to understand it's an organizational vision. There will be people who buy into it, and there will be people who do not buy into it, right? So then we will have to live with the fact, and also perhaps, you know, make difficult choices about the future careers that individuals will have, you know, if they don't align to the organizational strategy. And I think that applies to all businesses, all kind of business initiatives, not just DEI. So I think that's the approach that I would recommend is three-pronged, you know, is getting your champions on board, systematically addressing the insecurities, and thirdly, you know, to be honest, is working out how you deal with individuals or not deal with individuals who are not on your side.
Now, thank you. Shifa.
So, two-pronged answer. One, what she said, and number two, there's a mindset that the pie size is limited. And that's what limits your personal growth and your organization's growth. The sooner you get out of your mindset that the pie is limited, the better it is. Because, you know, if speaking from personal experiences, I've always grown when I've enabled others. And that inherent insecurity that Tanzila was referring to, if you take that insecurity out of you and you realize that if I enable others, then my product is better, then it sells more, then we grow, and as the size of the pie increases, the size of the slice increases too, organization is going to be better. So my answer is very practical, speaking from experience.
Thank you, Sadhu.
I'd like to bring a different perspective to this. I think there's a huge opportunity in today's world, and that is access to internet and digital literacy, which can be a huge disruption. Pakistan actually has one of the widest digital gender divides in the world. What does that really mean? What that means is women in our country who, if they have a smartphone, they don't know how to use it. They don't know how to use the internet. They are not digitally literate. And that is the goal that Circle is championing. The way I see it in today's world, access to internet, digital literacy is a fundamental, basic human right. What does it do for you? It opens access to skills, knowledge, networks, opportunities, connections. So we have trained 6,000 low-income women across the country through the support of L'Oreal Fund for Women, from Shigar, Balochistan, to Rahim Yar Khan, Khanewal, Chakwal, and these are women at the bottom of the pyramid, the last mile. 60% didn't have bank accounts before they started working with us. Now they have a mobile wallet. They're able to do transactions. I'd like to share with you GSMA study report, which shows that women in Pakistan are 38% less likely to own a mobile phone. They are 49% less likely to use mobile internet, and 94% less likely to have a mobile money account. This is where we need to put our energy and attention. We need to change this. Why are these women not having access? It's social norms. It's male members in the family who are constraining their access to internet, because there is a lack of understanding that digital tools like Facebook, Insta, they are actually business tools also. They are not just socialization tools. So I think we need massive campaigns across the country talking about the potential of internet, about access to internet, about digital literacy, about these digital tools, and we need to get millions of women on board. Circle this year, with the support of Gates Foundation, is actually going to train 10,000 low-income women across the country, and we're going to build women as digital agents. What do I mean by that? Low-income women in communities who are going to then train more women in their community so we can scale up. And I think it's disruption through technology which can really enable us to create a more level playing field. And it is really heartening for me as the founder and CEO of Circle to really see women in Jhang, Khanewal, who've never used internet, to show interest, to learn it, and then to start using it for enabling their family, their children. Because we know this, when a woman gets empowered, a family becomes strong and a country moves forward.
Thank you, Sadhu.
After the speech of all the panels, I think that we are all with the idea that it's not only the role of companies or organizations to make this kind of DEI things, but it's about all the ecosystem. We need to make it by public sector, private sector, and we have to know that in our private sector, it's similar than Tunisia. 90% of our private sector is about SMEs. So the role of having the sensibilization with these 5% in a small company or small enterprise, it's very, very important, and we have to make this sensibilization, sorry for my English, so it's very important. So for us, and in Tunisia, we make a lot of programs for women, for youth, in the south, for the region who are not have not good growth. So, but it's all about how to make it together and how to deal with all this disparity And it's the role of everyone in this ecosystem to do his best to promote and to make things happen really, not just blah, blah, blah for women, blah, blah, blah for youth, but really knows that it's very essential for the economy that the women has his real place and not just for politic discussion or politic dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Irfan. I think if we go back, and now I'll come to the audience for any question and comments quickly. So if we go back, I think the biggest barrier which we, regardless of our good intention, it's the people who might feel threatened and act or react irrationally, and that way Tanzila talked about building those champions and allies, and also convincing them that it's not limited pie, it's something we will work together. And the Sadaf came back, changed the game, disrupt that one, bring that marginalized community more empowered, use technology and create their own businesses. And Wafa picked up a very valid point, the SMEs, how we can really bring them here, because DEI is not the agenda for the multinational and the large organization. It's a social issue, it's a social inequality. And the biggest power in any area lies with somebody who can really drive the economic decision side of it, and how much inclusive we are and how much inclusive economic decisions we are making, that's going to change that in the society going forward. And it's, Tanzila, it's right, it's a slow process and it requires certain patience. But again, the question is, can we leave it? Over the years, what we have accumulated as the inequality, whether socially or economically, if you look at the World Economic Forum, in the next 2 years, on the top 5 challenges, social inequality is there. And in the next 10 years, where the climate is the biggest one, still the 7th risk is the social inequalities. So these are not going anywhere unless until we start making an effort there. And that effort has to be made by every individual, whether as a corporate employee or as a business owner, as a parent, as an educator. So whatever role we are, any soul we touch, this message has to go on. So we will take some questions or comments from the audience here. If we can move the mic. Yeah, please state your name and organization and who you want to address the question to.
Okay, so I'm Javeria. I am the co-founder for Daulat. It's a freelancing platform, and we're working towards, empowering the women of Pakistan who don't really get opportunities to go out of their homes to work, right? So my question comes, we've all talked about inclusion of women in the workplaces, right? But what about those who are differently abled? They also have those capacities and skills to, really put themselves out there. So what can we do for them? And honestly, anyone can answer.
Thank you for raising that. Shafaqat picked up that, but just to really clarify that, when we talk about diversity, it's not only gender. It's just that in Pakistan, it's the biggest mass is the gender side of it, where we are seeing that inequality.
Thank you so much for asking that question. Because every time we talk about diversity, everyone's talking about gender diversity. And, I can quote a very shamelessly quote an example from an initiative that S&P Global recently took. It's a DEI-focused internship program that focuses primarily on differently abled and transgenders. And when we took that initiative, we realized that we conducted an external parties audit of our premises, and we identified the obvious challenges that our premises had for people with disabilities to perform, fully, right? So we went through a transformation of our campus to make sure we're being inclusive for that marginalized part of the society as well. And I'm very happy to share that more than 30% are already converted to our full-time employees, because they realize that they can perform and contribute to the economy just like anybody else. And one of the statements that I heard was that I'm going to be here for the next 25 years because this is home, more home to me than my own home. Those are the kind of success stories that we need to share with everyone.
No, thank you. Thank you. Please.
Hello, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. Shagufta Jabin here, founder and CEO of Next Gen Impact. So I'm glad to hear something about learning and training here at this panel. My question to any of you, I would say, because there was quite overlap of the areas, that we talk about inclusion and diversity, inclusion and equity. However, how do we determine whether we are really falling into that category of DEI organization? Because these days, many of the organizations that claim to be DEI organizations, do we have any set standards, any metrics available? So what's the criteria on which you would help the organizations to really gauge themselves whether they are DEI organizations or they're just falling into the illusion of inclusion and DEI? Thank you.
Great question.
No, now it's on. Okay. Thank you for that. I think that's a really great question, Shagufta. So again, I can share my experience from the British Council. So we're a cultural relations organization, and obviously we operate in many, many countries around the world. And diversity and inclusion and equity is a big issue for us, despite the fact that we're a cultural relations organization with global presence. So what we have defined or set as a benchmark is that our diversity as an organization should be reflective of the diversity of the markets we operate in, okay? Because that is what makes commercial and business sense for us, is that we reflect the diversity of the markets we operate in as an organization. So using those parameters, we then established what those goals or baseline elements were for us, and determined, in which regions or which countries, this is where we have the gender gap. In which regions or countries, it's an issue around disability, it's an issue around ethnicity and race. Race is a big issue, right? So, for an organization that's UK-based, it has headquarters in the UK, and the UK is a very, very diverse society, yet, our representation in the organization of African blacks is so little that it's alarming. And of course, the whole incidence of George Floyd brought that home as well. So I think, just going back and summarizing what I just said, going back to your question, how do you determine it? In our case, we determined it by actually gauging the markets and our customers and our consumers and their diversity and mapping that across to where we are and then setting our benchmarks accordingly.
So I think metrics are really important. As I said, what gets measured gets done, and there are some very simple standards. So you look at diversity on the board, in the leadership team, overall workforce, you measure it. Then you look at your pipeline, people who get promoted, how diverse is that group? Because that's again another thing to look at. Often women will get left behind because they're probably not promoting themselves as actively. So those could be some simple starters. And then of course looking at policies and processes, when we're bringing people in, do you make sure that your pipeline and recruitment is also diverse? So these kind of things, I think just starting with that and just talking about it regularly and building that culture and measuring it and having a roadmap can go a long way.
Shagufta, very good question. And I agree with Sadaf that what gets measured improves as well. And I have two examples. One was that 5 years ago, we set a goal for ourselves, for S&P Global, that we're going to improve our gender diversity. We were at 17%, now we're at 36%. Does not happen overnight, does not happen in isolation. You have to set up specific structured programs that would enable you to do that. So number one. Number two, there are organizations that have frameworks, like Best Place to Work. Dr. Paul, I don't know if he's still in the audience, but he has a framework, and luckily we won the award too for Best Most Diverse Workplace and Best Place to Work for Women in Pakistan, because of some of the strategies that we put in place that we delivered on. That was part of our strategic priority. You have to prioritize it as an organization, and then you have to partner up with organizations or third parties who are not going to have a biased approach, who will be evaluating everyone across the board on equal set criteria and then compete on it and make sure you communicate, you market. The reason why I keep sharing these successes is so people get inspired. If they can do it, so can we. Because we're financially successful and we believe in diversity. So these examples are very important.
Thank you. Thank you. Just being an accountant, I can't stop myself because it's a reporting and assurance question, right? There are proper standards available globally, and the companies have to report, just like their annual financial report, they have to report on sustainability. And the social is one of a dynamic where the DEI is one of a key area. It's not only that they have to report what they have done, how they have achieved it, what is the progress, and then the auditor has to provide that assurance. And now, I think I'll pick up on the Dato Marina was presenting something where right now 15 trillion in Asia and 68 trillion in US is being transferred to the next generation, and that intergenerational wealth transfer is creating a new kind of investor and consumer. And those investors and consumer are asking very specific questions on these. And they are taking out their money or putting the money based on the criteria which they have established, and sustainability and ESG is a very strong criteria there. Similarly, the consumers are asking that we are not going to buy something unless until you demonstrate and assure us that the entire value chain from which this product is coming up, it does not have certain oppression, it is not creating a certain, there's no person who is a disadvantage in the entire process, right? So these are the things which consumers are asking. And Europe has already adopted a lot of regulation which is creating fines for the food companies and the banks who are claiming they are doing something, but actually there is no substance. So the fluff is being called out very recently. And Sadaf picked up rightly, the digital media and the social media, I think we have got a very young activist, and these are our hope. The Manal was a very good initiative, I remember, and I am a culprit of that couple of times. And I was called out on those forums. And that was a very good reminder for anybody there, that what we should do right and how we should resist to that. So I think these are the things, advocacy side of it, proper standards and reporting side of it, and calling out when there is a fluff and no substance, whether it's a regulator or whether it's a civil society. One last point I would like to make, we talk about a lot of economic development and the policies and the government role. If we look around the 190 countries, you will find a lot of countries have developed because their private sector and civil society took certain decision and move on. They didn't wait for the government to do anything right. So if we can do the things right on our side, whether it's a work ethics, whether it's how we treat each other, how we collaborate with each other, and how we decide to develop our own talent and use technology as one of a piece, I think we stand a better chance to really accelerate our growth as compared to waiting for the government to provide all the concessions and subsidies and all that, or a rent-seeking attitude. If from a rent-seeking attitude we start moving to that technology disruption and entrepreneurship and use that DEI as one of a key criteria where we have more inclusive, bringing the women, differently abled people, and use the entire talent together, I think we stand a better chance and accelerated progression going forward. But what we have to do for that, we have to be bold enough to take that decision, right? So that's a key question. Are we bold enough to take that path, which may look tough, but if we are dare to imagine, I think we can do that as well. So thank you very much. If there's any, yeah, please, there's a question. It's a last question. We just have to close this. Please, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum. This is Simon Avid from Amreli Steels, Head of Digitalization and SAP Dev. My question relates to the point that Ms. Tanzila highlighted, that whenever it comes to female, there are issues highlighted. Whether our corporate policies are ready to incorporate this DEI, we need to question ourselves that our corporate policies are not designed according to DEI, they are designed according to a specific set of employees. And when we are talking about DEI, there are some basic rights that vary from gender to gender, or disabled people, they have some different basic rights, and our corporate policies should be able to cater that.
No, thank you very much. I think that's a very valid question, and that's what we were debating about, where the fluff is and where the real substance is. So corporates are ready for that? I would say not exactly. Are they evolving? Yes, they are evolving. How we can help them or guide them better to do the things, and we have to call out, we have to be bold enough to do that side. But yes, we are not there. We are not even close yet. So, but that's an evolution which we have to do together. That's a progression which we have to make. Guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much, audience. It's such a topic we can't really, it's very difficult to close that. There are a lot of questions, a lot of commitments, and a lot of case studies which keep coming up. So I think it's always interesting to carry out that conversation while we are on a networking tea and then on time. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If all the guests could just sort of stay on stage. Do we have Barrister Shahida Jamil with us? Yes, please. Would you be kind enough to join us on stage? We are fortunate to have Barrister Shahida Jamil with us. Former Federal Minister of Law, Justice and Human Rights, former Federal Minister of Environment, Local Government and Rural Development, former caretaker Federal Minister for Women Development, Social Welfare and Special Education. We would want to request her to give away the first 2 souvenirs to 2 of our guests. Shuffling the order a bit, we would go with Sajid and Sadaf. Sadaf Abid. Asfar, would you be kind enough to please join us on stage? Sadaf Abid, Sajid Aslam, our very precious moderator, always ready with sharp questions. Can I now request Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik, Minister of State, Minister of Energy, to please join us on stage. Okay. Is he here? Okay, so we'll continue with the souvenirs. Tanzila Hussain. Wafa Makloof. And Shafqat Shah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This was so interesting, though I would want to sort of leave hanging question before we let go of our honorable guests. We all know that we all stepped out of our homes and we faced the challenges. When we talk of inclusion and we talk of diversity, how important is it for women themselves to be ready to face the world and not settle down with passive or victim mindset? We are now ready to begin our final session of the summit, and I'll hand over to Rabia. Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience and an extremely interesting panel discussion.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last session of the Future Summit, 6th edition. And if you've noticed in the agenda, the title of this session is again Prepare for Disruption. That was the title of the first session as well. So basically, we're coming full circle and ending on the same note. So I'd like to request our speakers for this session to please join me on the stage. James Michael Lafferty, CEO and board member, Fine Hygienic Holding, Olympic coach, speaker, and corporate trainer. So James joined us in Leaders in Islamabad in August. Just for 1 minute, yeah. So he joined us in August in Leaders in Islamabad, and we're very happy to have him here in the Future Summit as well. I'd also like to invite Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman. He is now a Chief Executive Strategic Engagements Nutshell. He was the Chief of Air Staff of Pakistan Air Force from 2015 to 2018. Sir Sohail, thank you for joining us. Is Dr. Musaddiq here? Okay. Michael Kugelman, if you would please join us on the stage. So Michael, it was a stroke of luck that Michael happened to be in town. He's joined several of our webinars and he's been a speaker at our summits, but he's always joined online. This time we're very happy to have him here in flesh and blood. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so we'll have Dr. Musaddiq join us as he comes into the hall. Meanwhile, I'd request James to please start this session with his very upbeat, passionate address. James, all yours.
Everyone, my name is James Michael Lafferty. If you look on your table, there's a box of tissues, which you didn't even notice. That is my product, Fine Tissues. I'm the CEO of Fine Hygienic Holding. So what do I do for a living? I wipe your nose and I wipe your bum. That's what I do for a living. But I didn't always do that. I started my career as an Olympic coach of the U.S. junior national team in track and field. I'm a physiologist by training, and my corporate career started at Procter & Gamble as a corporate fitness trainer, which means I really trained executives how to lose weight and how to stay fit. Now, all of you have had lunch. A lot of you are on your phones. A lot of you are not engaged. Do you know why you fall asleep after lunch? What happens in your body that makes you fall asleep after lunch? The blood goes to the digestive tract to digest food, and it leaves the extremities, and you get tired and fatigued. So, one of the key things to get your energy back is to engage your core and your extremities. So, will everybody stand up, please? Stand up. Come on, you're young. Be young. You got the rest of your life to be old. Be young. Okay, stand up. All right, the center of gravity of the human body is right here, the core. A lot of problems start here. Back pain starts here. Stiffness and tightness starts here. Inability to sleep starts here. So, interlace your fingers like this. Push your hand out in front. Now I want you to go overhead, push on the ceiling. Push the ceiling back up into the sky. Stretch. Feel that stretch, that beautiful stretch in your abdominal area. Now we're going to go to the right. Nice and easy. Go to the right. Okay, some of you are going to go back to school on right and left. Okay, right push. Feel that beautiful stretch out here. Come up to the center. Go to the left. Push. Push out. Come back up center. Push overhead. And now gently, we're going to look back and bend a little bit at the lumbar, your lower back. And bring your arms down. Now put your phone down. Let's have some fun. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is the concept of going from being a winner to a champion. Now you hear that. If you've heard this from me before, I apologize. We're going to have a very short session on this. Many people think it's the same thing. A winner and a champion is the same thing. It's not. They're completely different. And in the next 20 minutes, I hope you'll agree with me. So to get started, all of the athletes I'm going to talk about today are athletes that I know, or I coach, or I work with. So the first athlete we're going to talk about who sets the stage is called Nadia Comaneci. Does anyone know who Nadia Comaneci is? Yes, sir. Who is Nadia? Famous gymnast, absolutely correct, from Romania. Now, what made her famous is the way gymnastics used to be done in the Olympics is they would judge your routine on a scale of 0 to 10. Now, nobody gets a 10. They get 9.9. If you get a 9.9, you win everything. The scoreboards were even set up to only go to 9.99 because nobody can be perfect. She's the first person in gymnastics history to get a perfect 10. It all started on the uneven parallel bars in the Montreal Olympics in 1976. She's widely renowned as the greatest gymnast of all time. Let's go back to 76 and look at this famous routine that got her the perfect 10, that when it came up on the scoreboard, it said 1.0 because it couldn't enter 10 into the scoreboard. So let's take a look at this. Now, Nadia came and spoke to one of my teams at Procter & Gamble, and one of my people asked her a question, and the answer to that question changed the rest of my life, and I hope it will have an impact on you. The person raised her hand and said, everybody who goes to the Olympic Games is great. Why did you win 5 gold medals and somebody else win 0? What's the difference between you and them? Nadia's answer changed the way I looked at the world. She said, I'll tell you why. There's only 3 people in the world. There's only 3 kinds of people in a company. There's only 3 kinds of people walking the streets of Karachi right now. 3 kinds of people in a gymnastics gym. The coach comes up to us and he says, I want you to do 10 repetitions on each one of the apparatus. Now the coach is one person. There's 20 gymnasts. So that coach cannot watch all 20. He has to have trust in a belief in the athlete. She said the first kind of people, the coach says, do 10 routines, and they say, I'm not going to do 10 routines. I'm going to do 7 because 7's good enough, and the coach won't know that I cheated on the 3. The coach won't know that I cheated on 3. And what's wrong with 7? It's better than 0. She said, these kind of people are losers in life. They never win. They always cut corners. They never deliver what they say they're going to deliver. And I sit and think, and like every company I've run, I've had a few people like this. They never deliver a number. They always have excuses for everything. They miss every month, and then they've got excuses. They don't win. She said the second group of people says do 10. How many they do? They do exactly 10. She said these people are the winners in life. They win sometimes. They have their moment of glory. And she said, and then there's the third group. Every time he told me to do 10, I never did 10. I did 15. And that's why I won 5 gold medals in the Olympic Games and set the world record. And those people are called the champions in life. They win time after time after time. Now, when she said that, it was just so interesting to me because this whole 3 kinds of people in the world thing. At the time I'm working for Procter & Gamble, they have a rating system for performance. You know how many levels there were of rating? 3. Outstanding, decent, unsatisfactory. I go to Coca-Cola. You know how many levels of rating they had? 3. Outstanding, decent, unsatisfactory. I go to British American Tobacco. All these big Fortune 100 companies. How many levels of performance does BAT recognize? 3. Outstanding, decent, unsatisfactory. Now I'm at Fine Hygienic Holding. How many levels do we have? 3. Outstanding, decent, unsatisfactory. That's it. And she's saying the same thing. There's only 3 kinds of people out there. People that over-deliver, people that deliver, and people who always under-deliver. You got to decide what you want to be. Because this is about choice. It's not about genetics. This is about choice. So, what's the difference between a winner and a champion? Winner wins occasionally. When they grow 2%, 3%, 4%. And they have their moment in the sun. They have their moment of greatness. Like everybody says, you're amazing. But it's very fleeting. It's fleeting. The champion wins time after time after time after time. When they grow big. Think about any sport. Think about tennis. There's people like Andy Roddick, who played for my country, the U.S. He won one time the U.S. Open. But Rafael Nadal won 22 times the gold, one of the Grand Slams. This is the difference between a winner and a champion. Consistency over and over again. Now, if you look at how they do their work, there was a study done in the late 80s. When I read the study, it had a big impact on me because it was about sports teams and about sports individuals, but it could be applied to anything in life. Because the sports world, which I'm still involved in, still coaching the Philippine Olympic team, the Brazil Olympic team in track and field on the side. Certainly sports can learn from business and the private sector. But we in the private sector can learn from anyone who has achieved greatness in their life, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in ballet, it is in music, whether it is in sports. I can learn from someone who has gone to the top of their profession. And that's the purpose of here for the next 15, 20 minutes, is we're going to learn from some of the greatest ever in sports that can be applied to the private sector, to your personal life, and to the teams that you coach. So there are 5 principles, but for time purposes, we're only going to do 3. We're going to do 1, 3, and 5. So 2 and 4, if you want to know what it is, you'll have to call me or send me an email, and I'll answer your question. But principle number 1, what happens? Everything in life has a game. You want to, like my business, let's take the tissue business. What's the game to win in tissues? Have a decent product, price it right, do nice packaging, put it in store, put it in imtiaz, put advertising on Pakistan TV, and you kind of can build a business. That's the game. Now, every single one of you in this room, whatever your job is, there's a game. How do you play the game that you're in? The winners play the game pretty well, but the champion goes way beyond that. They innovate and they change the entire game to their competitive advantage. And the old game goes away. We've seen this in our life. I'll ask you a question. Who in this room has a BlackBerry? Who's got a BlackBerry? 1. 10 years ago, it would have been the whole room. They owned the whole thing. And now even people that work for BlackBerry don't have BlackBerries. It went to Samsung. It went to Apple. Why? They changed the game. The game changed. I remember when we called them Crackberry because they were so addictive? Now nobody has it. What happened? Innovation. The champion always innovates. Now, who did I learn this from in the world of sports? This guy, Edwin Moses. He's an old friend of mine. This is Edwin and I at actually the World Cup in football in South Africa in 2010. Who knows who Edwin Moses is? This will really date you because this shows how old I am and everything. Who knows who Edwin Moses is? Yes, sir. He was a runner. 400-meter hurdles was his race. His streak of victories is considered the greatest streak in the history of sports. He didn't lose a race for 10 years. Now, what did he do? This guy was an engineer in mechanical engineering from Morehouse College in the U.S. He applied engineering principles to his sport, and he made one little change to the sport. Remember, innovation is not always a big deal. It can be a little deal. How did he innovate to change the rules of the game? Let's take a look at a video which will explain it with some very good music. If you want to get up and dance, we're with you on it because we want to get that blood flowing. So let's take a look at what Edwin did. Alternate legs. What's the 12 steps in your job, in your life? It doesn't have to be you have to create a cure for disease, to innovate. What's your 12 steps on something in your life? Let's go to principle number 3. When the winners win, they party. They put their feet up. They say, I made it. I'm a winner. They live off the past. Now, I'm 60 years old. I'm 60 years old. People ask me all the time, why do 60-year-old executives get fired all of a sudden? They had this great career and they get fired. It's not age discrimination. You want to know why 60-year-olds get fired? I'll tell you why. They get fired because they forget this principle. They live off the past. And they say, when I was 45, I was the top sales executive in the whole world. Yeah, and you got paid for it. Nobody cares what you did at 45. What are you doing today? Every time I've had to fire a senior executive, it's the same thing. They are living off past glory. Imagine an athlete acting like that. Imagine Imran Khan saying, hey, I won the World Cup in cricket. You got to let me back on the team. I might be 60 or 58, but you got to let me back. We laugh at that, but I see executives do it every day. They live off the past. So what happens to the winner? They win and they go to sleep. The champion never forgets the Sisyphus principle of life. What is the Sisyphus principle? Who is Sisyphus? Here is Sisyphus. Greek mythology. Sisyphus committed a crime. What did the gods do? The gods said, you have to roll this rock up the top of the hill every day. At night, we bring the rock down. Next morning, you got to roll the rock back up. At night, comes back down. Your rest of your life is rolling the same rock up the same hill. Guess what? You don't like to hear this, but you're going to hear it. I'm Sisyphus, and so are you. You got to re-earn it every day. I can't go to my wife and say, hey, when we got married, I was an amazing husband, but now I don't have to be. You got to re-earn it every day. I have to re-earn her love every day. People, if you wake up in the morning, guys, what is so interesting back there? Please, can we keep it down? Okay. When you get up every morning, if you say, I got to re-earn my pay today, you're going to have an amazing career. But you start thinking you deserve it, and it's automatic because of what you did in the past, you're done. Another way to say the Sisyphus principle is this. Success is never owned. It's rented. And the rent is due every day. Where did I learn this from? The women in the audience, this is a very sad story that you're about to hear about an athlete and what happened to her when she got pregnant. Now, the athlete is Maristela Torres. She's also called the long jump queen of Asia. What has she done? She's won the gold medal 4 times in the Southeast Asia Games, which is like the Olympics for Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, all the countries in Southeast Asia. She also won the Asian Championships gold medalist. She holds the Philippines national record, which is not surprising. She won the Philippine title 16 times, and she qualified and went to 3 Olympic Games in a row. 2008 in Beijing, 2012 in London, and 2016 in Rio. Now, what happened to her? Well, she just wanted to be a mother like anyone else. A God-given right. And what happened? The Philippine government and the Philippine Track and Field Association fought and left her without a job. Here's a documentary, it's only a couple minutes long, that was done by Channel News Asia on her story. It's in Tagalog, but there's English subtitles. This is a very sad story with redemption. Here's what happened to somebody who couldn't perform because she was pregnant and what somebody did to her.
Actually, nung nabuntis kasi ako is not a plan.
the Rio, we brought her back. She was heavily overweight. As you could see, I didn't have a ton of equipment because I was doing this on the side, helping her out. So we started her pushing cars. We started with a little small Toyota. At the end, you saw her in the video, she's pushing a Prado for 2 kilometers. Okay, she got really press coverage on this. It made the Wall Street Journal front page, this whole story of how executive adopted an athlete who had been fired and was going to take her back to the Olympic Games. I got a nickname there as the No Rice Coach, which upset everybody because rice does not help athletic performance. Rice is no better than sugar, and I told her you can't have any rice. Now, a lot of people got upset, and they said, oh, you're racist against people who eat rice. And I said, I'm not racist at all, but I am racist. I'm very racist against rice for athletes. So there was a lot of press coverage on it. The first competition in her comeback was the Hong Kong Open. She won the gold medal. There she is with my wife, also her nutritionist, and some of the... Made it to Rio. She was the oldest woman in the Rio Olympics in long jump, track and field, and the only mother. So she was 35 years old at the Olympic Games with a child. She didn't win the gold medal. I'm very proud of her. She was in the top 15 in the world in her profession. And we went back the night before Olympic Village, all the athletes stay. We went back to her room, and that was a shot I took of her in her national uniform the day before. The six-pack was back, and she was in peak physical condition after being a mother. Okay, this is clearly a message. It doesn't say I love you. It says 5 minutes remaining. Okay, got it. So we're gonna sprint right through this. The last principle number 5 is about how you perceive things, moments in your life that are important. When winners are in an important moment, like the World Cup final in cricket or the Wimbledon final or whatever, they say the following: I'm just so happy to be here. It's such an honor to be here. I don't care what happens tomorrow, but just playing in the World Cup final is good enough for me. These people lose 98% of the time because the champion has a whole different attitude called the sense for the historic. What is the sense for the historic? It's the recognition of the most important moments in your life when failure is not an option. There are times in life you can't fail, ever. Now, I'm not perfect, you're not perfect, but we are capable of moments of perfection. And these are when you have the perfect moment. We can call this clutch performance, we can call it by different titles, but sense for the historic is a recognition that this is one I'm not going to mess up. In this one, I'm going to win. Now, I learned this from my dear old friend Michael Johnson, the U.S. sprinter. He ran the 200 meters, which is half a lap, and the 400 meters, which is a full lap. No man had ever done that before in the Olympics. Certainly no man had ever done it and win. Now, he went to the Olympic Games in '96, and he was very famous for wearing these gold shoes from Nike. Now, you say, that's kind of arrogant. He wears gold shoes, he didn't win the gold medal. And same old story. Last time you're going to hear this from me. He's speaking to my team in Poland. And one of my people said, why did you wear the gold shoes? It's so arrogant. If you lose, the whole world will laugh at you and think you look stupid. His answer shook me to my core. He said, that's the problem with the world. If I lay in bed and worry I'm going to look stupid, does that help me win? Does worrying about looking stupid help me win? No! He said, so I made a decision. I'm going to wear my gold shoes and I'm going to train harder than everybody else and I'm going to win. Failure is not an option. And he said, sometimes in life, plan B sucks. There is no plan B. There's only plan A. There's only plan A. And I thought, how many times have I laid in bed? If I miss a month, I'm going to get fired. How stupid. Worrying about missing the month doesn't help me make the month. So get up and do the month. Don't lay in bed and stress about it. Just do it. It changed the whole rest of my life and my career as a CEO. I never worry about the numbers anymore. I only worry about doing what I have to do to make the number. Because worrying about the number doesn't help you make the number. So, in simple terms, this is how it looks. This is an organogram. Take a look carefully at this. Do you have a problem? If no, don't worry. If yes, then ask yourself, can you do something about it? If you can do something about it, then don't worry. If you can't do anything about it, then don't worry. The conclusion is, don't worry. Focus on what you have to do to win. Now, what happened in those Olympic Games in '96? 2 races, 200 meter, 400 meter, half lap, full lap. Nobody does this combination, so it's a very unique combination. What happened? Let's take a look. Olympic records, 1 world record, 2 gold medals. Now, I've known Johnson since the early 1980s when he ran for the U.S. junior national team, which I coached. I coached him, I coached against him, I've seen him lose a lot of races. But the biggest thing in track and field is the Olympics and the World Championships. Everything else is secondary. He won 3 times in the Olympics and the World Championships. You know what his record was in those 13 races? 13 gold medals. He never lost an Olympic race or a World Championship race. That is sense for the historic. Folks, what are the most important things in your life and your job? The ones that make the difference. The ones where you can't miss. Those are the ones you have the sense for the historic for. You can miss on some other stuff, but not on those. That sense for the historic. The champion gets to the final and says, I may never be here again. I can't count on 4 years from now. Maybe I'll get sick. Maybe I'll break my leg. I got to win now because there may never be a second chance. Bottom line, my advice, this is one amazing country with one super talented population, so much energy and passion. Why do I always come back here every shot I get? Because it's just such an amazing place. Put your gold shoes on. Put your gold shoes on. Take the risk and put it out there, because I honestly believe that this is the time for this country. Your time is now. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to talk to any questions. I apologize for going over. Should I sit or should I go down? Because I don't know if I was banished for being late. Okay. I don't know if you need this or not.
Well, that was inspiring and depressing at the same time. Inspiring because it tells us what all we can do, and depressing because we've never done it. Thank you, I was just joking. All right, so I'm going to invite Michael Kugelman for his address now. He's the director, South Asia Institute, the Wilson Center, which is a Washington-based think tank. He's managed the South Asia portfolio there for 15 years. His analyses have appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, and other major outlets. We're very happy to have Michael here with us. He is here for the Karachi Literature Festival as well, so we're lucky that the timing of the two has coincided. Michael, the podium is all yours. If you want a collar mic, we can arrange that. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say that, it's a very hard act to follow what we just heard. So I apologize to you that if my brief comments on geopolitics in South Asia aren't quite as uplifting as what we heard just before, but that was a really tremendous presentation, and not the type of thing that I hear at the conferences that I'm usually at, so it was a real treat. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor. I am not like most of you. I am not a corporate executive. I'm not an investor. I'm not an Olympic coach. I'm not a distinguished official. But I am a think tanker in Washington, D.C. I was asked to offer some brief comments that can essentially provide a bit of a geopolitical backdrop for the conversations that you all have had for the last 2 days. And I'm sorry I couldn't be here yesterday. I actually just arrived from Washington this morning. But what I'll do in my brief comments is just highlight what I view to be 3 key geopolitical trends in South Asia, in particular how they might impact the types of conversations that you all have been having over the last few days. And these are not uplifting by any means, but I think we have to be realistic about what the region is going through at this moment. So the first key trend that I will identify is what I would describe as sharpening and expanding great and rising power competition. We're seeing geopolitical rivalry play out more vividly and intensely in South Asia at this moment in time for 3 different reasons. There are rivalries between India and China, which you're well aware of, I know. These are 2 longtime strategic rivals, and it's really intensified over the last few years, particularly because of a particularly bloody border clash in 2020, which was the deadliest conflict between India and China since they fought a war back in the 1960s. Since then, they've continued to trade very heavily, but on a strategic level, they've been competing all the more so. China, of course, has been very active in Pakistan and the broader region through its Belt and Road Initiative, infrastructure investments, but other types of investments too. And we've seen India push back more and try to compete with what China is doing. The US-China competition is arguably, in my view, one of the biggest foreign policy stories at the moment. That competition is playing out more in this region as well. What we've seen, in my view, for quite some years is successive administrations in Washington taking a relatively limited view to South Asia, in which the region is looked through 3 separate lenses, one being Afghanistan, where of course a war was fought for a number of years, the other being India, which is a key focus of attention for the US government, and also Pakistan, of course. There's been a Cold War alliance, there is a counterterrorism alliance and so forth. But what we've seen in more recent years is the US government engaging on high levels with other countries in the region. And we've started to see this US-China competition play out all the more so. Washington is stepping up its efforts in South Asia in order to try to push back against what China is up to in this region. And Nepal is a very interesting case study here. Just a few months ago, the Nepal Parliament ratified a Millennium Challenge Corporation infrastructure grant. It had taken quite some time to ratify. It finally was ratified. The reason why it took a long time to ratify is that the US views this MCC grant as part of its Indo-Pacific policy. And of course, the Indo-Pacific policy is meant to counter China. Nepal, like most countries in this region, is non-aligned. It doesn't want to get caught up in these big, great power rivalries. And so it was hesitant to embrace this new grant, which was associated with the Indo-Pacific policy. The US-Russia rivalry is starting to play out in this region as well. I think we might think of India and its efforts to try to balance its relations with the US and Russia amid the Russian invasion in Ukraine. But I would argue that other countries are starting to see this competition play out as well. Bangladesh, for example. For quite some time, Russia has invested in Bangladesh's nuclear energy industry. So a few weeks ago, there was a Russian ship that went to Bangladesh and was planning to unload parts for a nuclear power plant that it's building in Bangladesh. But the US government had indicated to the Bangladesh government that this Russian ship was sanctioned by the US because of its links to the Russian military. So Bangladesh decided not to let that ship dock. It ended up going to India, where it hoped to unload its parts and transfer them to another ship that was not sanctioned. But India didn't let the ship unload its materials either. So the ship ended up going back to Russia. But it's very interesting how now Bangladesh is getting caught up in these rivalries as well. So this puts countries in this region in a tough spot, because as I said before, most countries in this region are non-aligned. They don't want to pick sides. They don't want to get caught up in these geopolitical power games. But it's getting tougher to do that as the geopolitical competition has picked up. There is perhaps an opportunity here for countries in the region, including Pakistan, given that the US is more present in this, it's trying to be more present more broadly in the region. And it is very keen to look into new infrastructure investments, particularly through the DFC, the International Development Finance Corporation, which is closely associated with the Indo-Pacific policy. So there could be some fresh opportunities for engagement and investment. Second geopolitical trend that I'll highlight in the region is, again, a downer, an expansion of hot borders. There are so many borders in this part of the world that are disputed, that are tense, that are violent at times, and this has grown. Everyone here would know about what's happening on the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. There have been significant tensions between Pakistan and the Taliban since it took over power. The Taliban, like all Afghan governments since the independence of Pakistan, does not recognize the border with Pakistan. So this has caused tensions, and as you all know as well, terrorists based in Afghanistan, the Pakistani Taliban, have staged attacks in Pakistan, and the Taliban in Afghanistan has not done anything to try to curb that group or expel it, other than to offer to host talks between Pakistan and the Pakistani Taliban, and of course those talks didn't work out. So that border is hot. The India-China border is hot. I mentioned before what's going on there. China has seemingly been able to make incursions into India at will. India is not able to push back against that. We don't hear about it as much, but the Pakistan-Iran border experiences periodic cross-border violence as well. One that that no one thinks about enough of is the Bangladesh-Myanmar border. Myanmar, of course, is experiencing significant levels of violence. There have been a number of insurgencies broken out, targeting the military in Myanmar. That violence has occasionally spilled over into Bangladesh. And finally, there's the India-Pakistan border. And it's interesting I bring it up last because, ironically, this may be one of the most stable borders at this moment in time. And how often would we say that the India-Pakistan border is stable? It's relatively stable now because of a border truce, a new border truce that was concluded about 2 years ago. And that provides some hope. I know that there's been some discussion about prospects for trying to open up border trade between India and Pakistan, taking advantage of this better period in the relationship. Hasn't happened really for political, diplomatic reasons, but I think that's notable. So all of these border problems militate against better neighborhood relations at a moment when good relations, when good regional relations have never been more important because of this emergence of these shared global transnational threats, climate change, COVID-19. And I would argue that these troubled relations are worsened by this ugly combination of economic stress, beleaguered governments, in some countries toxic nationalism, that essentially create a political environment where it's simply not advisable politically for countries to reach across the aisle to their rivals and say, well, let's find a way to get along. Third and finally, and I'll wrap up here, third key geopolitical trend playing out in the region is what I would describe as sub-regionalization. This region has always struggled with connectivity and integration because of bad political relations, struggling with infrastructure that's problematic, and so on. There is a regional organization in South Asia, it's SARC, as you all know, but it's struggled, mainly because of the India-Pakistan problem. SARC functions based on unanimity. Decisions are made based on unanimity. But since India and Pakistan disagree on so much, it's hard for a lot of decisions to be made. And so this regional organization struggles. So as a result, what we've seen in recent years is that India has sought to strengthen trade and connectivity cooperation with members of the BIMSTEC organization, which is essentially South Asia minus Pakistan and Afghanistan, plus some of Southeast Asia. That's left Pakistan to look more to Afghanistan to pursue connectivity projects, especially targeting Central Asia. So there has been some momentum in recent years. We've seen some new electricity sharing arrangements between India, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan and Pakistan have been working with Uzbekistan on a prospective new transnational rail program. But the sub-regionalization is good if it creates some levels of connectivity, but it hampers broader cross-regional trade and connectivity. Again, this is a region where there's not a lot of intra-regional trade. The countries in this region trade more with the outside world than they do with each other. And obviously that there's some possible squandered opportunities for greater economic development and trade and so on. And it's also a wasted opportunity, unfortunately, given that we've seen significant levels of infrastructure investment domestically in so many countries in this region, including Pakistan. So it's how it is, but it is unfortunate. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'd now like to invite our next speaker, former Chief of Staff, Pakistan Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman. He's a graduate of the King's College London and Harvard Kennedy School. He's regarded as a transformational leader. He was the architect of a campaign against terrorism during his Air Force tenure, which brought peace to Pakistan. His strong focus on academics saw in his tenure in the Air Force 2 medical colleges, 3 engineering universities, the Aviation City, and the Air Power Center of Excellence. He is the recipient of Tamgha Imtiaz, Sitara Imtiaz, Hilal Imtiaz, and Nishana Imtiaz, besides the highest military awards from Turkey and Saudi Arabia. He is the only general in South Asia to have received the US Legion of Merit. With this, I am honored to invite Sir Sohail. Sir, we're excited to hear from you.
All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. What a 3 days marathon, 2 days marathon. And now we are about closing, and there's been complete bombardment, pardon me for the military language, of the ideas, the concept, the disruption, innovation, technology, and so much was all included. Absolutely stunning. I'm very grateful that I've been honored to make one of the closing addresses. I've been part of this journey for 7 years. And I also had the honor of speaking in most of these future summits. But as an elder, when I look back, it's a lot of satisfaction, a lot of gratitude for nutshell to start this, because the words like disruption, innovation, bringing the technology, leadership, they all started to sound. And when we talk of this time, of the startups, these small business initiatives, and I was very glad to see that those have started to contribute. So great job done. Initiatives, smaller or bigger, have to be taken, and they bring the results. So I think that's on my personal account that I feel very, very satisfied. What comes out of this summit eventually gets into a white paper and goes to all the stakeholders, because there's so much to learn from here, and this should not go waste at all. My 35 years career into public sector and 5 years peeping into the window for the private sector brings me to a very important point. And disruption is not about the majority of the people who are sitting here on the business and technology and industry. It's basically the public sector and the political domain. That is where there's need for disruption, to understand what the technology can bring. And actually technology is just about a vehicle to ultimately get the objectives done. I think what we'll do is that because Pakistan was talked about a lot, so before I go on to preparing for disruption, let me get into a few of the major domains on Pakistan, and I'll come back on the smaller areas. But nevertheless, the smaller areas will have much bigger impact, and that will be surprising to see. But we're all the same country, whether we sit in the public sector or whether we are in the private sector. A good handshake is what is really required to make the ultimate progress. The bureaucratic delays have to be addressed so that the business gets a free hand of employing the concepts, do the disruption, and that is where the government and the public sector support is required. And I say that with a lot of certainty, because looking at the two and the struggle, and that's what actually one of the basic mandates of the nutshell is, to make that happen. On Pakistan, let's not talk about the potentials, because potentials are too many, and during my talk we'll just say a few of them. But actually, how many of those potential do you utilize? Now that's what really converts into money, that converts into looking after your people, and that is something that we really need to know. Yes, we have had problems. But then look at this country's resilience. Did we ask the Soviets to come and invade invade Afghanistan in 1979? Were we responsible for 9/11 and what happened then on in Afghanistan? Let's not forget, and I'll come to the problems. It is hardcore statistics that Pakistan lost $120 billion, and that's a State Bank figure, in the 10 years of the war against terrorism. Was it our fault? We decided to side by what we think was right, and that was right. We lost 60,000 civilians, and I think salute to all of them. Those were poor, and they were trying to live their lives, and they got into bomb blasts, taking the right side. But then that's past, and that's not an excuse. We went into the wrong employment as far as the energy sector was concerned, and we got into areas, policy reversals all along, the political instability, and we need to get on with it. And I believe, inshallah, and we'll be very glad to hear that very soon you'll have a good news as far as the political stability is coming, inshallah. All right. This was not a summit. This was at a seminar. To me, it's a turning point. To me, it's a point where for 2 days we sat down and we peeped through the window where the world is actually moving. Where and how do they see the future, whether it is the meta-universe, whether it is the artificial intelligence, where is the world moving? And we have seen that. And we've had a good time to reflect on ourselves, that what we are doing and what can be done. And let me assure you, the answers are not difficult. And I'm not going to make oversimplistic situation. I'm an over-optimist man, but will make some very, very smart and quick conclusions. We'll have to get out of the personal interests and the cartels and those agendas. We've been saying Pakistan first, but when Pakistan first comes in, we have to make that sacrifice which needs to be done. Look at the divide between the haves and the have-nots. The richer have been getting richer and the poor have been getting poorer. Now that divide has to be filled in the right manner. Otherwise, you divide the society. I'm really not talking, we talked a lot on the solutions, but look at, did we make the CPEC motorways for the cars to run? You got such a beautiful infrastructure starting from right from the north up to the ports. You developed the ports. Were they done for running the cars? No. Look at the Central Asian republics, the way it is located. You're the natural path. And what has Ukraine war done to the whole thing? The 3 passages out from the Central Asian republics, do you realize that those are all stopped? And the only one through Iran takes twice the time. Your infrastructure on the roads, I've had an opportunity of looking at the video, is 10 times better than Afghanistan and Central Asian republics. You don't use it. What are you doing with the country? But then a good, quick statistic, the trade opportunity and the transit opportunity through the Central Asian republics, we talked of the loan today, the foreign debt, something like $95 billion. You need 9 years to offset this. And if I tell you the problems that we have, you say these are not the issues. You have the infrastructure, you put that kind of money in. Can't we sort out the customs? Can't we get that political resolve that we need to do it? And this is, and that's why I said it's a turning point is do it now or do it never. Where we have reached is an alarming situation. It has to be addressed. Look at the agri, and I'm just giving 2 major strategic examples. A country like Pakistan with 230 million people, can you afford an import bill of $10 billion every year? You got, we call it Kharif Fasal, that's a time period. And you can put the soya bean in and you can get rid of that $5 billion that import that you do, getting the oil from the Malaysia and Indonesia. Why? It needs resolve, it needs practical approach, it has to be done. There are, gentlemen, no 2 ways about it. And that's what is required and needed from the political stability and, of course, the bureaucracy, making the lives comfortable for the business. I'm very grateful to one of my mentors, and he sits here today, luckily one of our teachers and mentors. In 2000, he gave me a book, and that was about Innovator's Dilemma. And 1997, the book was written by Mr. Clayton, and what he was talking of, either the new market disruption or the low-end disruption. And he made a beautiful figure, and I'll tell you, there's a triangle, and he's talking of the risks which are associated to a disruptor. And that is about opportunity and the risk. On top, you know what it talks about is faith. As a leader, your faith to make sure that it will happen. And whether in the corporate sector, whether in the military, or whether in your ability come from the faith. And I am reminded of an American blind mountaineer, climbed the Mount Everest twice. And he was asked, you're at 29,000 feet, are you not scared? And he said, we are all blind. You put our hand out here to hold this in faith, and you get it. And he used to be climbing behind another man who would tell him the hook is at 1 o'clock, and he would put his hand there, and he always managed it. That's the faith that we need to take with it. It's not about money. It's about the purpose that you derive in the business, and that will take you somewhere. We've talked about globe. 230 million people means something. There is a global responsibility that we have. How are we contributing to the world? We talked of the gender. Look at the human resource that you have. I mean, you're between 13 to 33, you've got 63% of your population there. If you don't train them well, you don't make them good for your industry, and you don't export them, this is your moral and social responsibility to give to the world. I mean, this is the least, and I think I'm talking of very, very simple areas. As a leader, and now I'm really addressing the corporate leaders here, your ability to spot the disruption in a scenario, and you can develop it, is the key that as a leader you have that vision. You're not supposed to be master on the technology, on the AI and Metaverse, anything, but you should know that this helps. You should understand the basic dynamics, and that is the vehicle that you drive. If you don't do it, your ambitions will not come true. You need to have a team which understands that this is the vehicle that we are going to board, and your ability to motivate them, give them that faith, and that carries on with the whole thing. Do you realize where's the technology? A vehicle only. It's all about human. It's all about empathy. It's all about your people. And I think COVID times were the very good times which taught us it was not the time for layoffs. It was the time to build the relationships. A caution here, plan B and C's, although he said that there are no plan B's and C's. The natural calamities, the climate change, expected. The war in Ukraine was not expected. These all things will come in, and your plan B's and C's are ready. Must adopt a helicopter approach. You're not supposed to be a manager to manage this. Do this, let your team get on, and then monitor it from outside. This will enable you to find out the plan B's and C's and look at how will you tailor to the success. On the gender, we had a great discussion, and let me tell you, doing a project in the rural areas of Pakistan, Sawabi. And whenever we've gone there, the men are asking for the children to be employed as drivers, as T-boys. And when we went to get the teachers, the lady teachers, none of those women are. They said, we want to educate our children here. And we want to really contribute, and we want them to become something big. I think when you invest in women, when you educate them, you educate complete families, and you need to empower them. That's important. Entrepreneurs are your heroes. And we all understand it's not about the jobs, about giving the jobs. And I'll talk about this a little more. But has the government, has somebody really put the entrepreneurs as the top leaders on a 14th August or 23rd March? They're the ones who will really produce money for you. They're the ones who will bring you respect. Please remember, disruption now is not an option. It's a compulsion, and it's about spending less money, bringing out-of-the-box solutions, and then getting into bigger objectives. If you remember ChatGPT, we've just started to talk about it. It had a commitment of $10 billion. They spent $1 billion. And in 2 months, look at these figures. The company's worth is $29 billion. That's the kind of innovation that you need to really articulate. Netflix and the Blockbusters story, we all know Blockbusters didn't believe it's going to happen. And today the Blockbusters are completely blocked and bankrupt. And look, and that's the innovation that we're talking about. Now, a few very quick, nice stories about, look at Nadra, the way it has, and that's our stories I'm talking about. You need to give a pat on the back and ease them. I have seen these startups, and I've seen these small businesses being challenged everywhere in the government circle and in the public sector areas. It's our duty to ease them off. It's the cost of the repetition that I would say. HPL does a beautiful interface going down to the lowest level of farmers. It saves you $10 billion And here, for goddamn, for what reason can we just not support it? And why not? It's there. The Unity Food, we just heard Farooq this morning, he did talk about it. They've already seen a 20% increase. I mean, India is about twice our value on the yields. I'm talking average. The China is about 3 times. And our potential is high. And I did talk of the soya bean. Central Asian republics I did talk of. But look at a small organization like TCS. Within 3 months of taking the initiative, they've cleared all the channels. There are trucks coming down from here. But that's scarce. That's not even 0.1%. Of what is actually kept out there. It has to be tapped. There are no two ways about it. We had the Willie talk about Zindagi program here of one of banks. I happened to be on the board at that time. And that's a very important lesson there. In the first board meeting, McKinsey came in, it's a $10 million bill for making the bank digital. And we had to believe we can do it ourselves. They promised 30,000 customers in 1 year. Around 15 boys and girls in a room, incubation center, 1.5 years. Today, the figure is 1 million customers and the bank is completely digitalized. Wow. Now, that's the indigenous resource that you have to have confidence, faith, and you have to go on with it. I'll wrap it up by 2 more examples. Does anybody know about Rashidabad? Rashidabad, all right. Say 5% of the hall. Rashidabad is a small town it's a philanthropic town. And now I'm giving example of women empowerment and the children education. Now those are the centers that we need to support and make sure that Tando Alayar is a complete town where there is education, 3,000 children studying, orphans, widows, hospitals, school. The floods, they lost their houses. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe that the house which has only 1 room, which is also destroyed, the children in the school, they all have their tabs, they're linked up to the incubation center. In the grade 5, they're learning entrepreneurship. Now that's the model that we need to bring out into our rural areas. Naeem Zimedar mentioned this yesterday, and I'm forced to talk about it, and that's the Air Force story. We lost, we very badly damaged 2 of the SAB aircraft from terrorist attacks. We looked at it, and $387 million was the bill by the SAB, and the biggest problem was that we didn't have a certification agency, so we went on it. We said we'll do it ourselves. Only 1 PhD scholar working on it with 3 boys team. 1 year down the line, Pakistan became the 5th aviation certification agency of the world. Wow. That's the kind of commitment that you get it. We repaired ourselves. The total cost was less than $25 million. Both aeroplanes were flying, and they're doing a good job. And incidentally, one of those aeroplanes was controlling the Pulwama operation. So that's the kind of indigenization that you do. But honestly, it was not the money. It was the trust in the people that you find that they will work, they'll muster the technology, and they will deliver it to you. So I usually call it a SAB to aviation city. And then, of course, then the sky was the limit. We were making our own weapons, the precision weapons, and everything. So you need to get the core with you, the intelligentsia, empower them, give them environment, facilitate them, and they'll deliver to you. That's the spirit of disruption. Nobody will come to help us. We don't need anybody's help. We will do it ourselves. And inshallah, we can do it. But these small initiatives, bits and bits, katra katra karke, hum isko darya bana lenge. And it's all doable. There's nothing which I've talked is Greek. The only thing you need, patronage by the government, policy continuation. And last but not the least, we're usually talking about a lot of difficulties. कल एक शेर पढ़ा गया था, उसके जवाब में शिकवा जुल्मत से कहीं बेहतर था, शिकवा जुल्मत से कहीं बेहतर था, अपने हिस्से की एक शम्मा जलाते जाते. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Sohail Saab. And I would be, I think it would not even be, I'm not even qualified to introduce Senator Dr. Musaddiq Malik. Sir, I will not say anything about you. Everybody knows who you are. We'd like to hear from you now about how we are preparing for disruption moving forward from this point. Please.
Whatever you want. She was cutting my time. Yeah, seriously. She gave me 20 minutes, then she cut it to 15, and now she's saying 10. By the end of the day, it gets so boring, you know, that I don't mind if you cut the time. Thank you very much. It's a difficult topic, especially if I don't use Star Trek examples, and I've been forbidden to do so. So honestly, I don't know what to say. And most of what I wanted to say, I've already said it at this forum many times. So I've been asked to twist it and repackage it and say it in a different manner. So I'll try. Let's see if it works. I think it's very difficult to talk about future at a future summit and the disruptions that are ahead of us without thinking about the past. And if I ask you, can you imagine a world without Facebook and Twitter and cell phones and Uber and Google and Instagram? Can you imagine that? And do you realize that this was all just about 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago? And I don't see a lot of very young people, so don't pretend. It's not like you didn't exist before that. But it's so hard when disruptions come and hit you. It is so hard to imagine a world when these disruptions, positive or negative, were not in place. I tell my children that we used to have those clunky black telephones in which you dialed and then you waited for that thing to come back. And I told them that there weren't any cell phones. And my children are in their 20s. The oldest is 25, 26. And they can't imagine that world. They laugh at me. They really think that there was never a time when there were no cell phones. This is how powerful disruptions are. And embedded in this is the power of imagination, to imagine what is not. And that is pretty much what has driven this world. So we can't imagine what the world was like, although we were all a part of it. And it's hard to connect with that world in which we all lived. So now, when I start to look up rather than over my shoulders and ask, what would it be like? It's equally impossible to fathom. It's hard to know what would it mean when the lab experiments that are taking place right now, in which tapeworms are living 5 times their natural age, what would happen when that translates into human life? This is already happening. I'm not talking about something that will happen, may happen. What is going to be the impact of human genome, which was mapped in the 1990s? It took over a decade and about a couple of $2 billion to map the first human genome. And now it takes $100 and 1 day. And very soon it would be an app on your telephone, and you'd put your finger, thumb, or a hair or something, or maybe kiss it. And your entire genome would be mapped out in real time. And what would happen then? What would happen to illness? What would happen to illness when you'd be able to program yourself? When you'd be able to do genetic programming? What would happen? What would happen? They're already producing pancreatic cells in the Petri dish to combat type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It's already happening. It's going to be in the marketplace in 4 to 5 years. So really, it's difficult to fathom It's difficult to imagine the world in which we used to live. We all lived. It's even more to imagine a world that is ahead of us. I mean, we are right now in the process of printing. We actually are in the process of printing the fuselage for air travel. This used to be, I don't know how many tons, 20, 100-ton kind of fuselage things that used to be thrown down. Now, in that spaceship, you can actually do the 3D printing of the fuselage. So, what does that mean? How easy or difficult would it be to go for space travels? And they're already thinking about putting industrial plants, space industrial plants, taking the production that takes place on the Earth to the space. Naturally clean environment, naturally clean, zero dust. Imagine what would happen to the efficiencies of the products that we are going to produce. And what we're talking about right now, which is not the future, is hydrogen for energy. We are already talking about green urea or fertilizers. We're already talking about renewables. Renewables are now the past. What would happen when the surface that you have in front of your house becomes the storage with the material science kind of developments that are taking place? Very difficult to imagine, very difficult to imagine robots, even more difficult to imagine cyborgs, the engineered human beings. You go in, you play around with the genetic material and all of the stuff that we were talking about, in terms of motivation and not taking no for an answer, you can program it. Then I wonder, what would be the 3 types of people when all of us would be one type? Now that would be a difficult world. Amongst only champions left in the world, who would be the champion? Very difficult to imagine. Now how all would this happen? I mean, there's some very clear answers and some not so clear answers. The clear answers are through some sciences, which are already the platforms for the evolution. Nanotechnology, biotechnology, cognitive or artificial intelligence technologies, information technologies, these are the bedrocks of all of the things that I'm talking about. So these platforms are in place. So what can go wrong? What can go wrong with what appears now to be a natural trajectory? I think what can go wrong is what went wrong with globalization. Globalization was a natural trajectory. And as my friend Michael was just telling you about this regionalization, where did this regionalization come from? It was all smooth. We were all in the 1990s, 70s, 80s, 90s talking about the merits of globalization and how the world would change and how there'd be no poor left and how we would be all interwoven into one global fabric. What happened to the fabric? How did it get torn? How were we left out? We were just about told a few years ago that coal was bad, and then coal became good. And Germany opened up coal mines. And then the coal plants were opened up in Europe. So what happened to the dirty coal? And how were we left out? Why was our coal black and some other coal white? You know what happened? The geopolitics changed. Technology stayed the same. Climate stayed the same. The burden of climate, everything stayed the same. The geopolitical plates shifted. And all of a sudden, it was a different world. And all of a sudden, all of those agents who were telling us that we are all interwoven into one global fabric told us that we are not even a patch on that fabric. And if you go back to the language that was spoken about globalization, you know what happened? It created about a group of 5 billion vagabonds who were living at the periphery or in the periphery of the world who were just left out of this globalization fabric. This disparity between the haves and the have-nots, that is what can go wrong with everything that I've mentioned. And when that happens, what would happen? What is happening right now? Populism. We'd have these people who would come and sell hate. I mean, Michael is here, so I wouldn't name any presidents, but you'd have presidents and prime ministers like that. They pop out of populism, and that populism is embedded in the lopsidedness of those who have it and those who don't. And technology doesn't take care of it. Everything that I've mentioned, the genome, the genetics, the biotech, the nanotech, the cognos, it doesn't take care of 5 billion poor people who are living in the periphery, as if they were vagabonds. And the world needed to build walls around itself to make sure that these vagabonds, these stray people, stay out of this beautiful global fabric. That disruption is what can go wrong moving forward. And that's what I'm worried about. The financial meltdown of the West popped the president that I would not name. The COVID crisis popped the whole new tension in geopolitics. Who would have the vaccine and therefore who would not have the vaccine? Who decided that? What happened to us? Or what happened to the us-ness? Why were 4 billion people left out and 200 or 300 million units of doses were donated to them? They were less human. The kids and parents were less parents and kids. What happened? So these are the kinds of things that I fear the most about. I don't fear the natural trajectory that I've laid out for you. That is going to happen. That is bound to happen. What I worry about is what we cannot see along this trajectory. What I worry about is the lopsidedness of science and where it rests and where the money is available for its creation as well as for its commercialization. And what would happen to the rest? When everyone is a champion, but the champions are only engineered in the Western world, what would happen to the South that Michael studies all the time? What would he say about commoners who are not champions, the category 3 people? We'd be able to engineer category 3 and category 2 and category 1 people. That is what I'm worried about. That is the disruption that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the trajectory of science. That's there, with or without us, and mostly without us. And I'm particularly worried about Pakistan. Because here, one financial meltdown created the unnamed president. COVID created all kind of disruption and nationalism and sub-regionalism in Europe. We are the nest for everything. We have financial meltdowns. We flirt with financial meltdowns every day. What happens once in a century in the West happens here every quarter. Every round of IMF is a financial meltdown for us. So what the West deals with once in 30 or 50 years, we deal with every IMF program, every World Bank grant. That's what happens to us. We were hit with COVID-19. You were all here. You know what happened. You know how many doses we got. You know how many people we were? 220 million. So we prayed to God. And that's what we are doing as of right now. We were hit with climate change. We have zero carbon footprint. Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, has zero carbon footprint. Someone else consumed the climate for its development. But we are the 5th or 6th, and now probably the 3rd most vulnerable country in the world because we are situated at the footsteps of the Himalayas. And as soon as the melting rate of these glaciers change, as it is, we're blown away. We're flooded away. Our agriculture is destroyed, our infrastructure is destroyed, and it becomes a numbers game. 1 person's death is death, 10 is also death, 1 million, some number, some abstract number, wiped away. So in the wake of these disruptions, potential disruptions, we have to build ourselves up. There are some recipes that we need to engage with. Some, I wouldn't call it the poison pill, but I would call it a bitter pill. We have to agree, in the wake of what is happening in the world, we have to agree what are the organizing principles that we are going to maintain in Pakistan, politically. Politics is going to be the answer of everything that I've laid out in front of you. And all of these things that come from the technocrats like myself, just laugh at them because they've not worked anywhere. Why would they work in Pakistan? Pakistan doesn't have a problem. Pakistan doesn't have a fundamental problem. Pakistan has the problem of the fundamentals. We haven't decided what are those three organizing principles around which we're going to build our nation, what is going to be our politics. So we have to decide on that to embrace this future that we haven't seen. We have to decide what kind of economy we are going to have. Are we going to continue to have this elite capture? And people tell me it's cliched. Freaking hell, it's cliched. Saudi Arabia gives its gas for $2 to its fertilizer and power plants. Qatar gives for $3. Bahrain gives for $4. And you know how much Pakistan gives it for? 70 cents and $1.34. This is the level and kind of elite capture that we have in this country. We're richer than Saudi Arabia, guys? Or Qatar? So unless this elite capture is taken care of, which is not cliched, it's real. It takes away opportunities from the millions and millions and millions of poor people of Pakistan by a handful of people who have the political wherewithal to take the gas at 70 cents or $1.30 or $1.90. Has to stop. And the people of Pakistan have to be empowered to stop this elite capture. And we have to change our systems. As I said, there's no biotech without biology and chemistry. There's no nanotech without physics. There's no artificial intelligence without math. So what about the educational system? So what about the educational system? What about this talk about nano, bio, AI, CI, DI? These numbers, these letters don't mean jack in our world. So we must commit ourselves to changing this educational system. And socially, it has to be opportunity for all. And nothing else would work. Not a thing else other than this shall work. If it works, it would be anti-gravity. It's my favorite example. I would give it before winding up. There was a professor who was writing. I say this every time, I say this again. The chalk fell from his hand. He said, "Damn gravity." Then he bent down and he picked the chalk up and he looked at the class and he said, "But you know what? Gravity doesn't care." So my friend, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, gravity doesn't care. Every time you will let go of the chalk, it shall fall. The destiny is ours to lose or to win. The choice is ours. And I would say, we know what the positive disruptions are going to be, what is on the horizon. We know what all negative can happen. Let's take charge of our own destination and make a choice. The choice to win. And the choice is ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musaddiq Malik. There's one thing about you that maybe not everybody in this room knows, and that is that you have attended all the 6 editions of the Future Summit and in person. So I think that's a record that nobody else has achieved. And we're looking forward to all future summits, having you here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as is customary, we'll be presenting souvenirs to the worthy speakers of this panel. Before I invite the guest who will be presenting them, I'd like to invite Asfar on the stage, please. I'd also like to invite Usman. Please join us. And to give the souvenirs away, I'd like to invite Wafa Mahfouz, Executive Director, Seed Tunisia. Please join us. Okay, so all right, so first of all, James, I would like to request you to please receive a small token of our appreciation. This is a book which is purely on Pakistan. It's a pictorial representation of the Indus, the mighty Indus flowing across Pakistan. I hope that you enjoy reading through it. Sir Sohail Aman. Michael. I think we can clap a little louder. I can only see a couple of people clapping. Thank you, Fareed Bhai. And I think Dr. Musaddiq will have quite a collection of our books, having come to all our future summits. Please, Dr. Saab. So let's have the last group photo of the Future Summit 6th edition. Uneza, if you could please join us. I'll also ask myself to join.
May I kindly request Asfar to kindly give out these souvenirs to our moderators also. Rabia, kindly receive your souvenir, please. Shaha, can we please have you on stage?
So they say a woman's work is never done, neither is a moderator's. So this is obviously a very, very important part before I ask all of you to go out for your cup of tea. it is important to deliver heartfelt gratitude to so many different sets of people. We'll start with all our partners and sponsors. So Engro Corporation and Ghias, who is actually the co-founder. He couldn't be here because of some unavoidable commitments, but thank you Ghias and thank you Engro Corporation. HBL, our platinum partner, Unity Foods, the headline sponsor, and all the other sponsors who are mentioned over here, SAP, K Electric, Faisal Bank, PTCL Group, Al-Mizan, Abacus Consulting Technology, NBP Funds, Hilton Pharma, S&P Global, Institute of Business Management, OICCI, ACCA, VCAST, and Corporate Pakistan Group. This event and events like these are never complete and never possible without your support. So thank you very much, all our sponsors and partners. Obviously, a summit is not complete without its speakers, and moving a step forward, a summit is actually as good as the quality of its speakers and panelists. So a shout out to our speakers, 20 plus international, 35 from all over the country. Thank you for giving Pakistan and Karachi this honor. A big round of applause for all our speakers. A bigger round of applause, please. Better clapping. Okay, so I'd like to mention over here that we have had a number of trends as well. I've been telling you that hashtag the Future Summit has been trending, and actually it's been trending all day today despite a lot of negative news that's been coming. So that just goes to show that we are optimists as a nation, and positive developments do actually get traction and they do resonate. So that was something that I wanted to share with you. Other than that, a few of our speakers have also been trending. Neil Ford has been trending. Vasiliza has been trending. Mohammad Aurangzeb, Jimmy Nguyen, Usman Yusuf. All of you, I don't know what you've been doing, but you've made a mark on Twitter. So congratulations. Other than that, we've had Catalonia trending. 6th edition, Prepare for Disruption, CEOs, President and CEO. So with the hashtag petrol and diesel prices, we've also had all these positive hashtags. So well done, everybody. So one category that is important to thank is all of you, our audience. Can you please clap for yourselves? Louder, louder. Okay, so now it's important to thank a few teams that have made this event as spectacular as it has been. There have been a number of groups of people, a number of organizations that have made this event so special. We have our sound team led by Saqib. So a big shout out to Saqib, who's always supported us. I don't think I've ever seen a Nutshell event without Saqib and his team. Very well done. Also, Sajid Hanif isn't here. All this fabrication is his work, so thank you very much. Mövenpick Hotel, thank you for the amazing venue, the great food, and the coffee and the tea, a constant supply that's been coming to Shaha and myself and some of our speakers in between. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank our volunteers. I think we need to clap for our amazing volunteers. They've done a very, very good job. They've been on their feet and they've been smiling all along. And okay, so another entity that is important that I have to thank is, of course, the Nutshell team. I can't take everybody's names because we are a group of almost 50 people, so it'll be keeping you away from your cup of tea if I start taking those names, but everybody has been absolutely amazing. They've been on their toes and they're still smiling. So thank you very much, Nutshell team. And a special thanks to, I don't know if he's here anymore, Dr. Mirza Ikhtiar Beg. He's been absolutely amazing with his big open heart and his generosity. He's supported us all along. So even though he's not, where is he? Okay, so thank you very much, Ishtiaq Saab and Ikhtiar Saab. I'm sure you'll pass on our gratitude to to your very kind brother. All right, so I think I'm done. If I've missed out somebody, please do remind me. But I think we've now come to the end of yet another amazing year. I hope that our international speakers particularly will take back very nice, positive, pleasant memories not only of our country but of our people. There have been a few speakers who've never visited Pakistan before. So for all of you, I would request you to please be ambassadors of Pakistan and remember that we are an optimistic, positive and committed nation.
Thank you. We started the Future Summit in the month of November, actually. But last time, because of some political rallies and some law and order situation, we postponed this summit, and now we are hosting in February. But this year, we want to again host this summit in November. So the new dates of the Future Summit, the 7th edition, are November 15, 16, the same hotel, Mövenpick Hotel, first floor. November 15, 16, please block your diaries. And inshallah ta'ala, in the 7th edition, we will engage more and more international speakers, and we will make this much bigger in comparison with the 6th edition. Because before the COVID, we were hosting much bigger summit with 1,000 persons, with over 40 international speakers. But after COVID, we were restricted to a number of 10, 15 international speakers. This time we are hosting 20 speakers, and next year we will do much bigger in every term, and we will expand the activities beyond Mövenpick Hotel also, some sideline activities with the Future Summit. So I'm again grateful to all of you. I'm especially grateful to all my international speakers who are here from different parts of the world. I'm grateful to them for their trust on Pakistan, and I hope that they will visit Pakistan again and again. Rabi already mentioned about our partners, our Nutshell team, actually the best team in Pakistan. So actually we started Nutshell Communications. This is still in the formation phase, but we are a group of 50 persons now. And trust me that this is a beautiful journey. This is Pakistan's first full spectrum communication company, and we are working beyond borders also. And inshallah ta'ala, in the next 2 to 3 years, this will be a Pakistani brand working in Middle East and Central Asia. This is our plan in the next 3 countries. I'm especially grateful to my very dear brothers of sound system and all the audiovisuals, Saqib and his brothers. Their mother was hospitalized actually. They are like my brothers. They are always helpful with us. They are always with us. And whenever we are hosting any big international summit in Islamabad, they are the persons who always visited Islamabad and manage our events. So despite the hospitalization of their mother, they are here to facilitate us. And please, big claps for this. Shows the commitment, and this shows their honesty. I'm also very grateful to my friends of ACCA. Sajid, please rise. Asad is here. Where is Asad? So ACCA is our actually a strategic partner, knowledge partner since last many years, and we are collaborating again and again. And you know, this is a very natural synergy between both organizations, and their global leadership is also very cooperative and supportive with us. So with this note, I was asking my friend Musaddiq Malik, the next time I will host you in the inaugural session. I always hosted him in the Future Summit in the closing session. So next time we will host him in the inaugural session. This is my commitment, inshallah. If both of us will be alive, we will be here. So Pakistan is our country. Pakistan is a land of opportunities. We all are aware about this fact. This is up to us. This is not up to any specific government or any specific stakeholder. This is collective responsibility, as I mentioned yesterday in my welcome address. So it's up to us to build this country prosperous and one of the best country to live in.
and the best country for the foreign direct investment, which is actually my biggest pain point, foreign direct investment. So for investors, I want to see this country most secure country for their investments. Pakistan, Zindabad, please enjoy tea, and next year, this year on November 15, 16, we will meet again. Thank you.